The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. They're past the midway point at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships in St. Louis. An opponent's blunder gifted junior frontrunner Abhimanyu Mishra an early point, bolstering his advantage. The leaders were cut in half in the senior women's, with the two victorious co-leaders now sharing first. Rachel Lee is no longer perfect, but still the one to beat in the junior girls, adding half a point to her impressive score. A rebounding Vladimir Akopian got another win, extending his lead in the seniors. Can he keep up the pace following the rest day? Day 6 of amazing chess, coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to round 6 of the US Junior and Senior Championships. After a well-deserved rest day, the players are back at the boards and all 4 championship titles are still up for grabs. This tournament has given us everything from brilliancies to heartbreaking blunders. Every round has been packed with drama. So what will round 6 bring? Let's go to the studio and start the action.
The best juniors and seniors in the United States once again gather upon in St. Louis at the St. Louis Chess Club for the 2026 U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships. Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 6 here at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships. I'm Cristian Chirila, and it is my pleasure to welcome you here in our St. Louis studio, where alongside my 2 brilliant co-commentators, we will be providing live action for the next hours in Day 6 here at the Juniors and Seniors. Let's get the party started.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by the amazing Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Cristian Chirila.
Wonderful, Kate. Great to be with you. How'd you like your rest day?
It was amazing. I got to, meet some of my friends here in St. Louis and just rest. What about you?
Oh, the same. It was wonderful, and watch the World Cup finals. That was great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. I hope you enjoyed your rest day as well, because I am promising you fireworks here in round 6 as some of the favorites in all the tournaments face off. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Katja, do the honors. Tell us the standings. Let's begin with the girls.
Yes, let's take a look at the standings after round 5. And in the girls section, we have Rachel Lee, who lost her streak in the round 5. She made only a draw, but still she's having an amazing tournament with 4.5 points. But closely behind her, Zoe Tang with 4 points, and then a 3-way tie for the 3rd place. Jasmine Zhu, Rose Atwell, and Megan Paragua.
Lurking Rose Atwell, I might add. And tell us about the Junior Championship.
In the Juniors Championships, we have a sole leader. Abhimanyu Mishra won his super fast game in 14 moves against Nico Chasin, and he is leading with 4 points. But again, closely behind him, 2 players, Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi with 3.5 points.
And in the Senior Women's Championship?
Here we have a 2-way tie between Angelina Belakovskaya and Natalia Tsodikova with 3.5 points out of 4. These ladies are really playing strong and so far cruising through the tournament. But 3 players are behind them: Olga Sagalchik, Ivona Jezierska, and Jennifer Smith.
And the Senior Championship?
In the Senior Championship, we have a sole leader. It is Vladimir Akopian, who lost in round 4, but then again won in round 5. And right now he's leading with 4 points. 3 players behind him, but he has this 1-point lead against Jesse Kraai, Alexander Onischuk, and Alexander Fishbein.
Nice. And the format for these 4 national championships, Kate?
So the format is the same for these events, 10-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. No draw offers are allowed here. That's why we always see a lot of combative games and time control classical chess. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game and a 30-second increment from move 1.
We're in day 6 of these championships. Tell us about the remaining schedule.
We always play 1 round a day, and today, yes, round 6, then 3 more rounds. And if necessary, we will see playoffs on Friday, 24th.
That rest day was so delicious, I'm not sure I want to see playoffs. But Cristian, in case we do, tell us about the leadership and who's chasing?
Well, first of all, thank you for asking about my rest day. It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal, Yasser. We're entering the second half of the event. So we're starting to count, the viewers at home are starting to count the points, and the players as well as the chasers are starting to count. So let's take a look at the standings to see who the leaders are, as well as who the chasers are. And as you can see, we're starting with the juniors section right now. Unfortunately, that graphic was of the seniors. We're going to start with the juniors in this one, and let's get to see who's within striking distance in all 4 fields. We're going to start with the juniors. Abhimanyu Mishra, after being gifted a full point in the previous round by Nico Chasin, right now he's chased by Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi, both of them just within striking distance, half a point behind. And by the way, we have a big clash between these 2 players, Abhimanyu and Andy, in today's round. That's definitely a round to follow. Let's take a look at the junior girls and see what's happening in that one, because there's quite an intriguing story as well. In this one, the way I see it right now is starting to become a 2 girls race. As you can see, Rachel Lee, 4.5 points. Chasing her, just half a point behind, is Zoe Tang. And whenever they will meet each other, it's going to be quite an intriguing story, that one, but definitely something to follow. Let's take a look at the seniors and what we have in the seniors section. Well, you already took a peek at this. Take a look at that. Vladimir Akopian was visiting us in the studio for the first 3 rounds, lost in the 4th, but then bounced back in round 5 with another crucial victory. Right now, he's ahead in the lead by 1 full point. Alexander Fishbein, Onischuk, and Jesse Kraai following behind, but that's a big lead going into the final 4. So definitely Vladimir Akopian is looking good in this one. And in the seniors women's section, that is our final national and newly added, I might add, national championship, Natalia Tsodikova and Angelina Belakovskaya are right now leading by a full point, 3.5 points. Olga Sgalchik, Smith, and Jezerska following behind. Well, that's a big gap right there. Awesome. And definitely Natalia and Angelina have been quite dominant so far. Nevertheless, it seems like we have 4 very competitive national championships going into the second half.
Great, thank you, Cristian. They're competing for those national titles, but also very generous prize fund.
Yes, a lot of money is on the line. So let's take a look, and we will start with the prize fund for the girls' championships. Here, a total prize fund of $50,000. First place, $12,500. Second place, $8,500. Third place, $6,250. All the way to the 10th place, $1,750. And if there is a clear first place, there's a winner's bonus, $2,500.
Very nice. And in the junior championship?
In the juniors championship, we have a total prize fund of $75,000. First place winning $20,000, second place $13,000, third place $9,000. And again, you can see this winner's bonus, extra money, if you are clear first, $3,000.
Seniors women's prize fund.
This is a very special tournament, first time organized here in St. Louis, and a total prize fund of $60,000. First place winning $15,000, second place $10,000, third place $7,500, and a winner's bonus $2,750.
And finally, the seniors.
The senior is the biggest prize fund of these events, a total prize fund of $100,000. First place winning $25,000, second place $17,000, third place $12,500, and a winner's bonus $5,000.
Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club. Very, very generous prize funds indeed. As we see the players taking their seats, for this round 6 competition. We're in the second half as we see Mishra, our tournament leader,
looking
entering
for
the
his
game.
board. Also, the chess club, the boards always change, and the tournaments are playing in different sections, so players need to find their boards.
Exactly. Stalking his prey, and guess what? His prey today, Andy Woodward. These are, you know, once we saw the tournament lined up, we said, these two players, they are the big rating favorites, and they're proving it.
Mm-hmm. And that's a big, big game right now because Andy has white. You know exactly what he's thinking about. He wants to win that game. If he wins that one, he leapfrogs Abhimanyu. If he doesn't, then they go into the final 3. Abhimanyu will have more whites because right now he's with the black piece. He's probably going to have 2 out of 3 whites. So definitely he will be looking very good if he manages not to lose against Andy. Andy will try to get the early pressure and continue that in the middle game and score the full point. Will he be able to do it is the question.
Right. And again,
we're expecting, what are we expecting?
Well,
the Catalan, perhaps?
Yes, it's been a big part of Andy's repertoire in his career for a number of years now. I don't want to say a long time, because what are we talking about? Andy's 16, 17 years old. I mean, come on.
For the past 4 years.
Yes. Yes. C2, C4. Ah.
Okay.
Slav defense.
Slav defense.
Really still considered one of the most solid ways of facing one D2, D4. Knight F3.
Knight to F3, okay. Very standard stuff so far. Knight to F6 we're expecting. Be quite a quick response.
Yeah. Now, Anatoly Karpov played E2, E3 religiously here. A lot of players, offer a gambit with Knight C3, and it's declined.
Knight C3 is becoming somewhat the most concrete and most difficult to handle for black option. E3, there supposedly are quite a few ways to find equality
E2,
for
E3,
black.
an invitation to the... Wow.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
G2, G3.
He's looking for some Catalan setups.
He is
style
indeed.
setups. Of course, this is not Catalan
No.
by any stretch of the imagination because he already placed that knight on C3. You're probably not going to get that pawn on C4 back if black decides to capture it on C4.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a pawn sacrifice.
It is a
feels
pawn
like
sacrifice,
right
for sure. The inclusions of the move knight C3 and C7, C6, unlike in a Catalan where the knight is on B1, the pawn is on C7, D5 takes C4, white can assuredly win his pawn back with queen A4 check. That's no longer the case.
Because black is ready to go B5.
Exactly.
If necessary.
D takes, bishop G2, B7, B5, just as you said. And yeah, sure, you might go knight C3 and aspire to capture that pawn.
Well, he took it.
He did. So it was a challenge accepted. Now the question is, who prepared their variations deeper? So I expect a big theoretical battle and a huge duel here in the juniors. And, well, excuse me, I was going to say Andy might reflect for a moment. No, he did not.
Not yet. Not yet. Let's stay with this one for just a few more minutes because
sure.
I do feel like at some point one of them will be out of his theoretical knowledge.
Right.
But that moment has not yet arrived. So
Exactly.
let's wait just a moment and see exactly who's going to be the first one to take a deeper think.
So 2 moves come to my mind, B7, B5, just immediately defending the pawn, as well as knight on B8 to D7 to try to delay what I think is going to be an inevitable knight E5. Knight B8 to D7. And Cristian, do we have a database insight, like how many times has this position been reached, and statistically, who's outperforming who?
This has been reached quite a few times. We're still very early on.
Right.
Very early on in some of the main lines. Okay, sure. A sideline of the Slav with G3, but even a sideline of the Slav is very, very thoroughly explored. Almost 1,000 games before this last move, B5,
Wow.
yes.
That's a lot.
Yes. So after castle, in fact, bishop to e7, 277 games have been played, but b5 is also, with 202 games, explored quite thoroughly. And now we see
both players.
e4, bishop to b7. They're still following up one of the main lines of this sideline.
And nobody's slowing down. They're not saying to one another, I'm bluffing, you're bluffing, I know. No. They're just zipping right along.
Absolutely, and that's why I wanted to stay with this one, because, look, it is a battle of two very well-prepared players, and we know that they've deeply analyzed this. We've seen Abhimanyu so many times make 20, 25 moves of theory from home.
Right.
The same with Andy.
Yeah.
Andy does that as well. So again, this is a battle of some of the best prepared players in the United States right now.
Sure. I remember studying this a long... What? Mm-hmm. What? Did he just play h6?
h6, yep.
h6 is on the board.
Wow. Okay, because the idea is that you want to follow up with queen h5. The knight g5 is a prelude to queen h5. h7, h6. Just a second. Sorry, am I having a brain infarction? This capture...
You certainly can do that, yes.
Is...
Explored.
It
very
has
theoretical.
been.
Yes, very, very theoretical. Knight to e4 probably is the main line right now, followed by queen to e8.
And bishop to g5.
And then bishop to g5, and then we get the
That
long.
was what I was thinking.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Again,
So,
has been played many, many times.
many times. So good to know. And instead, Andy very quickly said, okay, you're a pawn up, but knight e4, I've got pressure in the center. Bishop e7, queen g4, not so easy for you to castle. And keep your king in the center. So Andy's getting up as if, okay, this is what I prepared for.
Yep, I'm still in my prep, and now Abhimanyu is kind of signaling he's the first one
To have
who
a thing.
maybe doesn't really know or doesn't remember exactly how to continue now.
And that's because now it's very much a type of position where white has signaled already. Look, I've sacrificed my pawn. I'm going for a long-term type
Right.
of compensation, strategic compensation. I'm playing against, the locked right now bishop on b7. That block of pawns is quite immobile for the moment. I do have the space in the center given by that pawn on e5. I have the access to the d6 square potentially, but also it's okay. Let's wait and see. a5 was played. Okay, that's
a7, a5.
That's still very much a move that was played. Actually, no. Wait a minute. Is a5?
Yeah, tell me how many when they deviate or. Are
This
we
is
still
the newest game, in fact. This is the newest game
the latest wrinkle, huh?
between Rudik Makarian and Jakub Seaman, which both are grandmasters, one of them from Russia, the other one from Poland. Very young and very well-prepared grandmasters.
Wow.
So they're following that game, and it's the only game, at least in my database, that was played in this position. So a5, definitely a new idea, at least new on the horizon. And white has won, in fact, that game after a5. Queen to g4
Was the answer.
was played, yes. Queen to g4, followed by...
And by the way, Andy, I bet you dollars to donuts.
He just played, yes.
He's familiar with the game you're citing because he just played
it.
Queen G4. Also, without thinking, Kate, an hour and 33 minutes
He's just
for
gaining
Andy.
time. He's playing fast, gaining extra time.
Exactly.
And again,
Queen G4.
This is theory. You're basically saying that I'm trying to stop you from developing your bishop and hiding the king, putting your king to safety. If you do decide to go g6 and try to, stave off that pressure on the g file, then at least you gave me some dark squares.
Exactly. And where will the bishop
Some important
go?
dark squares, yes. And that pressure on h6.
No, G7, G6, not sure I like that move. Kate, obviously this is our marquee matchup for this round 6. tell us the rest of the pairings.
I think it's not just for the round 6, it's the whole tournament is waiting for this game to happen. Andy Woodward, not the leader, but the top-ranked player in the tournament against the leader, Abhimanyu Mishra.
And also the
big
top-ranked player, because they're the exact same rating.
Exact same rating.
So,
26,
they're both top-ranked, both up-and-coming juniors.
And then the other games, we have Bach and Go, who is playing also tremendously against Tani, Adewumi, who just has also fantastic games to watch for. Brewington Hardaway against Nico, Chasin. Kirk Ghazarian playing Evan Park. And Liam Putnam against Alice Lee.
A game between Brewington and Nico, by the way, it becomes a very big game. Nico is just blundering everywhere and against everybody, and now suddenly Brewington feels like, okay, I have to win this game to keep pace with the rest of the tournament leaders because everybody is defeating my opponent. Now, in the meanwhile, I see that Nico is the one who's gained 4 minutes on the clock. I'll just jump to that game and see what the players are playing. And it also looks like a Catalan. Yeah, it is, with Queen C2. And the players have quickly achieved still a very theoretical position. Black accepts the double pawns, anticipating that, well, he's got this nice development control in the center, and he's hoping, I believe, to keep pressure on the d4 pawn with knight c6. Keep an eye on this one. I wanted to ask you, Cristian, in the game between Andy and Mishra for just a moment, if we can go back to that moment when Mishra played the move a5. To my way of thinking, that's not an obvious move, and really maybe even an unusual move. Oftentimes, Black would play a7, a6 in answer to a2, a4. What's the idea behind that?
And that's exactly what the idea behind this a5 is the fact that I want to play the next move a4, and in fact stop you along the way from playing a4 yourself and starting to attack my pawn structure. Now, if you go a4 yourself first, saying that, okay, my pawn can no longer go to a6 to defend the pawn structure, the pawn complex on the queen side, I can go b4. And in fact, this gives Black a significant edge in the position. So you're not ready to attack that pawn structure with the move a4. That's why Black's idea is to go immediately a5, a4, but take a look at this.
Whoa.
Take a look at this, a4.
The players
Rook to d1 was played in the Rudik Makarian versus Simon game. No, we have a novelty. Knight to d6 check. Bishop takes d6, queen takes g7. That's the whole idea.
Of course.
And now this is the position that, that's an interesting choice by Andy, because there's only one way that you can continue with Black at this point. You have to defend the rook on h8, and you have to take the pawn on e5 in the meantime. You cannot allow the pawn to go to d6. So bishop takes e5, that defends the rook. You have to take back, and now you defend with king to e7. By the way, any other sequence of moves, it's losing for Black.
Pardon me?
Any other sequence of moves, if you don't take on e5 and go king e7, it's losing.
Wow.
Right now, yes. So if you try to go something like rook f8, allow my pawn on d6, and then go, okay, maybe I can go queen f6, not enough. This is not enough. I got your dark square bishop. I have the knight coming to e4. I have the pressure on h6. In fact, this is objectively losing. Bishop takes e5 was played. So Mishra already still knows exactly what to do. And king e7, exactly.
Wow. Again, the players are playing so quickly. It's all prep for sure, but a lot of us don't like our kings in the center of the board giving up castling rights.
It's still move 15, and I don't think this one finishes anytime soon. In fact, bishop takes h6 has to be played.
With a very direct threat of
And then once again, Mishra needs to know the only move in the position, which it's
Queen
a bit
G8?
easier to spot right now. Queen to g8, exactly.
Yeah.
Queen to g8.
So we're going to have a crazy situation of a 4 versus 2 majority on the queen side and a 4 versus 2 majority on the king side. whose pawns are more mobile and deadly in this one?
But the black pawns are more advanced.
Yes.
So they are a little bit closer to the promotion than those H2 F2 pawns.
Exactly. Okay,
You do have the two bishops as white,
just see
so
what
that's
would
something
happen.
to be looking forward to. For example,
Maybe
I
I
think
should-
even queen to g5 perhaps
Sorry,
is the better alternative.
exactly. Sorry, mishit with the mouse.
Bishop
Queen
g5 is perfectly fine as well, but I think
No.
queen g5 wins like an extra tempo.
Exactly. King e8.
No, you should definitely
No.
take on g5.
Because now
yes.
knight e4.
King e8, knight e4 is a big problem. Yes.
That is sweet. You're right.
So you have to keep the king outside of the e8 square, so most likely f8.
So king e8 only invites knight e4 to d6 with a tempo, so the king f8 makes perfect sense. Okay. And now I would love to play the move knight e4, knight d6, but I'm not sure I want to.
I am picking that pawn.
Yeah,
on e5
I want
after
to
knight
give
e4.
away that e5 pawn. So if I start with f4, then I might see the move knight e3.
And that's why it seems like perhaps you have to take on d5 first, and then go f4, and then we have this crazy-looking pawn structure for both sides. C takes and f4. I'm spotting ideas of f5 as well, opening up the avenues towards your king, but look at those pawns on the queen's side. They're ready. They're ready for promotion. I mean, imagine that pawn coming to d4 as well later on in this game.
Yeah. No,
They're very close.
They're
Those
very,
pawns
very
are
close.
very, very close to promotion.
I'm not sure I really like straightening out my opponent's pawns for just a moment. If I could play devil's advocate for here and see this position after knight e3, I'm sacrificing
Well, the thing is, I don't have to
exchange.
go knight e3, and in
Oh,
fact,
sorry.
I have a
What if I play
cheeky little
a3 here?
tactic. Exactly. Nicely spotted.
A3,
Yes.
I'm just targeting your
A3.
pawn on b2. I want to take your knight on c3.
Big problem.
Whoa. That's a great. I mean, in my mind's eye, I was dreaming to play the move knight e4, but a3 puts a kibosh on that. Hold on. This is, I mean, I can see that this is a game you would only enter after a great deal of analysis and preparation. Like imagine bishop takes, pawn takes, rook a1. Would you recapture like that? When have you seen the diamond pawn formation? It looks,
black
what a
diamond
game.
right
What,
there, yeah.
I knew that this matchup was going to be a great one, and the players are certainly delivering it. As Andy is facing the position, did he play queen g5?
No, I think he's starting to. This is the first
Well,
time
he needs to
he's
take the pawn
actually
on
taking
h6
time to
first.
figure out what he wants to do and how he wants to continue in this position.
And he hasn't captured on h6 yet.
So maybe let's check in with the seniors, with the leader Vladimir Akopian and his position.
Sure. I almost don't want to go away. It's so exciting. Vladimir, where are you? He is playing against Gregory Kaidanov, who really let one get away the other day. He was playing against Alex Onischuk. He had that wonderful Nimzo Indian position. Let's see. Vladimir has been playing the Karukan and the Scotch. The Slav is like a slow, a close relative to the Karukan with the pawn on c6. There are a lot of times you might transpose into,
Oh, taking immediately? Okay.
an exchange Slav. And I remember Vladimir Kramnik trying in his World Championship match against Bonn, against Anand in Bonn, to try to prove that the exchange Slav gave white an advantage. Vichy won that match. Knight a4.
So white is saying, I want to target that c5 square, I'm attacking your queen, and I want to bring my rook to c1.
But what is knight a4? Check. Queen d2 is a blunder. Oops.
Bishop d2 also hangs the pawn on d4.
I'm missing something. Black just won a pawn in broad daylight. No. I mean, in this position, I can well imagine queen d2 as being a very normal move. Knight a4, is it Gregory missed something? Queen b4 check.
I mean, if I have to come back with the knight c3.
Well, first
I
of
think
all,
he just wants to sacrifice, right? He wants to go bishop d2, queen takes d4, knight f3, and he believes he has enough compensation, but does he really have enough? Probably knight f3, right?
Pardon, where?
Oh, there's no knight.
There's no knight. There's no knight on g1.
Where's the knight on g1?
Let me explain to you what you might have missed.
Good
Knight
morning.
on g1 f3.
Good morning, St. Louis.
It went to e5 and it captured a knight, and the knights were off the board. No, this is a messed up move order. Gregory's messed up his move order.
It certainly seems like it, yes.
Wow. And tell us about the pairings for all the games in the seniors.
Yeah, let's take a look at round 6 in the seniors championships. Gregory Kaidanov playing Vladimir Akopian, the leader of the event. Alexander Shabalov against Jesse Kraai.
Big game.
Alexander Onischuk playing Joel Benjamin.
Another big game.
Then another Alexander playing Alexander Goldin playing Alexander Fishbein. And Stuart Rachels against Igor Novikov.
I'm getting lost with all of the Alexanders. But that fight for the second place on board 2, Shabalov versus Jesse, as well as the fight on board 3, big games. But I'm looking at Gregory, did he think he had, I don't know what he has overlooked here. Because knight takes c6, b takes c6, gift me the pawn, queen d2, protecting the pawn, would have been the most sensible. Queen d2 followed by knight a4 makes a great deal of sense, but knight a4 immediately, and
You're right, queen b4 just looks very good.
we're winning material as early as under 10 moves. And for Vladimir, it feels like he's being gifted an advantage with the black pieces. All right, let's just, because we're here, let's check in on Shabalov and Jesse Kraai. They're in the early phases of a French defense, very theoretical battle, and finally Alex Onischuk and Joel Benjamin. We just saw, this looks like a Queen's Gambit declined with bishop f4. Okay, so c5, e3 takes. Now we're getting one of those isolated queen pawn positions, which is turned into a hanging pawn position. D takes c4, castles, and it really feels like one of those Karpov systems again in the Queen's Gambit. Anatoly Karpov often played these defenses as black, where he gave up his dark square bishop. And Katya, where would you like us to go?
Maybe let's check in with the women's seniors and
Yes.
the leader Angelina Belakovskaya against Ivona Jezierska.
Yes, and big matchup as Angelina's tied for first, but Ivona is one of those players just on the outside looking to upset her opponent. We have a same-ish King's Indian defense. One of my favorite ways of meeting the King's Indians was the same-ish, and this very early knight c6 by Ivona. She's basically trying to
Provoke, right?
Yes.
This d5 push.
Yes, exactly. So you can you can have a lot of fun kicking this knight all around. White has this huge center, but also some responsibilities to protect it with moves like c7, c6, and knight c5, attacking the pawn on e4. Black gets her counterplay as well. It's more common to play knight e2, and then, for example, after castles, bishop c4, a7, bishop e3, pardon me, a7, a6, and the line continues like that. And now that we're here with the women, let's go also to Natalia's game. She has the black pieces against Alexei Root. is this a Caro-Kann? Well, actually transposes to a Caro-Kann with the early bishop to g2. This is still very, very theoretically well known. Knight c3, bishop g5, rook on e1 are White's pre-moves, if you will. Knight c3 being the most common.
Maybe we can jump in now to the girls' juniors championship and the leader Rachel Lee, because she is using a move that has been played here in a different round.
But that was with c2, c3. So I don't like Iris. So we had seen that approach c3, g5, right? Remember this
Whose
whole...
game was it?
Yeah.
I think it was the junior boys.
We had seen a line like this that had recently been played in the competition in Bled, Switzerland. Pardon me, Bled, Biel, Switzerland, my apologies. But a2, a3, not quite sure what that move is, g7, g5. Now this move looks stronger when in the previous games White has played c3, d4. The d4 pawn had been well supported. With a3, I mean, normally speaking, you might play something like c4 and knight c3. But g5 is basically a slap in the face. Rachel is saying, I'm coming to get your king side. I'm going to make a flank attack. And it's not easy to counter-strike in the center.
Right, and Black is ready to long castle when necessary, because we already have the light square bishop out, so only the queen needs to get out.
Right. So g4 followed by h5, bring the queen out, and just as you described it, castle. And Iris is going to be under a very serious attack. This is not a joke. These attacks are very difficult to handle, and you make a bad move like h2, h3, and suddenly your position gets blasted open.
I'm really curious what this move a3, what's the idea? Like, you want to play b4? Or just want to make sure the bishop is not going to get locked after b5, knight a5?
Right. I think that's the primary thing, is that Iris was thinking that the move bishop d7 was planning to trap and capture her bishop. So she was thinking, okay, well, I'll just play the move a2, a3 to preserve the bishop. She could have preserved the bishop better with the move c2, c3. I think she simply missed or didn't appreciate how very strong this move g7, g5 is as a response to a2, a3.
Both of us really like this idea of g5, but look at the engine. The engine is saying White is totally fine. White is better.
Well, yeah, the engine likes to defend. We don't, right, Cristian?
Let's go back to the juniors for just a second, guys,
Sure.
because we have some really hotly moving situations in this one. Bach versus Tani. Tani is in the chasing pack right now, half a point behind Abhimanyu. So this one is a huge game as well. Bach has been playing a tremendous tournament so far. 3 victories, 2 losses, if I'm not mistaken. He hasn't made a single draw so far. So he's definitely having a very combative style going into this one. And, you know, coming in it as the lowest seed, lowest rated player in the event, the other players are trying to beat him as well.
Exactly.
That opens up a lot of possibilities and a lot of flashy games. Now, take a look at what's happening in this one. This is the line that you prescribed, and you were saying that Black is starting to play this type of line quite often, this pawn sacrifice after b5, e5, knight d5, knight takes b5, knight to b6, and saying that my pawn structure is completely shattered as Black. But what I do get in return is this beautiful long diagonal for my bishop later on, and something to do with the pawn on c4 and the space advantage as well that offers. Knight to c3, knight to c6, and bishop takes c4. This is a move that is not being played very often. Generally, White just simply goes bishop to e2, tries to take things slowly, castle, and then start corralling this pawn on c4, knight to d2, and try to get to that pawn like such. But what he did was bishop takes c4, which is considered to be a very forced line. But also black needs to know it. And it does seem like Bach is the player that's a bit more prepared in this one. Knight takes c4, queen to a4. You have only one move to stay in the game. Well, you can also go bishop to b7 in this one. But generally players play knight to a5. And now white really needs to be careful. And by careful, I mean he really needs to know his stuff. Because if you miss a beat, then you're a piece down as of right now. So you have to go for d5. You have to go for the compensation and the break in the center, like such. d5, this is a position. I'm a bit worried about Tani's time expenditure right now. He has been spending a lot of time. A couple of ways you can play this one. You can immediately give up the piece with bishop to b4, d takes e6, bishop takes e3, b takes e3, and then maybe go for the counterattack with queen to d3 and bishop to a6, like such. Bishop a6, now you're a piece down, but you have some compensation in the position. And in fact, it does seem like you might have enough compensation in the position for equality as black. But the main line is e takes d5, and it has been played only 3 times. Bishop to g5, couple of ways. You can stop that, bishop to e7 or f6. If you go bishop e7, take with the queen or with the king. And now we get all sorts of crazy situations. These interlocked knights are definitely not going to have a tremendous life because b4 is coming and you will most likely lose one of those knights. But white also gets the attack via rook to d1, a lot of pressure on d5. It doesn't seem easy to play for black. I don't like this option for black. So in this case, maybe you can take with a queen, knight takes d5, and queen to c5. But then you really need to know what you're doing in this position because
for sure,
it's a completely wild affair. Maybe you get enough compensation or maybe you don't, right?
Right.
So if you haven't analyzed this in a while, you might get a bit confused. Let's see what has been played. d5, e takes d5. We're expecting the bishop to land on g5 shortly. You don't have any other moves, by the way.
There's no other move.
No. You have to keep going with your forced play because otherwise.
So if I castle.
Well, let's count the pieces. You're a piece down.
Oh, I'm piece down, not a pawn.
You're a piece down.
Right.
Yes.
Then that's unfortunate.
That's why you have to start with bishop g5. Again, you just sacrifice that piece. Bishop takes c4. Black decided to keep it with knight to a5. But right now you really have to play strong, forced, decisive moves such as bishop to g5. And I'm sure Bach knows it. I mean, he wouldn't go for this if he didn't have good preparation.
For sure. But the double-edged line for sure. Big game.
Very double-edged.
And statistically speaking, Kate, who's going to win the tournament now after 5 rounds of play?
Let's take a look at pie charts. Because that's our favorite part, looking at Ben Underwood's work.
And criticizing Ben Underwood's
That's also our favorite part. So chances to
pastime.
win the tournament, pre-tournament in the girls' junior, it's only Rose Atwell, Zoe Tang, and Rachel Lee who have the biggest chances, but Rose Atwell as the clear favorite. But let's take a look what happened because she did lose in the first round, and Rachel Lee is taking the lead with 39.3%, and she only keeps on increasing it because she kept on winning. She had a streak until round 4.
Yeah, she was winning game after game and only drew her 5th round, as you can see.
Wow,
she's taking
68.7% chances to win the event. That's huge.
A draw. Then came round 5 and a draw. And her percentage even increased.
Wow, but Zoe Tang is only half a point behind her. And she is the defending champion, Zoe Tang. Only 17.1%. I don't think she would be happy hearing those statistics.
Yeah, me either. And statistically, for the juniors?
The juniors are about 2 names, Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra. Pre-tournament, Andy 38.8% chances and Abhimanyu Mishra 35.6% chances. But as the tournament progressed, we don't see much changes with these 2 leaders. We see Tani increasing his chances, but only to 5.2%.
But then when Mishra went on a streak of wins.
So after round 3, Abhimanyu, Mishra, and round 4, he only increased his chances to 46.2% chances to win.
Brewington at 2.8, that's strange. I really thought he would leap up a bit. And here
then
we have
winning
it.
in round 5 for Abhimanyu, Mishra, 62% chances to win. And Andy Woodward, he's only half a point behind him, but statistically speaking, it's clearly favoring Abhimanyu big time.
Yeah, and it goes to show how important that game today is. Andy needs a win. And if we jump to the senior women.
Pre-tournament favorite Angelina Belakovskaya, 42.2% chances to win. And defending champion Natalia Tsodikova behind her with 24.1% chances.
And slowly, after round 1, still Angelina's looking great.
I mean, Angelina keeps kind of increasing her chances, but Natalia, she's still there.
And Jennifer Smith, who was doing fabulously in the tournament, she had 2.5 points. Statistically,
she was the leader at some moment, and
exactly.
she only reached 1.2% chances to win.
That's terrible. And Angelina's getting more and more. And then after Angelina won again in round 5, she's looking very good. 2 big games going on there today. And finally, in the seniors.
Seniors is favoring pre-tournament Alex Onischuk with 33.4% and Vladimir Akopian 32.1%, and then everybody below 10%. So this tournament is statistically speaking about these 2 names.
Right.
Alex Akopian taking the lead after round 1 because he won his round and increasing chances to 46.4% chances.
In fact, Akopian won his first 3 rounds and was taking a commanding lead until that round 4 when he got stopped by stung actually by
but wow,
Shabalov.
look at this, 0.1% chances after round 3. That's really huge.
But Shabalov with a victory pulled him back to earth a little bit. And 54.5%. He won again though, giving him 4 out of 5.
So it's Vladimir Akopian, 75.2% chances, and Alex Onischuk, 17.7. That's big difference.
Huge.
Wow.
Huge, actually. Nice. Thank you, Ben Underwood. I'll echo the sentiments of Alex Fishbein, the defending champion. Hey, I've got to have more than 2% chances of winning, don't I? Yes, you do, Alex. Looking at the game of Tani and Bach, just a second.
So we have Bishop G5 on the board.
It did. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure he did play it. There's really no choice. And again, Tani actually has 3 choices here. First is just to block the attack, but then we're expecting after Bishop G5, Bishop takes E7. A much more challenging approach, in my view, is like you attack me, well, let me return and I attack you. Now, keep in mind, White,
White is piece down,
a piece
right?
down to begin with. And
by the way,
basically,
that's the only move against F6.
You have to sacrifice a second piece with the move castles, so that after takes on G5, and in case of Queen E7, we do have Rook takes D5, winning back one of our sacrifice pieces.
You got one back, yes.
Yeah, but Cristian, one of the things I was really surprised about is I inadvertently made a mistake and included the move E takes F6, G takes F6, and I was going to castle, but the engine, I saw my chess thermometer go through the floor. And why was the inclusion of the pawn trade so devastatingly bad?
It's actually very simple, because with the inclusion of the pawn trade, if you go along throughout this line, I take your piece on G5, you take on D5.
Yeah.
I gain an extra square, and that is F6 for my queen, which will lead, after Rook takes A5, to Queen F4 as well. And I'm exchanging the queens. I'm an extra piece already in the position.
Gotcha.
If I manage to exchange the queens, then obviously I'm going to be in a winning position. So It's really bad if you take on f6.
Gotcha.
Surprisingly so, though, because you take on f6, you open up another file towards the black king, right? The rook comes to e1 with a check.
Isn't this great?
It's just not good. It just doesn't work. You don't have enough pieces, so you have to keep that pawn on e5 so that you can control that square f6 for the queen. It's all about trying to destabilize and get as many squares away from your opponent as possible in this position while continuing your attack against the king.
And again, you know, I'm a materialist. I love it when I'm a piece ahead. Bishop e6, yeah, I kind of understand that you've got captures and rook e1 on your agenda. Full compensation according to my chess thermometer, but again, it's something that you've got to approach concretely.
There's something that you need to know.
Yeah.
But, you know, the reverse of the coin is available as well, is present as well. If you don't know as black, you get checkmated.
Good point.
So, sure, you have a piece up right now. You can maybe even get more than that.
So,
but once you're out of theory and you make a bad move, then you're in big trouble.
So, for example, e takes f6, queen
Such
d7?
as that. Queen d7 is already a very bad move.
Really?
A very natural move, by the way.
Yeah, I was thinking...
Knight takes d5.
That's supposed to be illegal.
Correct.
I specifically played queen d7 to stop you from playing.
Knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5. I'll give you a check on e1.
Okay.
And after king to f7, rook to e5.
Oh my goodness.
And this is borderline winning right now for white.
Rook e5, what a move.
What a move. I'm 2 pieces up and you're giving me a rook.
Inviting the black knight to take the rook so your knight can land there.
That's a royal fork. Oh my goodness. Rook. And if I don't take the rook, well, you're going to take my bishop and then...
And then you don't have the light squares either. And then your king on f7 will become a target, huge target. The knights are still interlocked, the superfluous knights.
Superfluous knights, yeah.
And you're just simply in trouble.
I am. What a line. Oh my goodness. Okay, how deep has Bach's preparation gone? He's played the move bishop g5, and Tani has to decide.
He's not sure how he wants to continue. So what if I go queen d7 here?
Yeah, that's absolutely a great move. I'm assuming I'm castling like before, wanting to play rook takes d5 and rook takes e5. It's strange, but it feels like these knights, eventually I'm going to have to give one back, unfortunately, right?
Yeah. I'm happy like the king is no longer pinned, but I still don't see good squares for my black pieces.
Mm-hmm. A different approach, queen g4, I'm just a little bit, I'll have to show it. I'm a little bit afraid of knight takes d5.
And if I take her queen for free?
Yes. Oh no, my queen, as Eric Rosen would say. Knight takes c7, check and mate, thanks to the bishop on g5 patrolling the e7 square. Yeah, wow.
This is a wild situation right now. I mean,
crazy.
This is one of those lines where we, you know, sometimes just keep an eye out for like 5 to 10 minutes. We see that nobody plays it.
Right.
And then we just forget about it. And then somebody plays it every 5 years.
Right.
And then you realize it's not that easy because it's so complex, right?
Exactly.
And especially with the emergence of these new engines and how powerful they got, some people just gravitate towards these type of situations where, by the way, if black knows exactly what they're doing, they equalize.
Exactly.
Maybe they even have a slight advantage, right?
Even.
But if you don't know the most precise moves, you can get yourself in deep, deep trouble.
Great. Thank you, Cristian. As we stay with the juniors for just a moment, I would be remiss if we didn't check in on the game between Andy and Mishra and the players of slowly getting to that position that we had on our boards. Essentially, in this exact moment, I had tried for Andy the move queen g5 check, queen takes g5, bishop takes g5, just mentioning the incredible imbalance of 4 versus 2 pawn structure for white. I desperately wanted to play f4 and f5, even at the cost of an exchange with knight e3, but my my senses were cleared after the move a for a3, undermining the knight on c3. That was a great move by yourselves, and it caused me to realize that I simply don't have time in this moment to play the desired f4.
So you have to take on d5, which changes the structure dramatically.
Yeah.
In the position. By the way, this is a great success, if you might, for Abhimanyu. 1 hour and 31 minutes. Andy 1 hour and 1 minute on the clock. So Andy definitely does not remember, or perhaps he did not go as deep as the position suggests. And Abhimanyu did. Mm-hmm. He just simply knows the position better. And right now it reflects on the clock, it reflects on the confidence of the players as well. You can see Andy is like, what exactly was my preparation? Like, is this really my preparation where I'm just in a slightly worse endgame?
Right.
This is not a success for white. Definitely Abhimanyu is feeling confident at the moment. And look, if he wins this one with the black pieces, he got an imbalanced position. He got 30 minutes up on the clock.
Right.
If he wins this one, I'm not going to call it the championship.
But in many ways.
It could very well be
Yeah.
a championship winning result. So queen to g5 was played. We're expecting...
But by the way, I mean, if I just played this position in the style that Andy approached the game from the start, he was saying, I want to play a gambit. Essentially, I want to play a gambit. So let me be my provocative gambiting self. Want to play the move knight e4. Again, I really am aspiring to f4 and f5. If you take, not sure whether or not I want to include knight c5 or knight d6, but I just wanted to see some position like this, because it's, without the queens, I'm just not sure I have sufficient attacking resources. Like, the king may look vulnerable on f8, but if I can't make a check, and
I'm a couple of pawns up.
Well,
actually, just one.
But
one pawn up. Yes.
But you were right to imagine that it was more than one, because it looks.
Look at the block of pawns. The block of pawns on the queen side. I mean,
yeah.
But Yasser, if you move back, I think if you go knight e4, I'm not going to capture the pawn. I will continue with that a3 idea.
a3 in
because
this position.
I just want to continue with my pawns, b4, c3. So I want to clear that b2 pawn.
All right. I don't want to take. That would only help you get a grip on the queen side. Maybe I'll try to break up the team over here.
Okay, but now I take on b3. Get rid of my double pawn.
Yep. I hear you.
b4.
Oh, just locking things down.
Yes, and then playing c5, c4.
Wow. Okay, but I'll jump in. Knight f.
Bishop a6.
Yeah. Oh dear, I can see that my chess thermometer does not like my approach. And I can see why, too. I mean,
it's just really fast.
Yeah.
Either taking that pawn, or c5, c4.
Again, I'm getting my knight to this beautiful square. I've got my bishop on this beautiful...
But you need a queen there, right? Queen
right.
f3 or some more pieces to attack the king, because the king is a bit exposed, but there are just not enough pieces to punish him for
Precisely. That's exactly it. Wow. And why is this game so critical? Well, just look at the standings and you see immediately why.
In the junior section, Abhimanyu and Mishra clear first, but only half a point ahead of Andy Woodward. So Andy wants to win this game, and then he becomes the sole leader.
And leapfrog and hope that Tani doesn't win his game as well. Even though, you know, this is round 6 and we're at the halfway or past the halfway, we're running out of rounds.
Yeah, only last 3 rounds after this round.
Exactly. Other games we haven't checked in on, I'm going to stay with the juniors. I'm going to go over to the game between Liam and Alice Lee. Yesterday, by the way, I was over there at the chess club. And what do juniors do during their rest days? Well, of course, they play blitz.
Blitz and bullets and
bullet
bug
blitz.
house.
Exactly. And guess who was there with them as well? I wonder Liang was in there throwing some patties. Picking up from Alice, how did they get here? Because I'm used to this bishop being on the E7 square, not necessarily on the C7 square. So let me just go through the opening phase rather quickly. So it is Gioco Piano with H6. Okay, just a little different approach, but okay. Everything starts to look a little bit normal, and now I understand how Alice got her bishop to the C7 square. It's not a Philidor defense with D6 on move 2, but a Gioco Piano. Bishop C7, and I'm going to check in on Kirk and Evan. Uh-oh, this is Queen's Gambit decline. Carlsbad setup, but B5, B4, very aggressive approach by Evan. Kirk looking just to expand very nicely in the center with E4. Evans just played the move B5, B4, driving the knight, I would imagine, to the A4 square. Now, if you do take, queen takes, it does feel like white is the one for choice, right? Because
this is what white wants, right? Putting pressure on the C file, on the C6 pawn.
That's right.
The knight on A4 is targeting the C5 square, and as you are mentioning, the knight from G3 is looking at this beautiful F5 square.
Yeah, from Black's point of view, Evan needs to play the move Rook C8 and C5 to try to equalize. And finally, there's one game.
But by the way, we have a move.
Yeah.
Kirk first took on A6. Is there any
white?
difference? Yes. Right now he took bishop takes A6.
Pause. Obviously, my intention is to recapture on A6, which Evan has done. But you do...
We want to consider, right? Taking the knight?
Absolutely
taking
consider.
The pawn on B2?
Right, because after all, that pawn, players like Levon Aronian would say, if I could maintain that pawn on B2 with a move like bishop A3, I would happily sacrifice an exchange. He didn't do that. He did, in fact, recapture on A6 right away, and we do have this position. And maybe from Kirk's point of view, after knight A4, he's done himself a favor by maybe misplacing the rook on A6 for a moment, like what Kirk has done. And let's see, do we have Brewington's game against Nico? When we left it,
that one is... It feels like it's going to fizzle out very soon. I think Nico just knew his theory very well. And equalized. Equalized without too much effort.
And he didn't, or he did remember it this time because, yeah.
He certainly did remember it this time.
Bishops of opposite color, 4 versus 4, 1 versus 1. It definitely looks completely even, and Brewington knows it. Again, Nico has just been, giving away some points. He didn't have to. But Cristian, tossing it to you.
Some more moves in this one. Bach versus Tani, just to catch up with the players, because again, we know how crucial and how concrete the situation is for both of the players. After a long think, Tani decided to go for bishop e7. So no f6, no crazy stuff. We're not going to go into those type of lines where white sacrifices another piece. No such thing. I want to keep the position as simple as I get, is what Tani is saying. So he plays bishop to e7. By the way, the only move that was played in a real-life situation, in a real-life game. Bishop takes e7, queen e7, knight d5, queen to d8. And a long castle has been played, bishop to d7, and right now, queen to f4 has to be played in the position. I'm completely shifting my strategy. I don't want to be in the action of your bishop on d7 with a potential discovery attack, so I want to get towards your king. Now, if you go castle, Knight to f6 is going to come. Yes.
Yeah.
Knight to f6, take, take. Now, the only way to defend against mates is try to get my knight to defend either that g7 square or cover it with knight to g6. So you start with knight to e7. Now, you might be thinking, if you go here and then queen to h6, I'm mating you. No, nope. Because now my knight on g6 is cutting the action of your queen as well, defensive action, so you're in trouble. Knight to e7, queen to h6, knight to f5. We might be seeing some crazy stuff like this. By the way, you have two moves that keep you in the game right now. One of them is queen b8.
Not obvious.
Okay, what's the idea of queen b8? Just running away with the queen?
Queen b8 is a very funny move. The fact is that, I guess you, after rook takes d7, you want to go knight to c4. This is the only trick in the position. Knight to c4, attacking the knight and the pawn on b2.
Right.
That's why the queen is on b8. Knight takes c4 and queen b5.
Amazing.
And now I'm the one attacking you.
Coordinating and defending the knight on f5.
Oh my goodness, I'm looking through these lines. They're absolutely insane.
What a...
The other move, which is a bit more casual, I guess, is h6.
More casual.
More casual approach. h6, queen to f4, queen takes f6, and we get into this one, in which, by the way, the line does not finish.
And Bach is reaching for his queen. He's played it just as you
Queen
prescribed.
f4, yes. He still knows exactly what he's doing.
That is a crazy line.
This is a very important moment because the more I think about it, the more I'm putting myself in Tani's shoes. And he doesn't, supposedly, he doesn't know the position right now.
He's about to
Did he go straight into castle and allow that knight
he
f6?
was lurching for... if you don't...
Are you not concerned that knight f6 might checkmate you? Like,
I'm sure he is. Wow.
I'm a bit concerned.
Across the board, I've got to say, we're having quite a round. I knew it was going to be fireworks. I promised that in our opening. And
exactly.
E6.
This is what I was expecting. Bishop to e6. I did not expect him to go into that knight f6 line because it's
too dangerous.
It's so dangerous.
Yeah.
Do you see those queen b8,
No.
knight c4 ideas? I mean, that's just wild stuff right there. This makes much more sense from a practical perspective. This does allow white to get the queen. Knight to f6 check, g takes f6, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, e takes f6. We get into this crazy position.
Two minor pieces.
Two minor pieces. How many pawns do I have?
And
Two
a rook.
pawns. But I do have the queen that's ready to attack you, and I'm not 100% sure where the king is going, right?
That's right.
It's definitely not castling.
That's for sure.
So for the moment, it's staying in the center. I have ideas. First of all, you have to defend against queen takes e7.
Right.
In some instances.
Yeah.
So most likely rook to d6. This is just a better position for white. You're going to suffer in this one to equalize. So right now, bishop to e6, it does seem like Bach has achieved exactly what he wanted out of the opening. He has a significant time advantage, and he has a better position. He managed to outfox his experienced opponent.
That's why, thank you, Cristian. That's why the opening preparation is so crucial at the highest levels, getting those advantages. And as we're getting ready for a commercial break, not yet, sorry, not yet.
Then maybe we will check with the girls' junior, with Rachel Lee against Iris Small, because Iris started to play a little bit passively, I felt. Let's take a look how she reacted to that G5 move.
Yeah, then she kind of realized that, wait a minute, after the move G5, she's not, definitely she can't stop G4. H3 would just be actually helping Rachel just open up White's king. So she's going to have to drop back with the knight. So she did what I expected her to do with the move D2, D3. But then right here, after bishop, I don't like her decision to play bishop E3. That is like being too compliant.
So what's the problem with this move, bishop E3?
Well, it's more like Black is going to do just what you've prescribed. Develop the queen, castle. And then it's going to be a splat. I think you've got to stop, essentially, Black from, you can't just give her a free hand on the king side. And f4 with the idea maybe you could close things down with f5 is the way I think you have to go. The problem that I have with her decision, Iris played the move bishop e3, is either you can play your queen f6 and castles, or you can play this queen h4.
But queen h4, queen d2?
Queen d2.
Because I may still go for this f4 move, and now f4, let's say.
Okay, so you're giving me a possibility of g3 and bishop h3? Oh boy, do I need to do that, or do I just
But you have to be a little also careful about me playing knight f3, and suddenly my piece is being developed.
Well, time out. Hold on. Before you get enthusiastic about your position, consider this, Kate. You've got a rook on a1 and a knight on b1. You've got a knight on e1 and a rook on f1. Your pieces are all kind of on the first rank. And Black, whether you play g3 or not, or include moves like f5 or knight f6, Black is the one who can open up the king side at will, and your pieces are still, your knight on g1 in particular is not inspiring me. Did I do something? I castled, you played f4. Let me just see about this. If I take, I hate bringing your offside knight back into play. My idea, of course, was just to open up the g file and try to attack you like this.
But now knight c3. But by the way, we have Tani in the confessional room. Let's take a look.
All right, let's go to the confession.
Hi, my name is Tani. I'm playing no Bach. I'm Black. It's probably third time I'm here. Yeah, just crazy preparation from him. I thought I would surprise him, but like, he just knows everything in the sign. I've never seen bishop c4, queen a4. Yeah, I don't really know. Position's like pretty crazy. I don't know if I might get a couple pieces for the queen, but I'm just so surprised that like it just knows all of this, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I wanted to go queen d7, but like after he launched castle, I think I'm just gonna get killed. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That like he knows this thing. Well, all right.
Tani coming to the confession and openly saying, me too, seriously, knight c6, this is all standard stuff, and everybody and their brother for years has been playing bishop e3 and bishop e2, trying to prove that the pawn on c4 is a weakness. Bach just took it.
Players can prepare for this event with specialties, with novelties.
And Tani saying, wait a minute, I never saw this before. Knight c4, queen a4, knight a5. He felt he was having to play all of these forcing moves. He never thought he had any choice about the matter. And after castles, bishop to d7, queen f4, he's saying, oh my goodness, I have fallen into some crazy preparation. And he's saying that he now knows that he's going to have to give up his queen for two minor pieces and a rook. And he's sitting there saying, how deep did my opponent prepare? Because he's worried he could be losing the game a loss. I mean, he's in a great situation right now. He's just a point behind Mishra, who's in first, half a point behind Andy, who's in second. He's fighting for the podium. And he might say, God, I could lose this position out of an opening? Oh my gosh. We think e5 takes d6, rook d6, rook d1, advantage for Bach, thanks to some fabulous preparation. Tani knows it.
But it's a queen for a rook and two minor pieces. So white also really needs to know how to continue because it can easily go sideways.
For sure. Problem for the moment is, well, obviously the superfluous knights. The knights, this knight in particular is really offside. Slide it from a5 to d5 and suddenly black's pieces are coordinating. And we do have e5 takes f6 on the board. And Cristian was saying that once you've played the move e5 takes f6, you're opening up the possibility of queen takes c7, and that was why Cristian recommended d6. And because this rook is kind of like a glue in the position, it blocks, it defends, and the move rook to d1 was very suggestive. You're right, if white dallies and allows black, I don't know, to consolidate.
Yes, queen like king d7 and maybe rook b8.
Exactly. If you allow black to develop and get the pieces going, can imagine. But there's some potency here with this pawn. Imagine I start going after that bishop on e6, something like knight to g5 with the idea of capturing it, maybe, getting a pass pawn going. We can still see, and also maybe on a good day, knight e4, knight c5. We can see that Tani still has a lot of consolidating.
He needs to figure out how his pieces can get some harmony and play together.
The more I'm looking at this, rook d1, as nice as it appears to my eyes, I'm also starting to gravitate to, unless you can, you're not going to snip a pawn. Are you? Please don't tell me that I have to defend against bishop takes a2.
Maybe I have knight d4.
Knight to d4.
Because you are moving away from the center, so I want to jump into the center and look at this royal fork.
That's a nice one. I'm probably having to step out.
And now I go with the other knight to c4.
Nice. Suddenly
I'm looking at bishop f5 ideas.
Well, in that case, why didn't you start with bishop f5?
Oh, I can start with that.
Yes. Oh, I don't. Oh, which means then I have to start with rook e1 and cover. Now I understand why rook d1 was necessary. Maybe the threat, maybe there is maybe knight g5 is simply premature. Okay, so rook d1 and king d7. So this is our expected line, and I can see from my chess thermometer that ever so slightly, white's position is being preferred. Cristian, gonna toss it in your direction. Lots of great games for this round 6. The players came back from the rest day full of vim and vigor, huh?
Well, it does seem like the juniors are sort of stealing the spotlight from everybody else right now, right?
Spectacular play.
But there's some intriguing stuff going on in the seniors as well, junior girls also. So we'll look at some of those games. Let's start with this one. Gregory Kaidanov versus Vladimir Akopian. I don't remember exactly when's the last time we checked on this game, but it was after knight to a4, queen to b4, and we were just discussing the idea that it does seem like Gregory might have just forgotten about this check on b4 because you're losing a pawn.
Yeah.
If you go queen to d2, you lose the piece, so that's not possible. If you go bishop to d2, which was played in the game, you lose the pawn on d4. If you go knight c3, you lose the pawn on b2. So that's your, let's say, menu of options that you have right now as white. He decided to give away the pawn on d4, e3, just to gain some speed in the position. You're playing moves that attack black's position, so you're not giving Akopian time to consolidate. Bishop to d7, bishop to a5, e6. This is what we have right now. But that extra pawn is so important. The problem without the pawn on d4 is that black will always have ideas of simply pushing, either with c5, that's going to open up, and my bishop on d7 is going to create new threats, and it's going to take away a lot of your squares.
Right.
And I don't have to hurry. Everything is protected in my camp. this pawn on c6, which you're sort of trying to tie your compensation to, is right now beautifully protected by the bishop on d7. So that's not going anywhere. You don't have a way to increase the pressure on that. So I'm liking Black's position. I think Akopian has a tremendous chance, if he wins this one, by the way, to extend his lead.
Wow.
Why am I saying that? Because Onischuk, at least one of the contenders that's within striking distance, is playing Joel Benjamin with the white pieces, and Joel is looking really good. I just feel like Joel probably has equalized, if not even slightly more out of the opening. He has this beautiful knight on the ideal square. I understand you're playing against the knight on e5, but I have my knight coming to e4 in the center as well. So I'm seeing a lot of coordination for Black pieces, coupled with the fact that the only weaknesses, at least structural weaknesses, that one of the sides can get to in the position is in White's camp. The pawn on c3 after rook to c8, the pawn on a3 after something like queen to a7. So I'm liking Black's position. I feel Black has the more comfortable position. It's equal, it's balanced, but Black has the more comfortable side of equality. So if Onischuk stumbles and Akopian wins, well, that's going to be a huge round for the leader in that one. Another player that seems to be sort of starting to warm up in this tournament is Rochelle Wu. Take a look at this game. Rochelle versus Chloe Gaw. And Rochelle is playing her beloved Sicilian. She won with the black pieces, in fact. Right now she's playing it from the white side. And it does look like she's having a nice position, nice attacking position, in which Black needs to be the one that finds the right approach to break in the center, probably with d5. The last move, perhaps a bit timid. Why not h5? Why not keep going? h5, bishop to h4, rook to g1, get the attack going against the pawn on g7. Queen to e3 was played. This is what we have. I'm liking, and this one is over, guys. Brewington versus Nico. Nico stops the bleeding, as we say in chess, after that very, very unpleasant result. He finally made a draw with the black pieces, and look, he had great preparation. Equalized without any effort in the Catalan. Brew, not very happy with this because he's in the chasing pack, but Nico played a great game.
Yeah, it always feels so uncomfortable, like your opponent has been giving up so many points, and then your opponent decides to play really well just against you.
And there's nothing you can do against it, and you just have to accept draw.
I know, Brewington saying, why didn't you play like this against my rivals? Why did you show up today? Exactly. And let's just stay with juniors for a moment, because, again, Andy Woodward and Mishra are two prohibitive pre-tournament favorites in the junior championships, are squaring off. At this exact moment in the tournament, Andy is trailing by a half a point. I don't say it's a must-win game, but yeah, in many ways it really feels like it. It is a must-win game. And by the way, the players played right down and into our analysis up to and including the move knight takes d5, a move I was really resistant to having to play, because I just feel like after e takes, c6 takes d5, I have to defend the e pawn. Okay, I'm not 100%.
By the way, also look at the clock. Abhimanyu and Mishra is already enjoying 30 minutes advantage.
Wow.
So it's not just the beautiful pawn structure, these pawns on the queen side really advance and pushing even further.
Right.
It's also like pushing on the clock.
Yeah, good point. Again, it's a 4 versus 2 majority on the king side in favor of Andy, a 4 versus 2 majority on the queen side in the favor of Mishra, but Andy's pawns aren't on h5 and g4 and h4, whereas Mishra's pawns are well advanced. And okay, the two bishops, I can see that the chess engine is saying that the two bishops advantage is, well, I think it's roughly even. What are we doing, Katja? We ready for our break?
Yes, we take a break and you get a chance to see how the juniors, how they feel about this tournament being different to experiences in playing different tournaments. So let's take a look.
See how
best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
Well, one huge component is that it's just one game per day, and that gives you a lot more time to maybe prepare for the next opponent, for example. And of course, the atmosphere, it's very nice. It's my first time in St. Louis, actually. So it'll be good to check out that Chess Hall of Fame and see like a place where so many other great players have played before.
One thing that's, of course, different is all the people are from America. When you play in different countries, lots of different players from around the world. They have different play styles, and some of them have the same opening trends, since like lots of them have like very similar, like typical coaches that teach the same types of openings. So I think in general, one thing about these tournaments is playing against all the American people. We have a pretty tight circle of chess players. So yeah, in general, I think probably just playing against the Americans is also pretty enthusiastic and fun for me to do.
It's by far the most prestigious event I've played in. I played the past 2 editions, and I think part of it's because, of course, you have the strongest players in the US playing, like all these great talents, and also the conditions are amazing. Playing hall is very nice. Everything's just done very well and very well organized, so it allows you to be very comfortable, which also allows you to play good chess.
It's much stronger. I would say this is definitely the strongest tournament I've played. I mean, even when you're playing very strong opens, like the US Masters, you'll still have a few rounds where you're playing like lower rated, but here everyone's a very strong player and everyone knows they're a very strong player, so there's that element. And also, it's different. There's more media coverage, for instance, like this interview. And I think it's overall a more polished and more, I guess, more high stakes tournament, I would say.
I think it's one of the biggest, kind of most important events because it's, you know, it's very hard to qualify for. It's a round robin, and kind of to see who the best young junior in the US is. You know, there's a very high prize fund. It's commentated by some of the best commentators. So I think, yeah, that's what makes it more special than just your average event.
The organization is stellar. You know, the conditions are perfect. The anti-cheating measures are the best in the world. You know, they provide a lot of beverages and snacks for the players, and everything is run really well.
I mean, it's a round robin, so that already is quite different. You know who you're playing in advance. You can prepare. I mean, also, I think the stakes are higher, you know, like you're fighting for a lot of prize money, and you're also fighting for a US championship spot if you are so lucky to win. So that's pretty big stakes.
This one is quite special because we have all of America's brightest talents playing, and we're battling for a spot in the US championship, which is a truly historic event. And yeah, I mean, I really hope to win it this time.
I mean, I think it's like the most organized tournament that I've ever been to. It's my first time here. I've been to St. Louis before, and it's like been amazing every single time. So I'm happy to be here, guys.
I was like thinking about this yesterday, and I think, you know, the US Junior tournaments are really nice because they give like an opportunity not just to like play against some of the like best like juniors, I guess for me, and then seniors for the seniors, but also to like be friends with them and like talk to them. And I think for most other tournaments, you know, the age range is very spread out. So when I'm playing at the US Women's, like there might be people from like say 13 to almost 50, but now like there's like 20 people that are around my age, and I think also as I've gotten older, the people have also like become more my age rather than so much older. So like now I'm just like with a lot of like people that are my friends, and I'm trying to enjoy that as well.
The 2026 Bipartisan Congressional Chess Tournament offered 7 students from the St. Louis Chess Club an unforgettable day on Capitol Hill. Before the competition began, they toured the U.S. Capitol, exploring its historic halls and learning about the people, artwork, and landmarks that have shaped the nation's history.
Ooh la la, look at this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, look at that.
The big dome that you see outside.
The big dome.
Wow. Amazing.
It's really cool. Wow, this is so cool.
The day continued as lawmakers, world-class chess players, and the students came together for the Bipartisan Congressional Chess Tournament in Washington, D.C. Hosted by Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri and Representative Wesley Bell of Missouri in partnership with the St. Louis Chess Club, the event brought together members of Congress, chess champions, and the students from the club's select chess program for a day of friendly competition and meaningful conversation.
And I have to tell you, as somebody that did not grow up playing chess, I am so proud of what St. Louis has become now as the chess capital of the world, in my view, but certainly of the United States. And that is in no small part to Rex Singfield, who's here. Let's give Rex a round of applause.
More than just a tournament, the event highlighted the powerful role chess plays in education. Throughout the day, students demonstrated the critical thinking, focus, and resilience that chess helps develop while competing against members of Congress and engaging with leaders from across the country. Congressional leaders were joined by renowned chess figures, including Grandmasters Firouzja Akopian and Yasser Seirawan, along with international masters Eric Rosen and Irene Sukandar, creating a unique opportunity for students to interact with some of the game's most respected players while sharing their own passion for chess.
My name is Emmanuel. I'm 14 years old. I think the funnest thing is to be able to play against all the senators and all the congressmen.
I'm Jonathan. I'm 14 years old. I think it's just fun just being able to like talk during the game just because it's not serious whatsoever. I've just had a ton of fun here, and it's been a great time.
Hello, my name is Marcus Silva. I'm 12 years old. Today was really fun because I got to play against a lot of really influential people in our country.
My name is Carter Furness. I'm 12 years old. Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club for sponsoring this trip and me getting this opportunity.
Hello, my name is Teddy and I'm 8 years old. And today was fun because we played a lot of games and I liked how I played with like Congress people.
Hi, my name's Asha. I'm 15. It's just been an overall great experience for me. Thank you for letting me come. So I'll remember this forever.
Hi, my name is Millie Furness. I'm 10 years old. I think today was really fun. I got to play chess against like the senators and I got to beat them up. So it was fun.
As the chess capital of the United States, St. Louis continues to lead the way in expanding access to chess education. Through the St. Louis Chess Club scholastic programs, more than 100,000 students are introduced to the game each year, building confidence, problem-solving skills, strategic thinking, and perseverance in the classroom and beyond. The 2026 Bipartisan Congressional Chess Tournament was a celebration of learning, leadership, and the lasting impact of chess. It demonstrated how the game can bring together people from different backgrounds and perspectives while inspiring the next generation to think critically, compete with integrity, and lead with confidence.
Zoe, welcome to St. Louis.
Thank you.
My goodness. It seems to me like you're a real veteran of this tournament. How many years have you been playing in this championship?
This is my 5th year now.
Wow.
And I remember playing here my first year and being like, wow, there's so many older girls here. And now I come back and I'm what, second oldest in the field?
What happened? Wow. Welcome to these national championships. What does this tournament mean for you?
This tournament means a lot to me because obviously, you know, I've been playing for a lot of years, and every year it's really nice to just come back, meet with friends, play in this really, really well organized, really nice, prestigious tournament. It's a lot of fun.
St. Louis is happy to have you. Thank you so much for coming. And when you think about this tournament, your goals, what are your goals?
I think I want to play well.
Yes.
That's most important. I want to just basically like try to use what I've been learning these past few months and then just really play my best.
Ooh, what have you been learning these past few months?
Trade secret.
When you have a tournament like this, do you play what we used to call training games to try to reenact being under pressure?
I do. Not necessarily for the pressure part though, more just to practice, like, you know, practice some openings and then practice just staying sharp.
Mm-hmm. Your biggest strength as a chess player?
I think I'm pretty good at playing under pressure.
Your biggest weakness as a chess player?
Am I allowed to not say that?
You're allowed not to say that. We're trade secret.
Yes,
We'll call it that. When you think about chess today, chess in the United States, it feels like we've grown, but at the same time, there needs to be more opportunities for women. There is the Cairns Cup that's coming up. If you had a brush and you could say, I would like to organize these events, what would they be?
I think I would organize more tournaments for girls and also like provide some sort of opportunity for girls to play in just open tournaments as well, especially with discounted free entry fees, something to encourage more of them just to play more chess.
Exactly. But are you saying a section for girls that they play against each other solely?
I don't think so, just like play with
Just
everyone,
open,
yeah.
But more encouragement for them to be here. Wonderful. When you think about the really big games of the tournaments of the previous years, what comes to mind for you?
Obviously last year, last round game against Jasmine, like I won that game to win the championship. That was very important.
That was huge, right?
Yeah.
And before that?
Before that, I'd say maybe still last year, my fourth round game, because I came off of 3 draws in a row and I was like kind of not feeling it. But then like I won a really nice 4th game and I was like, oh, maybe I can get my momentum back.
You know, I've always said, and maybe you'll disagree with me, I've always said that chess is a confidence game. When your confidence is high, it's like it can overcome a lot of weaknesses, right? It masks. When you have low confidence, when you're not feeling it, boy, then it just like you can't do anything right. Is confidence a big factor for you?
I think confidence definitely is very important. And so I try to, you know, when I'm doing bad or whatever, just reset after the game, forget about what happened, go into it as if it's a new tournament.
Yeah, and then how do you get that mindset? It's easier said than done to say, okay, that's in the past.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't have trouble sleeping.
Oh no, I always sleep very well.
Really?
Yes.
Pretty impressive. There was this, one of my favorite questions was asked of Magnus at a press conference. A young boy said, Magnus, when did you learn to stop crying after a loss? And Magnus said, well, what makes you think I learned to stop crying?
Exactly.
You can put it in the past. You can put it in the past. It happened. It's done.
Same here. I never said I don't stop crying after the games.
It's hard, right?
Yeah,
it's hard.
But it's like after you allow yourself that time to cry, then you try to get past it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Last question for you. If you had a word of advice for a young lady coming into chess, what would it be?
Really try to enjoy the game because there's so many fun parts of it. Playing itself, meeting other people, like there's so many fun parts of chess, and just really try to keep seeing that side. Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Perfect. Zoe, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you for having me.
world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org. Some stories aren't just about winning. They're about hope, resilience, and the extraordinary power of opportunity. This is the story of Tani Adewumi. In 2017, Tani's family fled Nigeria and arrived in New York as asylum seekers, leaving behind everything they had built. His father, once a successful business owner, took jobs as a dishwasher and Uber driver. His mother worked as a cleaner. Together, they lived in a homeless shelter in Manhattan. Then, something unexpected altered Tani's life forever.
So when I started playing, not competitively, but not seriously, it was actually in Nigeria. My brother, he made clay, paper, and matched together because he saw it in his school, so he decided that he showed it to me. And we just moved pieces around. We didn't really know what we were doing. At the point, we did not know the rules, so we just moved it around.
At just 7 years old, he discovered an after-school chess program at his public school. His talent was impossible to ignore. When his family couldn't afford the chess club's fees, his coach waived them, believing in a young boy whose determination was far greater than his circumstances.
I mean, there was really nothing to do at the time in the shelter, so it was just why not go for it?
Tani threw himself into the game. Within a single year of learning chess, he stunned the chess world by winning the 2019 New York State Scholastic Championship in the K3 division, defeating players with far more experience and higher ratings. The victory became an international story. World chess champion Garry Kasparov praised his achievement. Former U.S. President Bill Clinton invited him to visit. Supporters around the world donated hundreds of thousands of dollars, not only to help his family, but to invest in a remarkable future.
I didn't really think of that I'm really, really good. I just think of it that I have to get better because there's no perfect moment.
But success never changed Tani's character. Rather than keeping everything they received, his family gave back, donating a portion to the church that helped them and creating the Tani Adewumi Foundation to support children facing hardships of their own. Meanwhile, Tani kept climbing. He became a national master at just 10 years old, earning the title of FIDE Master, and continued collecting international master norms through elite competition. In 2025, he officially became an international master. Then, in 2026, he earned his first Grandmaster norm, another major step towards joining chess's highest ranks.
Advice I would give someone that's starting to play the game, the advice I would give them is how to move the pieces and then general strategies. Basically, they need a lot of hard work because hard work beats talent if talent does not have hard work.
His journey reminds us that greatness isn't determined by where you begin. Sometimes it starts in a homeless shelter. Sometimes it begins with a teacher who believes in you, a coach willing to open a door, and a child willing to work harder than anyone else. Tani Adewumi didn't just change his own life. He became proof that talent, perseverance, kindness, and opportunity can transform impossible circumstances into extraordinary achievements. And for millions around the world, his greatest move may not have happened on a chessboard at all.
Welcome back to round 6 of the U.S. Seniors and Juniors Championships.
We had a result while we were on break, and let's check our standings for the juniors.
Let's take a look. So the juniors section, we have a result. Burlington Hardaway drew against Nico Chasin. And we have the leader, Abhimanyu Mishra, still half a point ahead of Andy Woodward, Tani, Adewumi, and now Burlington Hardaway.
Little disappointing there for Brewington because he'd come in on the outside with 3 points, looking to make a score against Chasin. It didn't happen. No results yet for the junior girls, but
here it's still Rachel Lee with the lead, 4.5 points. Closely behind her is Zoe Tank.
Rose Atwell also lurking.
In the women's senior section, we have 2 leaders, Angelina Belakovskaya and the defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, with 3.5 points.
And the seniors, no results also there.
No results here. It's still Vladimir Akopian, the sole leader, with 4 points, but 3 players are behind him. He has this 1-point advantage, being happy about it, but Jesse Kraai, Alexander Onischuk, and Alexander Fishbein will try to bridge that gap.
Exactly. Jumping right into the games because we've got so many key matchups. The Andy Woodward versus Abhimanyu Mishra game is going at full throttle. The players have played some amazing preparation. We have very dynamic imbalance going on here. Andy played the moves I think were the best moves, but also the moves that I wanted to say I'm reluctant to play. He played the move knight takes d5, and this one really was a tough one because it undoubled Mishra's pawns, and it's led to that 4 versus 2 majorities for both players. Andy followed it up, in my opinion, with the best move, which is f2, f4, and Andy is looking to play the move f4, f5 against nearly everything. You can't play it against rook g8, obviously, but if you do play a move like b4, which I think was more or less
I like
our
that
key
move a3, but b4 is also an idea for sure.
Right. I'm going full throttle ahead with the move f5, trying to take advantage of the king
I need
position.
to move the king so we don't have any pins there after a capture on e6. So maybe king g8?
King g8. And here, I don't know if I should be moving my bishop. Like, how worried am I about these pawns marching up the board? Should I be moving my bishop from g5, trying to park it on what I think is a very good square in the center of the board, kind of, well, I don't want to say arresting the knight, but keeping the knight out.
And maybe that is the reason why Abhimanyu actually played the knight c5, not wanting the dark square bishop, as you said, like arrest him on d7.
Okay, so after the move f2, f4, Mishra, and again, Cristian, they're just fresh out of the opening, I want to say. At some point, their preparation has to stop. Mm-hmm. They have to just say, okay, I'm ready to play this position. And do you think they've had something like this on their boards at home?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely.
Most likely.
Up to and including queen g8,
especially
let's say.
Mishra, yes. I think you perhaps, okay, normally you should go on, even after queen to g8, and you should analyze its endgame, try to understand how to arrange your pieces.
Right.
Now, the way I read this one and what happened between Andy and Abhimanyu is that Andy probably had a lot of things to look at today. Not only the Slav, not only this variation. This is a variation that he probably prepared a while back, maybe not for this specific opponent, and perhaps for a completely different situation. A situation where he really needed to win, afforded to take some risks, because I think this is the style of this variation. You're definitely taking some risks, especially if Black knows what they're doing. That's exactly what Abhimanyu did. The same goes for Abhimanyu. Even though Abhimanyu probably knew more about this, because he was the one that dictated the entry into the Slav. So he had to look at all of these lines, right? He chose the Slav, he played the Slav, and had more knowledge about this specific variation. At the same time, right now, they're on their own. That's it. They're on their own. Maybe they know, they have some ideas about the details of this endgame, but they need to calculate, they need to understand it over the board.
Yeah. And again, the imbalances are so great. I really do feel like this is a game where a misstep can be so costly. I mean, just you don't necessarily have to play a blunder, just a second or a third best move.
Absolutely.
And,
this is a complicated position. I mean, the pawns on the queen side are running. White has to be precise. Black has to be precise. And we will stay with this game, Yasser, but I'm hearing that we have a player, Alexei Ruth, who visited the confessional room.
Oh, lovely.
So let's take a look.
Hello. Since the confessional booth is my favorite part of your show, I thought I should do my part and come into it. So I didn't know that she was going to play C5. When we played in 2023 and I played D4, it seems like she didn't play C5 so early. So now we have this isolated queen pawn position, but I think I'm still doing okay. I guess time will tell. And then I see there's a bunch of questions. Oh, random song stuck in your head right now. Seize the Day, because I went to see Newsies at the Muni. And that's probably all I have time for because she's probably moved. But thanks for your broadcast. I love it. I do watch it. I even watched it on my my extra rest day. Thank you all. Bye.
Well, a shout out right back to Alexei Ruth. Thank you for watching our broadcast. You're the one. Okay, there you go. And what she was saying is she's been a bit surprised in the fact that Natalia has chosen this isolated queen pawn position. But Alexei also said that despite being surprised, she's not unhappy. She's got, you know, first of all, a board full of pieces. When you're playing with the isolated queen pawn, you want as many pieces on the board as possible. And she's just played the move rook on f1 to c1. Not a bad move in and of itself, but in principle, I'd much rather have the rook on e1 and the other rook on the c1 square. Not a bad move. She's basically saying, don't you dare try to play knight to d5. I'll take it twice, and I'll make a discovered.
That rook is lurking, right?
Exactly.
That queen can be in trouble.
Yeah. The other thing that, from White's perspective, that she would really like to do is follow up with the move knight to e5. Once you establish the knight on e5, you really harness the pressure of the bishop on a g7. Maybe you also follow it up with a more active square for your bishop. So at the moment, I'm going to say the position's pretty balanced, and Natalia, with the black pieces, is going to be happy. Now that we're still with the women.
By the way, I liked how Alexei said, you know, the confessional booth, it's kind of part of the show that she's really a big fan of, so she wants to contribute her part.
Exactly. Thank you for doing that, indeed. And I didn't realize the questions included what songs go through your mind. Because,
seize the day.
Yeah, because for me, in my past, that has been a problem. Oftentimes I go through these phases where a specific album sticks in my head, and I really enjoy the music so much that sometimes it's like a bad recording. I can't stop thinking about it, and it cycles through your mind. I'm going to pick up the game of Angelina and Ivona for a moment, because Ivona's in a situation, it's kind of a self-made thing. You know, she provoked her opponent to sacrifice the exchange. It turned out to be a winning and brilliant sacrifice. Ivona has left some points on the table, and
also
right
that
now...
rook endgame against Jennifer Smith in round 2.
Oh, that was... That still sticks in my mind as quite the tragedy. A2, A4. it's a tricky moment in the game. Ivona's played the move c7, c6, which intimates, okay, I'm about to play the move b7, b5 and advance my majority on the queen side. And Angelina says, well, I'm going to stop you with the move a4. Well, the problem with the move a4, as many King's Indian defense players will recognize, is there's the usual answer of a7, a5. And what that does is it not only prevents b4, but in a sense, in a greater sense, it secures a future outpost for the knight on c5 because there'll be no b4. So it's like a funny move. Oftentimes in a King's Indian, you'll see it, black playing a6, provoking a4 and then answering with the move a5. I think we do have a move instead, not a7, a5, but do I have it right? Yeah, queen a5 has been played. By the way, stopping a4, a5 by white. I'm not sure the queen is ideal here on the square, but I think Ivona wants to play, for example, a move like rook d8, and quite possibly even knight h5. We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to take
Maybe
this?
let's stay with the women's seniors and let's switch to the game of Olga Sagalchik against Catherine Dodson.
Mm-hmm. Again, we're
There
seeing...
is going to be a pressure, or there is already pressure on the G file.
Exactly. We're seeing, again, what looks like a King's Indian defense. In this case, it looks like one that's gone wrong for black because, wait a minute, the pressure down the G file is intense. So Catherine could play the move knight G6, hoping like to turn the tables. A horrifying move would be the move castles here. There's a reason why the queen's
Hoping
on
to
F8.
put the king into safety, but guess what?
Yeah, you walked into
Unexpected
a nasty skewer with bishop h6. So I'm assuming knight g6 will probably end up capturing that bishop and maybe recapturing with the rook, getting a position now where I can castle. Isn't Olga a pawn up?
Yes. Why
This
is pawn
extra,
up?
I'm seeing this extra pawn on the queen side, and I think that this is just a nice position for white with this extra pawn and this ability to open up the king side when she wants with h4, h5. So Olga looking good in this one. Shall we turn to the seniors, where I'm going to pick up the action between Gregory Kaidanov and Vladimir Akopian. Vladimir Akopian coming into today's round with a 1-point lead over his colleagues, and never mind a 1-point lead. Let's talk about a 1-pawn advantage as well. As Vladimir is doing well. He came out of a exchange Slav, not an opening you expect white to lose a pawn in. But Gregory mistimed a move knight a4, and Gregory's still on the back foot. I think white is still trying to equalize in this game. Kate, where would you like to guide us?
Can we think a little bit more about
Sure.
this position? So yes, black has an extra pawn, but it seems like white has a grip on the position, right? You are not going to be able to push for c5. My bishop on a5 is, on one hand, a little misplaced because it's blocked. On the other hand, is controlling this important square on b6 and the whole diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
So it's my turn. So let's say I play queen e2, d2,
Queen
something.
e2, queen d2. Okay. My approach to the position is a little bit different than yours. I'm super happy I'm a pawn up. Let me be very, very clear. I understand what you're saying. You've got a grip on c5, maybe a grip on b6. I don't know. But I'm seeing a lot of minor pieces, and I'm not seeing a lot of minor pieces defending the king. So I would be very intrigued by the move e4. Let's say your bishop has to drop back.
To b1.
To b1, excellent square. Queen to e7.
Maybe you have even some tactical stuff with c5 and bishop b5.
At a certain moment, a c5 and maybe bishop b5, but at the moment when, if you had a knight on f1, I wouldn't be thinking about these types of attack, but I am seeing queen e5, maybe provoking f4. I'm just a little bit worried for Gregory that the pieces, whether they're controlling C5 or B6, are a bit offsides.
And I think that you guys are analyzing it in a very, very correct fashion, because this is exactly what White should try to stop.
Yeah.
White should go E4.
E4 himself.
Yes, which is not an easy decision in this
No.
one. Once you allow E4 for black, then exactly the Queen E7, Queen E5 idea, it feels like finally your pieces on the queen side are a little bit out of place, right, as White. So what you need to do is try to stop all of that and create this chaos, this tension in the center with the move E4, which I'm not sure was played.
I think Gregory actually played rook E1, maybe preparing E4.
He played rook E1, okay.
He did play rook E1, but at the same time allowing, well, I guess Gregory's intention is to withdraw the bishop, not to B1, but to the F1 square. And maybe, I don't know, he wants to post up this queen on D4 just to stop queen E5.
So can we play bishop B6 here?
Bishop B6?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you know, I'm such an aggressive attacking player.
Okay, G3.
I hate to be one who is telegraphing my moves, but
how scary is this? You know, okay, I go bishop D4 now. Finally, I rerouted my bishop to a better square.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit scared. Okay, so
sacrifice the bishop if you want.
Well, exactly. I don't like my bishop. It's funny. I don't like my bishop on E8. I would be sacrificing my bishop if it was attacking the pawn on H3 already. All right. So having suggested what I'm intending to do, which is bishop takes D3. Oh, you do have knight B6.
Yeah, I'm looking at that fork, but I don't think I'm on time for this move, since you do have bishop takes G3.
Well, one of the things I would be thinking about is going all in, and it's crazy because I'm already a pawn up, so I really shouldn't be thinking that I have to sacrifice all my goods.
Okay, I take.
Take. Munch. You do have a rook C2 siding in case of, yeah?
Block first.
I take, rook C.
There's knight G4 coming.
Exactly. This is kind of a ready-made sacrifice. But let's pause our analysis because Cristian has a special guest.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with Brian Woods, the director of classical music at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Brian, whenever people hear World Chess Hall of Fame and classical music, that's quite a dynamic interplay. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Of course. Well, thank you for having me. First of all, I'm happy to be here. You know, I sort of have my boilerplate reaction whenever I talk about chess and music, and a lot of it has to do with this overlap of all this creativity within a structure. You know, the idea of every chess game is going to be completely different, every live music performance is going to be completely different. But the reason that we have music at all at the World Chess Hall of Fame is because of Rex and Jeannie Sinkville. They just love music. They are huge supporters of music, both here in St. Louis and throughout the state of Missouri. So we started this music series about 10 years ago. This is my 5th season on as the classical music director, and we have these monthly concerts, both classical and contemporary, that are run by my colleague Brian Owens, and it's just these fabulous 1-hour concerts we have twice a month, celebrating music and having incredible performers from all over St. Louis and beyond.
Tell me a bit about your role, and I see that you're
there's
often
me doing
playing
my thing.
as well.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a pianist by craft, and so typically when I'm not working here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, I'm touring the country as a recitalist and soloing with orchestras. I'm very lucky to collaborate with a lot of the performers here. My role is to sort of curate these concerts. I work with artists both in St. Louis and those who tour and travel through St. Louis to put together these concerts, and I curate sort of the programs and I perform, as you see happening on the screen now, often with the people that we have come. But you know, it's a pleasure to work with such incredible artists, but also to be able to play for such an appreciative audience here in St. Louis.
Speaking of the audience, what can the audience experience whenever they come and attend one of the concerts?
Well, there's a lot to enjoy. I mean, starting at 6 p.m. before our 7 p.m. concerts, we have these artist talks that we're very proud of that have so much to do about talking about the repertoire. You know, my thing is no one should feel dumb at a classical music concert, right? And I think a lot of times people don't know what to expect because they aren't familiar with the repertoire or they don't know the name of a composer or something. So we take the opportunity then to allow people to come in, get a drink, sit down, hang out, and learn more about the music and the composers. And then at 7 p.m. we have our performance where you feel comfortable, you know what's happening in the concert, and then you hear top-notch performances from performers, like I said, both here in St. Louis, from the St. Louis Symphony, Opera Theater of St. Louis, the Ariana String Quartet, Winter Opera, incredible performances in this really cool environment on the 3rd floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Do the visitors get to meet with the performers as well before
Well, yes,
the show
of course.
or after the show?
Yeah, I mean, it's an intimate space, and I think one of the advantages of the space is that you feel like you're a part of that performance. You know, like going to see a symphony orchestra is great. You've got the big, over-the-top, like huge performance, but having this intimate space, you get to feel like you're there with the performers, and you're right, you do get to interact with them as well before and after the performance.
What are some of the upcoming concerts? Brian,
We're really excited to have, on August 20th, we have some visitors from the St. Louis Symphony who are coming to perform with me, a piano trio of Bedřich Smetana, who's a really famous Czech composer. And then in September 24th, the classical concert will be, it's called Songs of the Heart. It's all about a song cycle written by Robert Schumann and a violin sonata of César Franck, all from visitors from a fantastic opera singer here in St. Louis, as well as the assistant concertmaster of the St. Louis Symphony is coming to perform. So we have so much to look forward to, and these concerts sell out really, really quickly. So if you're in St. Louis, I always encourage folks to get their tickets very quickly. If you don't live in St. Louis, or if you're not able to get your tickets, we do live stream the concerts on both YouTube and Facebook. So we want to make them accessible for as many people as possible.
Brian, thank you for all you're doing and for putting together and curating all these experiences.
Great, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Always great to have you on show. And I just want to say, yeah, absolutely, it's such a wonderfully intimate space. You get to really have this experience where you're right next to the performers and you can really enjoy an evening.
We visited several concerts like that.
Oh yeah, no, I love it. I want to jump back into the games because again, we've got such fantastic games going on. The first one to just stop in and take a look at is between Bach and Tani. These players are just on the outside of our tournament leaders, Andy and Mishra. We're going to go to their game next. But it was that queen sacrifice, a queen and two minor pieces. Pardon me, a queen versus a rook and two minor pieces. And when we left it, really the players have been following our analysis up to including rook d1 and king d7. And I think this threat of bishop takes a2, I mean, Bach really does want to play the move knight g5. That would be a really nice move to liberate this past f6 pawn by capturing the bishop. He was worried about bishop takes a2. So he not only protected the bishop, pardon me, he not only prevented the bishop from capturing the pawn on a2 by protecting it, but also introduced another threat, which was knight e5 check. That precipitated rook takes d1.
I also like it's putting a grip on the two knights, right?
Yes.
The knights, they cannot easily move. One is pinned and the other has to be defending the knight on c6 because we have in our pocket this move knight e5, putting more pressure on the pinned knight.
Absolutely. So I was just looking, for example, do we play for after takes? Let's just say king c8, maybe there's a better move than that. Queen back to a4. And these knights are really darn clumsy because b2, b4 is on white's agenda. I still think it's easier to play with
You know,
the
and
queen.
Yasser, that is maybe the reason why I want to recapture with king on d1. Because I want to keep my queen on a4.
Okay, makes sense.
You don't have the move such as king c8, I believe, because if you play king c8, I may be just able to play b4.
b4, I can well understand why you like recapturing with the king, following it up with knight e5. This looks really good. Again, I think it's easier to play with the queen. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Go to our game between Andy and Mishra because this is such a complex position. The imbalances are so great. Last move by Mishra was to defend the pawn on e6 with the rook. I'm sure in Mishra's mind, he is really dreaming to drop the knight into e6, forking the pawn on e5 as well as b2. And Andy Woodward is got to come up with the goods here, to prove his two bishops and his majority are giving him an advantage.
But he's definitely doing a good job right now.
Is he?
F4, F5 was quite important to make, and right now what he can do is, in fact, just stop Black's initiative on the queen side with the move A3.
That was a move I wanted to play earlier, but I wanted to do it earlier before the knight got to c5 because I didn't know how I'm supposed to deal with this. Do I put my bishop on f6?
You don't have to do that.
I don't have to do that.
You actually don't need to defend that pawn, at least not as of right now. For example, you can go rook a to d1 right now. Not the only move,
Whoa.
Any stretch of the imagination. What I'm saying is that
So
you don't
if
really have a big threat in the position in terms of picking up any of my pawns. If you take on b2, and maybe this is the big thing after rook to d1, is that I can take on e6, and then you take with the rook, bishop takes d5. Boom.
Bishop takes d5.
Now the position opens up. Now my bishops are coming to life. And in fact, that king on f8, if a bishop lands on f6, it's not safe at all.
Yep.
In the position.
Gotcha.
So you have to be very careful about that. It's going to be somewhat of a race. And the thing about the bishop on g5 and the thing about the strength of the bishops as well, even after you took the pawn on b2, that bishop on g5 controls the promotion square of the c pawn. So
Okay,
from
and if I
afar,
take the rook?
you're very far from getting anywhere with those pawns.
So pawn takes and I take the rook. I understand it's not good, but let's see why. So you take rook takes f7.
Yeah.
I go king e8. Oh, there's bishop. Okay, then
I will
that's
take the
very
bishop,
simple.
yes.
Yeah. I'm not
Again,
playing a rook
look, this
down.
looks easy for us right now.
Right.
But this is not easy to calculate everything, right?
Yeah,
Both of the players could be attracted to this to these lines. So still plenty to calculate. And I have a feeling time is going to be of the essence because they've entered this endgame. Mishra already, on his first move, I think, spent about 30 minutes after his preparation finished, which tells us that this endgame is very complex. There's a lot of ways in which both of the players can play. You see this a3 followed by rook to d1.
Rook to d1.
You could start with rook a to e1, for example, or rook a to d1. All of these options, they're also decisions.
Yep.
And those decisions definitely take some time. Both of the players, well, whoever is going to calculate better, whoever is going to understand the position better, and whoever is going to feel the position as well, because it's part of the feeling of the position also. You cannot really calculate absolutely everything. Whoever is going to understand the imbalance is going to be victorious, but it's a very, very strange position, I have to say.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this type of, white is trying to checkmate, or at least white is trying to open the position on king side while dealing with the expansion and the pawn storm coming on the queen side. This is a very atypical pawn structure.
For sure. And another confession, it's the day of confessions. Rochelle Wu went into the confession.
Oh, she's back. Okay.
Yeah, let's listen what she has to confess.
Chris said that the confessional booth is pretty underused right now, so I figured I'd just yap for a bit. First off, I don't really like my position. I don't know what to do, and I don't know. I'm really sleepy and want to take a nap after this. I'm also very hungry, but I don't really want to eat right now because I don't want a bunch of food stuck in my teeth. I don't think they have floss around here, but it's fine. I'll just eat after my game. I had a very good rest day, played pickleball for 3 hours, and I guess that's not really rest, but I feel like I needed that. Yeah, I can't wait to take a nap after this game. And hopefully it ends in under 4 hours. That's my goal. That probably shouldn't be my goal, but it is what it is.
Sounds like she exhausted herself on the free day playing 3 hours of pickleball, and now
she's
tired, hungry, a nap, and she doesn't want to eat because there's no floss.
And she wants to finish the game within 4 hours, but
very
understanding
demanding.
maybe not the best goal.
Well,
Very
this is what
demanding young
Gen
lady.
Z calls yapping. Yes, sir. I don't know.
A
if
what?
Yapping. Just a continuous stream of just talking.
Yapping.
Without much of a goal or without much of a structure, just continuous stream, just talking.
Yapping. Okay.
She also mentioned that she likes her position, right?
Well, she started with that. Then I got the yapping and I got distracted. But yes, exactly. I think I like her position as well because unlike the Gregory Kaidanov game where Gregory didn't really, he sacrificed a pawn or blundered a pawn to get control of the c5 square. In this particular case, Rochelle has not sacrificed a pawn. I thought that the move e5, the engine doesn't like my move e5, and my idea was to play knight a5 and rook b3. I
think there can be some tactical d4 and then
sorry,
c5.
You're right. There is, I blundered d4. Okay. So that means that Rochelle actually has to begin with something a little bit more modest, maybe just bringing her rook into the game with rook to d1 first, and only then following it up with e5? How do you judge the game to be?
For me, I understand how she's comfortable with white pieces, but I also think that Chloe is not unhappy about her position because her king is safe. Now she's pushing in the center, and she has some tricks, as we just saw with d4, potentially with c5.
Right. Even maybe c5 now.
I think it's a double-edged position. By the way, we have a result there in the ladies section.
All right.
Olga Sagalchik won against Catherine Dodson, so that was the pressure on the G file we discussed.
When we left it, the White's queen on G5, her rook on G1, and her knight on H5 was definitely giving Olga a nice advantage. King H8, that didn't stop Olga from just going into this very nice position, endgame position with an extra pawn. And I think White just, that's a nasty pin. That
so we have bishop d7 coming or bishop a6.
Yeah, very, very nasty pin. In fact, I think that just basically wins the game. And it does. It does. Bishop a6. And Catherine is having a very challenging event, goes down. And for Olga, that was a necessary win. While we're with the ladies, I'm going to just take a look at the Alexei Root versus Natalia game. Well, Alexei's
gorgeous knights.
Gorgeous looking knights. The engine's not impressed, though. Look, I mean, we're impressed.
Well,
we like
I'm
these.
impressed. I love these knights.
I do too. I'm just thinking, give me a couple of moves. I would like this rook actually to be on the d1 square. Maybe I would then follow it with the e4. But the engine's saying Natalia's for choice.
So is there knight h5? The idea of trying to capture one knight and then the other.
There is...
Knight takes f7, c6.
No tactics. I'm just trying to lure the queen into some ambush.
Okay, let's say I take it.
I'm still luring, hoping to do something dangerous. Did I have something better than bishop b? Very hard to say if I had anything better here. No, I'm not seeing it. Knight takes e6, queen to g4. For the moment, let's call this one balanced, as I'm going to take a look at the Angelina versus Ivona game. Remember when we left it, Ivona played queen a5. I had
You were mentioning a5 move, right?
A5.
So placing a pawn on that square.
And Angelina said, you know what? I want to play the move b4. What you going to do about it? Ivona said, I'm going to stop you. And she goes, no, you're not, because now I'll take possession of the b6 square. And
this is about trapping the queen.
pay attention. There's a queen trap that's lurking. Rook a4, queen b3, bishop d1 will snare Black's king. And Ivona played a move I mean, it's funny, from White's point of view, White's doing everything possible to prevent d5. And Ivona said, I'm going to play d5. I thought that she should play the move knight d7 with the idea of trading the bishops with a check and maybe playing queen to c5. Ivona instead played the move d5, and I got the very strong impression that this is not going to work tactically for Ivona.
White only has to be careful, exactly, because if you capture c takes d5, I believe I have a knight takes e4.
Tactic.
Counter-attacking stuff on, especially the bishop on d4, kind of typical dragon tactics.
King's Indian tactics as well. Right, so we go back for a moment. White can include the move rook a4. And again, I'm just a little bit worried about the queen. If I play e5 and you play knight to d7, it's almost, no. It's
but now
asking,
bishop takes.
Yeah, it's asking for too much. I can't, I was just dreaming about trapping the queen there for a moment. I guess I could capture and finish, just play f4. I like Angelina's position, and the chess thermometer agrees that it's easier. White has advantage. Kate, where are we going?
So maybe let's take a look at the women's standings since we have a result.
Yeah, Olga's definitely jumped
So Olga
up.
Sagalchik winning her game, and suddenly she is tied for the first place.
Nice. And Cristians, what are you looking at?
Let's move to the seniors for just a second, because we have some big developing stories in this one. We left this one off between Gregory Kaidanov and the leader Akopian after h3, bishop to e8. And we were saying that, you know what, White really needs to stop Black from achieving his purpose of launching an attack on the king side.
Right.
With queen e7 followed by e4. e4, start with e4. Sure. You want to delay that one move, probably not the best choice, but he played the move rook to e1 and was given another opportunity with the move queen to e7 to go e4. Again, you really need to go e4. You already played rook to e1, so why not support that and continue with the move e4? He played knight c5, but this is a huge, huge mistake, because right now everything is ready for my attack.
Right.
e4 came in the position, bishop to f1, queen to e5 came in the position.
Very
you have
nice.
to defend against checkmate with g3 and h5. This is what we have, and
Fabulous.
Akopian is breaking through right now, because you need to stop h4. If you don't stop h4, if you go pawn hunting, such as knight takes a6, I don't even have to go rook to c8. Probably h4 is going to create some really serious trouble in the position for you as well.
Right.
You can take, I can even exchange, give you the exchange with bishop takes b8. You're still facing a deadly attack. Once I take on g3 and the battery between the queen and the bishop starts running against your king, this is a problem. So after h5, most likely you have to go h4.
Okay.
And then I continue.
g5.
g5, why not? You have no presence on the king side as White. I have all of my pieces ready. I'm attacking with my pawns as well. I'm breaking up your pawn structure. In the meantime, sure, you might be taking a pawn on a6, but again, no more defenders next to your
Right.
king. Your king is
H4.
completely empty. After h4, the knight is coming to h5, the knight is coming to g4 potentially. The bishop is entering the fray as well via g7, d7, g4. This one is looking bleak for white, and it looks like one of those attacks that you don't really need to calculate too much. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Akopian. He's not spending a lot of time. He's just making the most natural moves. Queen e7. Allow me to go e4, thank you very much. Queen e5, h5. Pressure is on Gregory, but position is already quite bad. Staying with the seniors. What does that mean? Well, it means that the chasers, the chasing pack, really needs to keep contact with Akopian because he's running away with the event. One of those chasers is the defending champion, which I don't know what the percentage of victory it is for him at this point in the championship. It was about 2% last time we checked.
It was,
and he was upset about that.
Absolutely.
He was really upset about that for a good reason, to be honest. He's the defending champion, but again, stats don't lie, it seems like. Alex Fishbein, right now, is looking really good with black pieces. It's the type of position that he enjoys, this type of very imbalanced position with a deadly knight on d3. And to be honest, once I take on e4, where exactly is your compensation, I guess, is my question. This knight on d3, good luck displacing it, ever, in the position. If you try to create something with f5, that's not going to spell good news for you, because all of the dark squares that you're going to give away with that, bishop coming to e5, later on, bishop e5, bishop g3, maybe if the rook is displaced, queen e5, queen g3, the dark squares around your king are starting to become extremely weak. I don't see it, guys. f4 was the last move. Just pick up the pawn on e4. And I think Fishbein is just looking tremendous in this one. So he could be one of the players that's going to keep contact with the leader Akopian in case they both win.
Thank you, Cristian, as we're going to throw it over to Irene, who is with a guest.
Hello everyone, I'm now with Olga Sagalchik, who just won her game against Catherine Dotson. Olga,
yes.
How do you feel after winning back-to-back games?
Yes,
because yesterday,
2 in a row.
2 days ago,
I won a game, so it's always you feel happy and feeling very optimistic about what's coming. So. It gives you extra confidence. Although I feel bad for Catherine, she hasn't played for a long time, so it's hard for her to get back into the game. So, especially in such a strong field. But good luck to her in the rest of the tournament.
All right, we still have 3 more games to go.
Yeah, there are still 3 more games.
So let's take a look at your game because it looks very interesting. It was a King's Indian attack, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's King Indian Sandwich. Mm-hmm.
And
my favorite.
Your favorite. And in which point is you think is the critical moment here in the game?
There were some, yes. I think when I moved c5 later in the game.
Later in the game,
yes.
In this position.
Yes, she's ready for f5. When I move c5, I'm not sure if she should take it on c5. Maybe she should go with f5 as she planned. Mm-hmm. Although I'm not sure if computer likes it. Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, I think it gives her counterplay, and here I'm not sure if I need to block this king side or not. But here it's a little, I guess, a little easier because I have h4.
Yeah, you have all the attacks.
Yes,
on the king
I have.
Yes. And this is maybe...
Oh, I think she blundered on a6. Mm-hmm. Or at least I'm not sure if she gave it away on purpose, which it might also be the reason, because she gives my pieces go to the queen side, and maybe f5 is also gives her some counter chances. But it turned out that, yes, I managed to trade the pieces, and then it became easier to convert.
Right. Yeah, once you got this extra pawn... you simplified the position, like
that's
really
what I tried.
Smoothly,
simplified and then go into the end game, and especially having B and A there, easy to create pass pawn.
Right. Yes, yeah. So in this, yeah.
And she blundered. It was interesting that I was thinking. I think King H6. She moved H5. Maybe she should have taken with King H5 and then Knight H4 blockade. not if I. My plan was to check and take back on h7, but it turned out maybe not that easy.
But there's knight h4.
H4, but yes. So, but the d6 pawn is quite weak. So I always have can move. I don't know, bishop e2 and then knight b5, and so I have a plan. But I think she took she let me go to b and. I don't know if it works, but if she took on h5 and bishop d7, I first thought, and then oops, I might knight f6 might be a good defense. I'm not sure, but bishop a6 was good enough. And,
yes, bishop a6.
And she decided not to try to maybe push the h pawn, but it seems like it's difficult for her.
Yep, I think it's a good game overall. Yes.
All in all, yeah, it's
So, what did you do yesterday on the rest day?
On the rest day?
Yes.
What everyone else was doing, watching the finals.
Watching the finals.
So enjoying the halftime, although I heard people criticizing, but I love BTS, so I watched it and I enjoyed it. And the game, it was interesting all to the end, and I didn't really pick the favorite, so I was just enjoying the game.
Same as me.
Yeah.
Well, thank you once again, Olga, for sitting down with me, and good luck for the remainder of the tournament.
Thank you so much. I want to just give shout out to Rex and Ginny for having us this year. So it's wonderful, and the conditions and everything. So very grateful to them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, and congratulations, Olga. Very important back-to-back victories. I've been watching the seniors game, and it's interesting to make a contrast between Stuart Rachel's position. He's on the white side of a French defense, and he's getting in f5.
He's the one who's pushing the pawns on the king side.
And by contrast, in the game between Shabalov and Jesse Kraai, it's a French defense position. But Jesse has put his black pawn on f5, and Jesse's light-squared bishop has gone from b7 to h5, totally two very different positions. And I think Stuart is actually just having a winning attack thanks to this.
He's not putting so much pressure on e6 pawn.
Exactly. Thanks to this f4, f5 move. And the contrast between Jesse stopping white from playing it couldn't be greater. f5. And I really don't see what else to do. I would probably capture this pawn and maybe just like close my eyes and say, go ahead, win an exchange. That's not the worst thing that ever happened to me. I got a bishop and a pawn for the exchange. I just don't like black's position and what Igor has done. This is a fun game for white.
Because I may be also looking at the move like bishop e3.
Yep.
With the idea of trapping your queen, bishop f4.
You're not a nice person. Yeah, exactly. I'd probably end up having to go back, right? Bishop to e3 and tail between my legs, and
maybe still bishop f4. Like, where are you going to go with your queen?
I have no idea. I truly don't. I mean, yuck.
Knight f5.
Right.
Take the pawn. I'm inviting you, Yasser.
No. But, you know, like I'm trying desperately to kind of roll with the punches and just hope that my knight on e4 you can plug things up, be a defender. Again.
Maybe rook d3 here?
Oh, yeah.
Rook d3, transferring the rook to h3.
Oh, yeah. Those are very frightening pieces to have to deal with. Again, I think that this is a winning attack for Stuart. Now, having said all I said about Jesse Kraai's position and the contrast between the two, let's have a look to see what I mean. We're going to just go back a few moves from the current position. And as we all know, in the French defense, the problem child for black is the light square bishop. And voila. Bishop to d7 to e8 to h5, a very common maneuver. You can get your bishop outside of the pawn structure, and as a result, Jesse has managed to get rid of his problem child, and we have the current position, knight versus bishop. But I actually, I hate to say it, but yeah, I like playing the French defense, and I like it when a lot of the minor pieces have been traded. I would look to, I'd aspire at least to find a better square for my knight. Oftentimes that involves going over to the king side, maybe playing for f4.
Black could also be looking at knight a7, but I think the problem here is that white is going to push for b5.
100%. The dream square, of course, is e4 as well as c4. I would love to play knight to b5, to a3, to c4. You would probably play b5. And then I'd probably think, okay, now I have to redirect my knight somewhere else and play knight back to c8. Oftentimes you can also be a little bit more cagey, something like rook c7, rook c8. They say the position, my engine is telling me the position is even. I'm just saying that my own human experience is that I actually like playing black when the minor pieces, and most especially the light square bishop, has been traded for Jesse, who's just coming off of a victory that he had against Stuart Rachel's.
A very technical victory.
Right.
In the
Actually,
end
you
game.
had some nice insight. You were telling me before the broadcast that that Jesse had actually done a video on that ending, and he just happened to know exactly how to win the game. So where would you like?
That's what I heard. I want to go back to juniors and start with the girls' junior.
Sure.
The leader Rachel Lee, and check in with her position, and then of course we need to see what Andy and Abhimanyu are doing in their game.
Okay, Rachel Lee with the black pieces. When we left it, we really liked what she was doing. We felt that she had essentially got an initiative right out of the opening, and after the move bishop e3, we were looking mainly at queen h4 and castling. Rachel was so taken by her position, she thought she had an opportunity to just actually win the game right away. She goes g3, let's go, sack. Captures, 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 queen g5.
So black sacrificed the pawn, but white has these doubled pawns.
Anticipating that she was going to win one of them back. Queen g5, followed by knight h6. And what Rachel wants to do, essentially, is castle, bring the rook to g8, knight g4, attack, attack, attack. That's what it's all about. Knight c3, good move. Knight d5, very good move. Not only defending the pawn on e3, but in some ways getting ready for maybe a queen takes f7, queen takes... It's lurking, right? And maybe even bishop takes e6 included. Okay, knight d5. What happened? Knight g4. Queen. Did we like that move, queen e2?
I think we like it because we want to develop the knight from e1 to f3.
And maybe on a good day to h4.
Because black now thinks about the idea of queen h5 and then queen h2 checkmate.
That's a good point. I'm just I want to take the pawn on f7 with my
Yasser, seriously?
with my the entirety of my being. Oh, Rachel's move knight h6 does not inspire confidence anymore. Oh, wait a minute. She could have. Whoa. So.
Okay, so that's
who's
a different plan. I mean, Rachel is for sure playing for the win because she could have repeated after that queen f2 move back with her knight to g4.
Right.
But
Okay.
now this is a different plan than what we were expecting.
But okay, isn't Iris better after knight f3?
Queen takes g3?
Queen takes g3, e4. So I'm kind of lurking. Bishop takes c6, knight e7.
But if I take your queen and play knight fd4?
Knight fd4. I'm not better here, huh? I'm the one on the f file, right? My rook is on the open f file. So I feel like I should be dictating a little bit the action. Okay, let's say I'm lame. You take
I take with the knight.
Okay, I take,
Rook takes.
and rook f. So maybe I think this is a easy play for white.
You're faster on the 7th rank and...
Well, I have the open file, and I've doubled already. So somehow Iris fought her way gamely back into the position, because I really thought, before the move g3, I mean to say, that Rachel was in cruise mode. And now I'm no longer, if that's the case. We'll keep an eye on this one, but Cristian, what have you been looking at?
I've been looking at the juniors.
Yes.
And trying to gauge the situation in that one, because, again, we know how crucial of a round this one is, right? Especially that game between Andy and Abhimanyu.
Huge.
But not only that, Tani is playing a very important game as well, and he's been under some pressure from the opening phase. Let's see where we stand in that one. Bach versus Tani. And we remember the opening fiasco that ensued in that one. Take a look at what happened since. So we left it off after rook to d1, king to d7. Tani's playing the best moves in the position. And a bit of a soft move for Bach. I understand the idea. You want at the right moment to go b4, support that, pin the knight on e5, and you're really looking at a check coming on e5. So for example, if you go something like rook to d1, boom, rook to g8, excuse me, knight to e5 just finishes the game. That's a nice little pin on the knight on c6. So you have to deal with that, which you did. Rook takes d1, queen takes d1, king to c8, queen to a4, returning to the same idea of trying to work against the superfluous knights on a5 and c6 with the idea of b4, of course. Rook to g8. Now, what happens if you go b4? The problem is I have this nice little pin with the move rook to g4, and then you're going to lose the pawn on b4, and if you try to defend it, this queen is starting to run out of moves. Take a look at this. Bishop b3 is a big threat in the position. I mean, be very careful. You have to go back with the queen, but that frees up the knights, and in coordination with the rook, and in fact, the weakened king as well, you would be in trouble at this point. So rook to g8, h3, taking away that g4 square.
And threatening b4.
If you take on g2, that's exactly what I would be doing, b4.
Right.
Bishop d5, defending against b4, now that the knight on c6 is protected by the bishop. So nice move by Tani. Knight to h4, rook to e8, knight to f5. He's trying to create something. White is trying to create something as well, trying to find better squares for his pieces, especially this knight on f3 was really lacking in purpose. Right now on f5, you have ideas. Knight to e7 is an idea. If you don't pay attention, knight to e3 is an idea, and that's a great square for the knight as well, because it protects, but it also makes it uncomfortable for the bishop on d5 to find squares. This is what we have right now. It does seem like both of these knight moves, knight to e3 and knight to e7, seem to be good moves. For example, knight to e7, take on e7.
Check.
That's a check, of course,
Yeah.
yes. Knight e7 is a check, yes.
No, I meant queen e8 check.
Oh, you mean, yes, I was going to get to that. If you take on e7,
yes.
The problem is that after knight to c4, then the knight is getting back to d6, I pick up the pawn on e7, you're in trouble, you're losing.
Right.
So as you nicely spotted, you've done your puzzle rush today, yes, sir. Queen to e8, indeed. That is the move. Queen to e8, take. And you might be wondering, well, actually, taking on e7 is not the correct answer. You have to go queen to b5.
Oh, no.
You
Then
have
it's
to make
a
a draw.
perpetual.
You have to make a draw, yes.
Oh, I actually thought white was the one pushing.
You're not. You're not pushing because I give you this check,
Okay.
and then the knight is returning to d6. That controls absolutely everything.
Gotcha.
Everything. And now you have to worry about your set of problems as well. Guess what? Now the coordination between my three pieces might
Very
even
good.
start attacking your king in
Right.
some instances, right?
Wow.
Creating some mating nets in the position. So this one is, if he doesn't go, by the way, after knight to e7, I'm not fully forced to take on e7. I can do something else. It's dangerous. I can go king to d7. I don't think he's going to go for this. This just looks a little bit too dangerous for my taste. Without the bishop and the two knights like this, I don't think the coordination between the three pieces is going to be as powerful. So knight to e7, if Bach goes for it, it does seem like it's going to lead to a perpetual in this one. Let's take a look at what's happening.
Well played perpetual in case it
Absolutely,
happens.
absolutely. Beautiful
What a game,
by the way.
Crazy.
Really beautiful game. Let's move on to Andy versus Abhi.
Sure.
Because that one is, well, is developing. Let's just put it that way. We left it off after rook to a6. f5, rook to a6. White is slowly trying to create threats in the position, trying to open up the position for his pieces, his bishops in particular. Rook to a6, rook to d1. We were looking at a3. He played rook to d1. Knight to d3. And now b3. I feel like Andy is taking over. Guys, I feel like Andy is taking over. Why? Because he understands the position better. If we are to judge just the opening phase, Mishra was doing great. Mishra won that stage of the game. But right now, as we enter this next stage of the game, let's say the queenless middle game. I don't even want to call it an end game yet. It's a queenless middle game, right?
Okay.
Just too many pieces, too many complications in the position.
Fair.
This queenless middle game, it is Andy who understands the position better.
So Cristian, is it the same thing now if black plays knight b2, you go pawn takes e6?
Yes.
That's the same thing?
Yes, this is a problem always.
Taking on d5.
This is a problem. In fact, you just lose a pawn right here. Because even if you take my rook, I take your rook as well in return. So knight to b2, it's not easy. But b3, look, black is trying to promote his pawns, to create his passed pawns. With b3, it almost feels like you're helping black to create the passed pawns because now the c pawn is a passed pawn. The problem is you cannot really push it very well. What I'm trying to do and what I'm achieving as white is I'm opening the rooks so that I can invade and I can start attacking your king, right? So b3, take, and now, in fact, it's starting to become quite a questionable position for black. You need to start looking at sacrificing some pieces. For example, rook to h5, it seems like it has to be the right approach to get rid of the dark square bishop. For example, if you go h4, rook takes g5, and we play this position. This is not easy stuff. Slowly, it feels like Andy is outplaying Mishra. And again, as a chess player, as a good chess player, nowadays, you really need to be good in all facets of the game.
End game, middle game, opening, and
you need to be training like a triathlon athlete. You know, you have to be good in absolutely every single facet of the game.
But look at Abhimanyu. He's playing the best continuation.
Rook
h5 is on the board.
And I would expect that Andy says, you attack my bishop, I defend my bishop by also advancing my kingside pawn and dreaming of g3, g4 coming up next. Great stuff going on here, but we're going to be taking a break, and I think we asked our
seniors how they improved their game. So take a look and listen.
It's a trick question. What did you do in the last year to improve your game?
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
What I have been studying the most in the last year is openings. So because I needed to basically update all my openings since I started becoming interested in competition recently. So I have been working a lot on openings, doing tactics. It has been a lot of fun. I really love studying chess, so especially for me. Before I used to study for my students, but not for me as much.
Well, I don't think that any part of my game has necessarily improved in the last year, but I would say that over the last several years, probably my end game has improved the most. And that's mostly because I wrote a book on the end game, and I have a Chess Life column on the end game. So, you know, most grandmasters, when they look at the most recent tournaments, they're checking out new opening ideas. But I'm looking for interesting end games. So I guess that's probably the part of my game that's in the best shape.
I have worked the hardest on tactics, so I hope that those are up to par.
Openings. I've had to update myself for the 21st century, and I'm just astonished by how working on openings is never ending. It's just more and more and more and more.
Actually, I'm not sure I could say that any of them have, because I haven't played in a tournament in 9 years.
I don't think that I improved anything, because I almost stopped to work on chess. I just watching strong tournaments online, and I played usually 2 tournaments a year: senior US championship and world team championship with USA team. That's it. That's why I don't need to work much on chess.
You know, every part of my game. I took a break for 18 years and came back to chess like 2 years ago. And so all my parts improved, I feel like.
I would say my opening preparation, specifically for this tournament, because you have so much time to prepare. You absolutely have to be unpredictable. You can't play the same openings again and again. And so specifically for this tournament, I try to prepare something that my opponents cannot expect.
Playing the game over the board, which I started doing 3 years ago because of coming back to senior championship. So that I think this alone will improve all areas of my game.
I've been inactive mostly, so it's hard to answer this question, but I would say patience.
I would say never give up and look for ideas. Any specific openings or theme, I wouldn't say improved, but got a little bit deep into the game. The other part also, I don't know if it's important or not, but making friends, and that supports and helps me. Wonderful friends I met from last championship, and also players like Alexei, so kind of supports. I would think that helped me more into the game, like supporting, saying, hey, you got this, okay? So that's more important. I would say I improved in a game.
I think it's already late to improve at this age. I don't know. I'm semi-retired, even a retired player, I would say. This question, I don't know, some 30 years ago was possible. Today, I don't know. It's, I believe, on the same level for the last maybe 30 years. Difficult to say, real difficult.
That's an interesting question. I don't really have much time to practice or play, so I usually play at midnight, you know, like some blitz games. But I'm working right now on tactics to make sure that I can still see a lot of what I used to see.
I think I've become a little more self-aware about the kinds of mistakes that older people make, older being myself, but I see it in others too.
I would say my openings, I've been practicing with Chessable and drilling on my openings.
I think they're all pretty equally decline, okay? And I guess now I know when it's better not to engage in a serious fight, when I feel my opponents prepared better than I do.
I think my openings, I try to improve my openings, and also recently I went through the checkmate with the knight and bishop.
how to keep from negative thoughts about your energy during the game. For example, you know, at our age, we tend to get tired. We tend to lose focus sometimes. And you kind of know that. You have to keep your mind straight. You have to think, okay, just because I miscalculated 5 moves ago, it doesn't mean I should continue trying to calculate variations. If I'm tired, catch yourself thinking, okay, no, I'm not. I have the energy to continue. I'm not going to just give up. Being tired is not an excuse. So I'm hoping that kind of energy, that's what I've been thinking about and working on, and actually doing some exercises that, there are some exercises you can do, like chess-wise, that help in that thing.
Hello and welcome back to round 6 of the US Juniors and Seniors Championships.
We are in round 6, but tell us about the standings for the juniors, because we have a result there, Kate.
Yeah, let's take a look. For the junior section, we have Brewington Hardaway, who drew his game against Nico, Chasin, and Brewington joined the co-leaders, we could say, no, the tied for the second place, but closely behind Abhimanyu and Mishra, only half a point behind them.
Andy Woodward and Tani as well. And turning to the senior women's.
Here, Olga Sagalchik won a game against Catherine Dodson, who is having a very bad tournament. Really? But for Olga, this means she tied for the first place.
Yeah. We won't continue because we're about to see a result. I think it's that perpetual check that, yeah, I see knight e7 check on the board, queen e8 check. And let me just change my board and bringing that up, because that is actually a very big result. Both Bach and Tani were looking for a victory today.
Especially Bach, he surprised Tani in the opening.
Oh, brilliant preparation.
Tani went to the confessional booth saying, I've never seen bishop takes c4 and queen a4, but he found a really good way on how to handle it.
He reacted fantastically well, did Tani, to this novel approach. And, you know, for Bach, that's tough because, you know, you probably worked really, really hard to come up with a new idea, hoping to catch somebody. He did. It's one thing to have preparation. It's another thing to be able to play it. But Tani responded fabulous. And we were expecting queen e8 check, king b7, and queen from e8 right back to b5. Black has a box full of pieces, but he won't be able to use them because it will all be a perpetual.
Guys, big news right now. Andy Woodward is winning after Mishra just blundered something in the position. He played this move. Kate, you really like this move. You're attracted by this knight to b2, and it makes a lot of sense because you're trying to get the pawns going. The problem is, in this case, knight to b2, rook to d4, the rook is entering the fray. And that is a problem because you no longer have, as black, a way to close up shop on the king's side. And my pieces are coming. This one is bad news for black. In fact, what do you play next? Let's say you go c3, right?
Which is his intention.
I think this is what he wants. I think he just wants to get the pawns going. The problem is, after this one, I can go g4. Okay. I'm first in the position. I am first. The rook on d4, by the way, is controlling the whole position. No more b4 to connect your pawns. The knight is not coming back via d3. And with a single pawn, the c-pawn running down the board, you're not going to be able to do much. Right. Because every time you go c2, I can stop that with rook to c1. That's going to be effortless for me. Where's the knight going? The knight is
It's
not
stuck,
coming back.
yeah.
The knight is completely stuck. So g4, let's say you go rook to h6. By the way, you're running out of squares for the rook as well on that side. I can continue. g5, rook to h5, h4.
Oh, not even g6. Wow.
I'm not in a hurry. That's
Wow.
the key to this position. I'm not even in a hurry. Again, you're running out of moves. The bishop is completely stuck now with the rook on d4. There's no more d4 ideas, nothing of that nature. No tactics in the position. So c3, in
And
my
the players
opinion, is
did
just
make a draw.
out of the question. By the way, that one finished in a draw after that perpetual check. Queen to e8, queen to b5. Tremendous game played by both players.
That was fantastic. Really, really high quality stuff. Back to Andy and Mishra, because we have just seen rook takes f5. Mishra understood that g4, g5, just as you prescribed, was coming, so he ended up capturing.
But what's your idea after just rook takes c5? What is he calculating? Rook takes c5, e takes f5, bishop takes d5. With a bishop on f6, you're staring at a checkmate coming your way on d8. So let's say you take on d5, I take back. Now you need to go rook to a8, or king to g8, or you choose
A8,
whichever you want.
Yeah, to protect against the checkmate.
And then I take on b5.
Simple chess.
Simple chess, in fact. Just simple chess.
Wait, so I go c3?
c3, rook c5.
Rook c5.
You're stuck.
There's even an e6 sighting in case you thought the pawn was dangerous. But rook c5 looks really like a good move. By the way,
the pawn is just not going anywhere. That's the thing. And that's
the back
the thing.
rank is such a big problem for me. I
Yeah.
cannot have my rook helping the pawn.
Do you think Mishra is hoping to try to steer the game after takes, hoping to get, I don't know, 3 versus 2 on the king side?
But you're facing a bad structure. You're facing a weak king on f8.
Yep.
It just feels like I have too many trumps
Yep.
to not win this one. You know,
Agreed.
to not be able to break through in the position.
Wow.
Like, I will combine threats between that pawn on f5, the expansion of the h-pawn, the promotion of the h-pawn, and the weak king on the 8th rank. So this one is looking great. What I think he's perhaps hoping, Mishra that is that white is going to go for rook takes f5, e takes f5, and then get attracted by the checkmating threats with rook to h4.
Exactly. I
Which
was
is
too.
Look, it's a viable option.
I was genuinely interested in these ideas of trying to checkmate the black king, but it's.
You probably want to take on f5 first.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the king actually can kind of run away. Oh, wait a minute.
You would take on f1 first, but take on f5 first. It's quite important.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Well, somehow I thought that that trade had already been included on my board. Apologies.
And now if you go king e8,
yeah,
you have e6, right?
Hello, hello.
Which again, it's not clear at all, but it does win a piece and objectively seems to be winning.
Maybe here, Mishra could hope that after bishop takes b2, that his pawns might run, but no, that could be a piece. So
I think what he hopes
Andy
is that
in the driver's seat
after
here,
rook h4, rook takes f6 can be played also. So you can give the exchange like that. The king is on f8.
Then that is actually maybe more dangerous, a better chance of surviving, I mean, to say.
King g8, actually.
King g8.
Yes. You cannot allow the rook to get active, is the key to this position.
Yeah. I wanted to escape that, but okay. c3, there's hope. There's life.
But the big problem is exchange the rooks on f5 and then just play simple chess.
Yeah.
Take the pawn on d5.
Yeah.
And another problem with that is one of the trumps that Mishra has in the position is that he has slightly more time. Not much, slightly more time. It's still a very complicated position, double-edged on a lot of counts. But the problem is rook takes f5 and bishop takes d5 makes it easier, and this one is over.
Megan
Paraguay again, Jasmine too. It's a draw.
A draw. In fact, let me, because we're getting so engrossed in the junior championship, let me just go to the game of Zoe Tang, our defending champion, against Rose Atwell, because I think Rose, crazily enough, has gotten a big advantage in what I thought was a very tame and tepid, what I would call the Queen's Gambit accepted ending. 4 versus 4 on one side, 2 versus 2 on another. I like this knight on d4 very much. I'm afraid of the move e5 followed by f6, which might shut down my bishop on b2. If I'm in white shoes, I really like playing the move f4 by Zoe. She did not do this. In fact, she played rook c. Sorry, she didn't play f4 as expected. She played the move rook c1, and Rose caught her off guard. These pawns are doing the pawns on e5 and f6 are doing a really great job at controlling both the knight as well as the bishop. I think Rose is really got a very big advantage at this point. I like black very much. I played these endings essentially my whole career as black, and well, again, I think it's Rose for choice.
But black will now go maybe knight e6, bishop c5.
But just to be careful about the file for the moment, right?
Right. So we probably just move the rook.
Yeah.
Or double the rooks first. What do we do?
She's played queen e6. Okay.
Okay, so she's focusing on that pawn on b3.
Yes. Which is a natural target. Just to go back, because there was a trick that I should have pointed out. Who's tricking whom? Can I do this? There's a back rank possibility, right? How's this as a funny one? I think we've all fallen for this in our careers, right?
Yep.
Oops, especially with the knight on g2, right? And finally rook e1. Oops. But Rose played instead the move queen e6 and targeting the pawn on b3, and Zoe to play.
Ooh, guys, we have a turnaround.
Please.
Another turn of events on Andy versus Abhimanyu.
Ups and downs we go.
Ups and downs we go, and Abhimanyu is
back in the business.
Given a respiro moment right here, because he's once again back in business. After rook takes f5, the right approach, e takes f5, what he had to do to get the winning position was bishop takes d5. Simple chess.
Right.
He took on c4.
Oh no, now the knight on b2 can return into
Finally the knight is coming back into the play. Yes.
No.
And more importantly, after bishop takes d5, now I can start just giving you checks.
Yeah.
This is the path to safety. You cannot touch this square.
Not losing.
Because of knight e3. That's
terrible.
That's terrible. You can go here and then I can just give you checks. You can go to e1 and I can give you checks. You cannot touch the square d1 because of knight to e3. I guess perhaps you can try to go to f3, but then I can go rook to d2, and that seems to be at least simplifying the position quite quickly. Yeah, missed opportunity.
What a
big missed opportunity right now for Andy, and I do think that Abhimanyu will take with the knight. He sees this, he sees the opportunity to return to gameplay with that knight. I think he's going to take knight takes c4 and once again be back in the game.
Carpe diem, seize the day. But bishop takes d5. I'm trying to imagine what Andy could possibly have missed, because there's a mate, there's a checkmate on d8.
That is a very good question. Perhaps rook to a1.
Okay. King g2, not to allow knight
and
d3.
That's the thing, not king g2, because king g2 allows rook to d1. Okay, now I'm starting to understand where he's coming from. So king to g2, for example, rook to d1, rook takes d1, knight takes d1, bishop takes b7, and I take on b3. And you don't have time to get back with a bishop. You do, but it doesn't really matter because I have knight to c3.
Wow.
And I do pick up the piece in the process. So I think this is what he missed. And if you have to go king to f2 and go straight into the checks, then you can sometimes get reluctant, right?
Right.
And not want to go for it. Maybe not even continue with your calculation. And by the way, knight takes c4 has been played. We have knight to c4 on the board. And I think we're going to see the flight to safety for both players. And we're most likely going to see a repetition.
Huge success for Mishra as he handles the challenge of playing with the black pieces against his most dangerous rival.
Yes, this would be a great result for Mishra.
Wow.
Especially with Tani not winning his game. So
yeah,
Tani could have caught him if he won that.
Well,
and that was a crazy
Mishra.
game altogether. So right now, it seems like Mishra, with best play, and we think that he's going to spot this rook a1, rook to a2, we're going to see a draw, and Mishra is going to continue as the leader going into the final stretch, the last 3 games of these championships.
So once again, Cristian, bishop takes d5, rook a1 check. You have to go king f2?
Yes.
You're saying that was the right way to play?
That was the right way to play.
And then after rook to d1?
And after rook to d1, now you have rook to h4. And with the king on g2, you take that bishop with a check. With the king on f2, there's no check. So now you have checkmating threats.
Gotcha. And then your very next move, you're ready to take the bishop on b7.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Not easy. Again, this is not easy stuff.
That's a beautiful trick, by the way. And it's easy to want to avoid a position where black is getting the knight out with a check.
Yes, yes.
But I guess after king e3, it's just one check.
And it's only one check, yes.
And it's your turn.
Maybe. Okay, I have another idea of what he might have missed. No, stay with that position. Stay with that position. This is the perfect position.
Yep.
Knight to b4.
Whoa.
Maybe this is what he missed. Maybe he spotted this, he got scared. The only winning move right now, and it is totally winning, is bishop e4.
Wow. Okay.
Look at that beauty right there.
Beautiful.
Look at that beauty right there. All I have to do is just control the c2 square.
For a checkmate.
Look, it's a double attack. You're threatening the bishop. You're threatening the knight going to c2. So you defend against both threats.
Of course.
You take your bishop off free. You defend c2. It's as simple as that, Kate.
Bishop e4, no more
I don't know.
checks.
I would have continued calculating this for sure.
That's very pretty.
This must have been what he missed.
Bishop
e4. In this whole jungle of variations that we've seen, he got lost, and it's understandable.
Well,
I mean,
if you're going to show me a line like that, I'll on behalf of Andy, I'll excuse that I missed the move bishop e4. What a remarkable move. However, it does mean that in the current position, because Abby's knight is now back in play, the advantage is completely passed away. Knight comes back to d5, and
we have a new move. We don't have bishop takes d5. He played bishop to f1.
What?
Yes.
Bishop f1 on the board.
Bishop f1. Okay.
Okay, then.
So he says, you know what? Not a draw yet. We're not going for that draw after bishop takes d5 yet. I want to keep playing for something.
He wants bishop to d3 takes f5 and rook h4 to keep black's king in a mating net.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of moves to accomplish all of that, though.
That's precisely what he wants. Okay, so he still has a little bit of pressure. Still some pressure. That king on f8 is still not out of dodge.
No. And times are actually pretty much
even.
Like the ratings.
Even. Yes.
Totally
11 minutes
even.
Each. Yes.
11 minutes, 18 seconds, 11 minutes, 44 seconds. Great stuff happening here. Where are you taking us,
Let's
Kate?
check in on the girls.
Yep. Where do you want?
Rachel Lee against Iris Mo. Speaking of spoiled advantages, it looks like Rachel Lee is not in the driver's seats anymore.
Au contraire, whose king is more vulnerable? Whenever the kings are castled on opposite sides, we always ask ourselves the salient question: whose king is more vulnerable? White's king, well, they may not be that good looking, those pawns, but it's a pawn shield nonetheless. And check this out. Rook takes, rook comes over, b5, and you can just see that Iris is saying, Rachel, you're king. Under huge attack. That would blow our tournament wide open if Iris...
In fact, speaking of this tournament and being blown wide open, can we check the game Zoe versus Rose? I'm just trying to understand whether we have a transmission error.
Okay.
And I want to see the actual board because
I
do think we have a transmission
E6.
error.
We left it at this position. It looks like Zoe, said, if you want my pawn on b3, you're welcome to capture it. She said, don't mind if I do.
She didn't play rook c4.
No way she played rook c4. No, she did not.
Can we see the actual video?
Video? Let's see what we've got.
They exchange everything on c8. They exchange everything on c8. Yes.
Okay.
Now we're finally getting
Gotcha.
the moves.
So rook takes c8, rook takes c8, queen takes c8. Now Zoe's got to prove that this protected pawn is pawn on b4. She's got compensation.
I'm not seeing it.
So
I'm not seeing it. She's just played knight d5.
Knight d5.
Knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just a second. So bishop either moves back or you simply defend the bishop. I like this queen on this open file.
Let's say king f7, right?
King f7's fine. Okay, fine. No, I mean...
Okay, she definitely has some compensation.
Well,
I think after king f7, perhaps you can even go for this bishop takes e5 idea. So there's ideas in the position.
Bishop takes e5. Oh.
Yes. Followed by queen f3, a double attack.
Gotcha. No, well, I don't want that. I mean, I worked so hard for the extra pawn. Let me keep it. Let me go bishop to d8.
But I still have queen f3, right?
Again, same story. You're absolutely right. You're attacking on f6 as well as b3. Oh, come on. Wow. I like Rose's position. I just haven't come up with the right move. Breaking news.
We have a result in the senior section. Vladimir Akopian won yet another game against Gregory Kaidanov.
Nobody can stop him. He either wins or he loses one game. And it's not a surprise. When we left it, we thought Vladimir was having a kingside attack all to himself. We left it in a position where he just played the move h4, and we thought...
There's a great battery on the side.
Yeah, I mean, and how are we going...
Pawn is putting more pressure.
Okay, so Gregory dropped back with his bishop, played the move g4. Okay, we know what's coming. There's going to be a sacrifice on the g4 pawn. Well, this was a nice recapture with the pawn. Very reminiscent of Gregory's own game against Alex Onischuk, where he played g2 takes f3, so he could play f4. And here we see Vladimir wants to play f5. Very nice. And
that king is not feeling very safe.
No. And okay, queen. Boy, queen f6. Rook takes a3. Sorry, I'm not doing much of an analysis. Rook takes b5.
Bishop c4? No.
And that was it. Just resigns. Wow. Big victory for Vladimir. Does it mean he wins the tournament now? Let's take a look at the standings.
Not yet.
Well, look at that. He's 5 out of 6. That's a, 2-point lead right now.
Wow.
Alexander Onischuk looking very good in his game, so he'll probably try to, catch up with him. But this is a solid, very solid game by Vladimir Akopian.
There's still Fishbein,
three rounds left.
Looking great. Onischuk who's looking great. This is not that easy. The tournament is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
So you think that Alex Fishbein is better, and he is?
No, Alex Onischuk.
Both
in this game with
yes.
Goldin.
Yes.
Alexander Shabalov and Jesse, that game is balanced. Remember, I said it's easier for me. I like Jesse's position. He transferred the knight to g6, he did. And then finally, Joel Benjamin, we thought Joel was doing well. He's not. I see from my chess thermometer.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
The position's just losing. Yeah. And I'm looking at rook d8 and rook takes f8.
Rook d8 is on the board. Mm-hmm.
Followed by checkmate.
And guess what?
What?
Tomorrow we have Akopian versus Onischuk.
Wow.
That's like the Mishra versus Andy Woodward game.
Tournament.
Jumping a bit ahead, but that's going to be a big game.
Queen takes c3. What is Joel going to do?
Whoa, 97? Guys, 97.
That
finishes.
That's it. That's game over. 97 wins.
Mating two moves. Can we see those moments?
This is Shabalov versus Jesse. We need to transfer to the game between Alex Onischuk and Joel Benjamin. I want to see the video.
Oh, 97 is coming, guys.
Because
let's see that.
97 will be lights out. Here we go.
97.
And that's a handshake.
That is a handshake right there.
Joel just, I don't know, his position was bad, but there's the handshake.
Wow, nice tactics at the end for Alexander Onischuk.
Okay, I think we can say that Alex is playing himself into form because he got lucky against Gregory Kaidanov, and now he's in a fight. He'll play Akopian for first
Big game
place.
tomorrow.
Absolutely. Wow. Kate, where would you like us to go?
Well, maybe let's check in with the juniors.
Check the Fishbein game also. I don't think we've seen that, right? Since we're in the seniors.
Sure.
Because he's, putting in the work.
No, I think he's doing incredibly well.
Absolutely.
Bishops of opposite color, but it's about this passed pawn on c3. So
Rook b2, rook d2.
Exactly. Yep. Those are happy moves. They play themselves. Rook b2 most especially, trying to extend the diagonal of the bishop. I think our defending champion is going to win this game and try to pull himself into the podium. By the way, Stuart Rachel's, when we left it, we really liked his position. He's an exchange up, but Igor making it difficult. Well, if nothing else, we're threatening to trade queens and to grab a pawn. Okay, now where would you like
Actually, maybe let's stay with the seniors, but go to the ladies, because Angelina Belakovskaya is having a winning advantage, as well as Natalia Tsodikova.
Wow, so our two tournament leaders, Angelina and Natalia, are really keeping pace with one another and winning game after game. Angelina...
So she has extra pawn.
Oh, sorry, she just has a much...
Yeah, that's a free pawn. That's also a very nice passer going forward.
Hello,
but also look at those centralized pieces. The queen on d4, beautiful, knight on c3.
Yep. True that. And g6, g5, no terrible threats against White's king. Angelina's not worried about g5 takes f4. Isn't it time just to push a pawn?
I think yes. Let's go.
And we've got ideas of rook to e7.
Also knight to d5.
Like it. Knight to d5. Yeah, this is one-way traffic is really going in Angelina's favor. I'm going to go and check on the game of Alexei Root because remember we were so proud of these two knights. Alexei had a knight on c5, a knight on e5, and
the engine was not as impressed
as we were. Right. This is more or less where we thought Alexei was doing decently, and suddenly all the cavalry is gone, and we're in a bishops of opposite color situation. And how about that? Natalia
suddenly
got
has
the upper
pieces that are
sides.
more active and targeting those advanced pawns on the queen side.
Nice. She saw deeper than we did. Nice. Uh-oh. This I see a balloon came up with a double question mark. Alexei did something extremely wrong. And oops.
Yeah, I think it's about this target, this pawn being on the dark square, which means it's only one bishop that can be attacking it.
And Alexei had to drop an exchange. Now it's technically winning for Natalia. Easy victory coming up for Natalia and Angelina both.
Okay, so let's jump in now to Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra's game. What changes do we have there?
Well, we actually left it was very, very balanced. We saw the position after Andy missed a crucial moment here. He had to play bishop takes d5. There was actually complicated variations, but each and every one of the lines favored him. He instead played captures on c4 and essentially rescued Mishra. The knight on b2 was imprisoned, and now it's actually very, very well placed. Let's catch up with the players as, again, Andy did not play bishop takes. I'm sure Andy felt that after bishop takes b5 check, winning a pawn, by the way, bishop c6, the resulting position was going to be a draw. So he's desperately trying to play for a victory, but I can see from my chess thermometer saying totally even, triple zeros.
I guess the question is, for who is it easier to play the position, right?
I think it's easier to play white. Even though I'm
Correct.
a pawn down.
I tend to agree with that. So let's say I go bishop to c6, right, to defend that pawn on b5. And by the way, this last move sort of hints at the fact that you're still playing for a win as white. Because if you wanted the draw, you would have taken on b5 first.
Precisely.
Exchanged light square bishops, and that would be an easy
100%.
draw. So right now you're still trying to keep some imbalances in the position. You're trying to get the pawns pushing fast.
Yeah. Andy might not be playing the position like objectively you should make a draw or something like that. He might be playing the tournament situation.
Of course.
Which is basically, hey, look, if I give you a draw, Mishra, you're going to have a half a point lead. You're going to have the extra whites.
But the rook f4 is rook e4, right?
Rook
e4 might be quite problematic.
No, that's unfortunate.
Basically, anything I can exchange as black.
You're doing it.
I will be happily exchanging.
Interesting. This is kind of weird for me. You played the move rook e4. You've got bishop to d7. I was going to play bishop h3. I was looking at some incredibly stupid line where you take. We have bishops of opposite. No, this is crazy. I'm off on a tangent. You know, whose pawns are more dangerous? No.
You probably just want to go bishop d3, right? Okay, f6 was played.
Not bishop?
Not bishop c6, not defending that, just f6 trying to create a safe square for knight, come back to e5.
Really? Man, I'm taking this pawn with both hands gleefully.
By the way, guys, we have a big blunder alert. in the game of Zoe Tang and Rose Atwell.
Yep. Now, if you had told me before the tournament began that these players were going to play, they'd be playing, I think they were playing for first. Ooh.
But look what happened.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so.
This is a disaster.
Rose won a pawn, played bishop to d8, queen to d3.
Now, queen c4, I think a really nice move. So I'm pinning the knight to the queen, but also threatening some discovered attacks with the king. And Rose Atwell says, I just move my king away to h8, hoping to be fine. But now look at this amazing move, bishop c1. All I'm doing is I'm transferring the bishop to e3, and I want to take your knight.
Exactly.
She was a pawn up. It felt like, where's the compensation for white? And 3 moves later, she needs to resign.
That's it, because you have no way of defending the knight.
b3?
b3, she's going for it.
Well, the whole idea is that in case you go after my knight, I'm hoping b2, knight c3.
But I'm going the other way now.
Then I could go back, bishop a3.
There's no, b2, I will just pick up the pawn.
Yeah, there's no joy in Mudville after something like this.
Because I just take the knight, and you cannot recapture the bishop because exactly, queen f8, checkmate.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Zoe.
This is a very bad position. Guys, I think we're going to have a new leader after this round.
Because you think Rachel's going down?
In the junior girls section. And I wouldn't have said that 5 minutes ago.
No. Not at all.
Not even close.
I thought Rose was climbing back there, our
I thought Rachel was extending her lead over Zoe.
Right?
Zoe Tang looking amazing, probably winning, and Rachel, she is struggling. So if Zoe wins and Rachel loses, we have a new leader.
Wow. Wow. And bishop d8, that was the blunder. Wow.
So maybe let's check in with Rachel and Iris.
Yeah.
Mo, by the way, I see a brilliant move
I tell you,
Iris. Look.
We've seen Iris, when she gets on the winning attack, what she did against Amy, we thought that there should be a brilliancy award game. By the way, I poked Rex the other night and said, Rex, we need to bring back a brilliancy award so that we could give it to Iris. But maybe we were premature. She's got 2 candidates for brilliancy.
Rook takes c6. Very nice tactics, because once the bishop takes the rook, I recapture with the queen. And I'm threatening your rook on b5. Also queen c8 is a threat. Checkmate.
Wow. Okay, so essentially you're telling me the rook is taboo on c6, and I can't capture the rook. I have to maybe move my rook? Wow, big developments in the girls, but Irene, you have a guest.
Hello everyone, I'm with Alex Onischuk, who just won his game against Joel Benjamin. Alex, how do you feel? This game looks very, very interesting.
Yeah, well, I feel good, not only because I won. In terms of the tournament, the situation didn't change much because Vladimir won as well. But I think I played a good game. And, you feel like when you feel that your opponent didn't make a mistake and you still won, it means that you played really well. And that's how I feel right now.
That's how I felt as well when we look at your game. So let's take a look since we are on this monitor. So
yeah, this was a little bit interesting because normally when black plays d5, white wants to take on d5 and ed and bishop g5, but then I realized that I didn't prepare it much, and let me play knight f3, and Joel played h6, which he played in the previous round, and I didn't look at it at all. Yeah, I just thought that h6 is kind of not waste of a
it's a
tempo,
move.
but it's kind of a waiting move. So I figured, yeah, bishop a4, all these lines with bishop a4, it's almost like an extra tempo. Yeah, but of course he knew something here. He went for this, bishop b4. And here I started thinking, yeah, I thought maybe a3 kind of I wanted to take duel to the positions that I kind of know. And of course, I have analyzed such positions a lot. This is like Nimzo style, right? And white has a bishop, but black has other things. Yeah, knight e5, obviously trying to gain a tempo, because bishop a6 is coming anyways, so takes, and a short castle. Yeah.
Yep. Out of the opening, I think all of this looks very equalish. Of course, white always has some edge here, but it's very minimum, almost non-existent. But
yeah, I agree. I was not sure, but I feel like still I have some pressure in this position. You know, bishop g3, knight e4, a great move. And here I had some choices. I thought maybe I should play c4 at some point, but then I realized, let me play c3, takes. Yeah, I mean, maybe not necessarily here, but maybe queen d3 first, with the idea to play c4 at some point. But yeah, then I decided to play this. And black's position would be great if he had his knight on f6, right? Yeah. Or somewhere else, pretty much any square. Pick any square like e7, d7, black is equal, but e6 is, the knight is a little bit misplaced.
Yeah, and in this position already, queen g4, signaling that you're going to attack the king.
That's true, yeah. Again, I wasn't sure because g4 square is also good for the knight, so I was considering queen h5, knight g4 ideas, but then, yeah, I decided to go with this.
Yeah.
Knight f3 is an interesting maneuver. You know? I mean, again, I wasn't sure, but yeah, I just kept some pressure.
I think knight f3 looks very natural. Yeah, you just want to double.
And very important move, by the way, knight e5. Sorry, rook e5. Can maybe quickly show that knight h4 doesn't work instead of rook e5. I kind of want to play knight h4, but he has knight takes d4 here.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yep, and then now it's a double attack. Yeah?
Right, and so I have to take on e7, queen e7, and queen e3, and queen c1 coming.
Yep. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, then queen e3 is coming. Yeah, and then the rook is hanging.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, so that's why rook e5 you played, and this one, and then just knight h4 at this moment.
That's right. Yeah, and yeah, I'm surprised. On the other hand, maybe I'm not surprised. It's still about equal, but again, it's so hard to play this position with black. So Joel played queen e3, rook d1, very accurate move, and he didn't want to take on e5, and he was asking me after the game what else I could have done, and frankly, I didn't see any other move.
Yeah, and all you did was just all natural move. You just want to attack. Your king is safe.
If I may, very important rook d4, because if I play something like knight f5, rook d6, which was intended to play, then rook e4, he has this rook e5 idea.
Ah, rook e5. Because
that's why I play rook d4
the queen
first.
is hanging. I see.
Yeah, rook d4. Yeah, queen e1, king h5. Of course, I can take on h5, but queen f3, this idea of trapping the queen.
Yeah.
I couldn't resist. I played queen f3, so he had to play rook c8.
Right, and then in the end, knight e7 is just such a nice touch to finish the game.
Yeah, honestly, I wanted to play queen c3 and knight e7, which would have been enough, but yeah, knight e7 finishes the game in one move.
Yep, beautiful finish, Alex. And what did you do in the rest day?
I just watched soccer, just stayed at home. Yeah, I prepared a little bit. Yeah. So I have my wife here. That's my wife and my coach, which is the same person.
The same person.
Yeah.
Well.
So yeah.
Yeah. So for the strategy works really well.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, yeah, I could maybe, have a little bit more points, a little bit less, because my position with Gregory Kaidanov was very suspicious and at some point lost. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with my result.
Yes. So thank you, Alex, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Irene.
Back to you guys.
Our congratulations. We're expecting our congratulations, Alex. Pardon me. We're expecting a handshake between Zoe and Rose. Rose Atwell came into this tournament really gangbusters. She was the rating favorite. She'd made the Olympic team. Her dreams of stardom were coming true, but she's up against the defending champion, Zoe. Zoe was outplayed, was a pawn down. She's turned it around. She's now a piece up. Rose just played the move queen e8, and I've been looking, not the only move. I think a lot of people would just simply play queen f8 check here, trade queens and say, I'm a piece up, you're lost. But actually the move queen c8, and there she
Queen f8 is on the board, trading the queens.
Sets up bishop e7. And, you know, we won one minor piece with a pin on the C file. We can win a second minor piece with a pin on the 8th rank. No, Zoe said, look, it's been working for 1,500 years. When you're ahead a piece, trade pieces, go into a winning. By the way, it just so happens that this bishop on d8.
Yes, you are most likely going to trade it as well because you are threatening bishop e7 and the dark square bishop is trapped. You have to exchange it.
Yeah, even though I must say I wouldn't even be in a hurry as white to trade it because this bishop is so forlorn. I mean, it's not bothering anybody.
Oh, this is just completely winning. You can go with your king to c4 and just you have a perfect knight on d5. You have a beautiful pawn structure. White has just no issues.
It's over.
30 seconds
this one is
for
over.
Rose.
Not only that, but a4 will always be met by knight to c3. And then I pick up that pawn on a4. You cannot go to a3. And that's it.
Yep.
We're going to have 4 versus 4 on one side. The only difference is that I have an extra piece on the board.
Yeah. And that knight on d5 is just a thing of beauty. I love knights centralized. She just played the move a4, inviting Zoe to play knight c3. That would put her out of her misery. She could resign with a clear conscience since this pawn is going to be captured next. a4, a3, just as Cristian was saying, the bishop would capture the pawn. And without even the solace of having a pawn, well, then there's really, well, Rose never say die. Just played king, expecting the bishop will retreat anywhere along the diagonal. And c5 was her choice.
It's a matter of taste, I guess, where you want to put that bishop.
I like bishop c5. It protects the king.
Once we take the pawn, this is...
Okay, this one is done.
You know, speaking another game that's going to be over, but I think we want to stay here with the handshake, but we may have another handshake in the game of Irismo and Rachel Lee.
And again, those of you joining us late, Rachel Lee started the competition 4 out of 4, was going to win maybe the Bobby Fischer Prize of winning all her games. She got stuck with a draw in round 5. Today, I thought she was just completely winning out of the opening. Now she's actually losing. She's facing f6 check and rook takes. That's not the only bad thing that's happening to her position. White's pieces are invading. This king is, White's king is perfectly safe on h2. Rachel's is not. Oof. And just before she was going to, no, she's not going to lose
rook
on
f7,
time.
now we can we expect queen c6?
Can we not take this bishop?
I really like taking the bishop.
And just playing rook a8, skewering a few pieces on the back rank?
But what do you want to do after queen c6?
Pardon me?
Queen c6?
Also very winning.
Just putting more pressure and just taking it by hand?
No, queen
Everything
c6.
is very winning.
Count me in. And by the way, Natalia did win her game. So again, Natalia and Angelina are just pushing one another towards victory.
But Iris played rook takes d7. Yasser, she preferred your line.
Well, I always say it. These fires. And I'm expecting after queen a8, Rachel's going to throw in the towel because that's an extra piece. No. These girls do not mind playing a piece down. And rook takes.
It's extra knight, extra pawn.
Who's counting? Who's counting?
Okay, the engine doesn't like taking the rook. That was a glitch because that was a very good move.
Very good move, I must say. And king e8, rook takes h7. Oh, yes, you bet.
It's 2 extra pawns.
And guess what? They're motoring up the board. There must be, what move are they on? They must be playing for, Rachel must be playing for the clock somehow because I mean, it's...
They're move 42, so they're automatically getting 30 minutes once
I think
their time
resignation
expires.
is coming.
So
right.
this is just over.
Knight g6 followed by f7. I think that that makes a strong case
for resignation. No, f7 check and knight g6, or f7 check. Resign. Well, it's actually mating, isn't it?
Actually, we can start with f7.
Yeah,
f7.
Oh,
absolutely, yeah.
f7 check, and if you go to d7, then I just promote.
Whoa.
Rook e7. Okay, that's fancy.
Wow.
Oh,
okay, she's insisting on checkmate.
She wants the mate. Okay.
Okay. Wow. Okay, Rachel Lee is punishing herself for losing.
And a checkmate. So
Check
congratulations
and
to
mate.
Iris Mo on a big win against the tournament leader, Rachel Lee.
That's a spoiler.
With a victory by Zoe, Zoe's going to leapfrog Rachel, who at one point just looked like she was going to run away with the tournament. The tournament was over. I mean,
I even liked how Rachel played this game with this g3,
Loved
attacking on the king side. I think it was going her direction for a really long time.
Yeah. I'm not too critical of the move g3, but I felt like you can always play that, and you can play queen h4 and prepare it. In any case, looking at the game of Zoe Tang and Rose Atwell, again, this is a handshake all written all over it because, well, you're a piece down. So this one is done. I'm going to go to our junior tournament and Andy Woodward and Mishra, because Andy did capture the pawn on b5, okay, after f6. We left it after, he played rook f4, bishop takes b5, bishop c5 check, and now we are up to date with the current position.
And they made the time control. We just
Very
saw that
important.
0 for a second.
It's like,
a little bit worried.
What? Yeah, so it's 2 versus 2, but 2 bishops. I don't think Mishra's that worried because the pawn on h5 is not so dangerous as I think Andy was hoping it might be. You know, you can. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's update our standings in the seniors because we've had some nice developments.
Yes, let's take a look. So we have Vladimir Akopian, who won his game. He's 5 out of 6. But Alexander Onischuk is trying to keep in touch by winning the game, but he's still 1 point behind him.
We're expecting Fishbein to win.
But guess what happens tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. Well,
because tomorrow we will see these players facing each other, Vladimir Akopian against Alexander Onischuk.
that will be for well, no, it might be for playoffs. Alex would have to win with the black pieces to catch Akopian, who's having a fantastic tournament, by the way. It's not that he's just winning the games, but he's winning them with style. I wonder. Big changes in the girls junior.
Yes, let's take a look here how it looks. Rachel Lee lost her first game of the event, so she is at 4.5 out of 6, and we are expecting Zoe Tang to win very, very soon. So she's gonna be the new leader with 5 points.
Yeah, leapfrogging and pushing Rose or keeping Rose at 3 points. And let's pause and toss it to Irene, who's with a guest. Over to you, Irene.
Hello, everyone. And I'm back with Natalia Sodikova, who just won her game against Alexei Ruth. Natalia, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Irene. Yeah, very happy with the result today. Yeah, it wasn't easy and kind of tense game, but I'm very happy that
I think it was pretty smooth, yeah? Like in the opening, everything went okay. And then what did you think is the critical moment in the game?
Yeah, it's kind of, this is what you have right now in the diagram, where like a lot of pieces like we still like in play, and it's kind of, going back and forth, attacking, even though I just took the, important square on d5 before the isolated pawn. But still, like she has like the piece activities, so I was not, too confident about my position. But yeah, I think this is after the exchanges, it wasn't to my advantage.
So, in which position did you think that you were feeling comfortable? That you felt like, oh, I could fight for a win?
I think this is the position where we kind of exchange few pieces, and it seems like my piece activities are better and my pawn structure is better. She has like a weakness on e3, so that's why I started to feel that I'm gonna, put pressure on her, and yeah, that's the moment.
Yeah, this is actually my favorite type of position to play in the opposite colored bishop with major pieces, because here your pieces are more active, right?
Yeah, and she doesn't have the counterplay. That's like my favorite positions too, when you don't need to calculate sharp, variations like who is gonna come first. Here's like a kind of applying pressure, and just she doesn't have any counterplay. And now, like, yeah, the rook kind of. The rook e8 is a good move. I was considering d4. I was choosing between d4 and bishop f6. Maybe both are good. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Yeah, both are good. But I like your approach. Bishop f6 is very practical because the rook is kind of misplaced there.
Yeah. So I'm just chasing the rook, and here she didn't have any. Maybe rook f3, but
rook f3 would have been also.
I would take on b4.
Yeah, just take everything.
I would have taken on b4, and it's kind of all the pawns kind of fallen after that, like on c5 and a5. So yeah, I was pretty confident in this position. The only thing, like here, I was trying to calculate what if like she, move her pawns like b5 and the a6, c6, kind of, make sure that no pawn can, go through.
Go through as a fast pawn, right? Well, I think you converted smoothly here. Good conversion in the end game. 3 more games to go. Natalia, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's kind of tiring tournament, because before, like I used to 2 games. It was kind of quicker tournament, even though like it's like 1 game. It's like every game is intense. The field is strong. So I'm happy with the result. But there are like I have like strong opponents like for the last 3 games. So.
1 game at a time.
One game. Yeah, it's a very good advice. Yes, 1 game at a time. Yeah, tomorrow is Angelina, so let's.
Wow, that's gonna be a very good match, and we're looking forward to see the game.
Yeah, thank you, Irene.
Well, thank you, Natalia. Good luck, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Irene. Indeed, the clash between Natalia, and Angelina seems to be inevitable. Turning our attention to the seniors for just a moment, because our defending champion, Alexander Fishbein, just played this really crunchy move. Rook on d6 to d3. Essentially, he's setting up for rook takes e2. He's trying to provoke Alexander to capture on b2, and then this pawn's it's a dream.
Unstoppable.
And you're ready to give up the rook as well. You just push those pawns. So rook to d3, and this just looks like an inevitable victory for our defending champion as he tries to climb into podium position. Where would you like to take
so
this?
So in the ladies championship, we have Chochanik Airapetian having a winning advantage against Jennifer Smith. So maybe we can just sneak a peek at this position.
It looks very nice for Shucha. She's going to play king f2, queen. These are marvelous extra pawns. Check that out. Yeah, 2 extra pawns. Jennifer is losing.
And Angelina Belakovskaya also having a big advantage.
Exactly. Well, we've got lots of guests, and Irene is ready to do more interviews. Over to you, Irene.
I'm now with Iris Mo, who just defeated the tournament leader, Rachel Lee. Iris, how do you feel? 6th round, you finally, Rachel Lee was running, and now you just defeated her.
Yeah, I feel really great to like have bounced back, especially after the rest day, and with the win against Rachel for sure is not easy to do, so I'm proud of that.
And before we go to the game, because I saw the opening was the same one as the game between Liam Putnam against Brewington in the first round. Did you see that game?
No, I didn't.
Oh, because it's exactly the same idea with the G5. So, okay, let's take a look. And then if you can tell me the critical moment that you think happened in the game. So after this, and G5, was this come as a shock to you?
Yeah, for sure. I kind of wasn't really expecting G5 at all in this position. I was planning to just develop normally, so that was kind of a surprise and changed the course of the game.
Definitely, yes. So here you played D3. D4 would have been, I think, more fighting for white. But okay, you played very solid chess. And G3, can you tell us about this one? What did you feel?
I mean, I was a little bit worried in this position just because, like, being surprised with G5 and also suddenly G4, G3, like, I kind of felt like I had to, like, concede something on the king side and definitely give her some sort of play no matter what I did against G3. So I thought taking back with the H-pawn was somewhat reasonable, but my position definitely felt a little bit shaky here.
Yeah, but I think you just played all the natural move here despite looking a bit exposed around the king side, yeah?
Yeah.
And after castle here, what was your kind of like your strategy? Were you going to defend your position or were you trying to attack the queen side?
I thought that I had to defend first for sure. So like knight d5 was kind of more of a defensive move for me. And the plan was to go after knight d5, like queen f2, knight f3. So yeah, knight g4 I was really happy to see because if she had gone f5 then, she would have gotten like a better version of the f5 that we saw in the game.
This one, yeah?
Yeah, and here it kind of feels like I might have to give up that g3 pawn or something along those lines.
Yeah, so knight g4 was on the board and queen e2, preserving knight f3. And yeah, I think you played a very kind of like calm chess in the complicated situation like this. So in which point did you feel like you're very comfortable and then you're thinking of pushing for a win?
Yeah, so around here I felt like somewhat comfortable. She played d4 really quickly, which I didn't really expect because I thought now that I've like finally solidified my king side, I can start attacking on the queen side.
And b4, and then you just start attacking now c4 coming up, yeah?
Yeah.
And then, okay, let's fast forward to the end of the game because I think it's just a one-sided game at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, around here, I wasn't super sure about b5. Like, I only had a few minutes left anyway, but I kind of felt like it seemed like it felt like it would work, but I didn't really look at every single variation there. But yeah, here it just feels like the black king is way too weak, and black's pieces are not coordinated enough for there to be a reasonable defense.
Yes, and I absolutely agree with you. Rook c7, and your king is safe, and all you do is now just trying to find the finishing line, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook here, and then eventually this happens with a piece up, and she resigned. Oh,
Yeah.
she actually gave a checkmate.
lost the
I missed
checkmate,
this
yeah.
moment actually that
Yeah.
she gave you the checkmate. I see. Wow. Okay, Ari, such a big win for the 6th round and 3 rounds to go. What are your thoughts coming into the final 3 rounds?
I think I mean, my goal coming into this tournament was just to play the best chess I can and not put too much pressure on myself. So I feel like this game was a good example of just kind of playing something that's somewhat clean and like more true to my usual style. So I just hope to keep that up in the next few rounds.
Yes, sounds like a solid plan. Thank you, Iris, for taking your time with me, and get back to you guys.
Thank you, Irene. Again, big congratulations to Iris. It blew the Girls' Championship wide open with this victory over a runaway Rachel Lee. As she was explaining, not easy to defeat Rachel when she's in form. But something went wrong because Rachel had a great opening there.
Yes, I think she gave her a chance to, as Iris said, solidify the king side, and then everything was about the queen side.
Exactly.
But Rachel came with energy and kind of power on the king side, but then just couldn't push through.
Yeah, big matchup today in round 6. That's
While
in the
we
junior
were
championship. Andy
having her
Mishra
as an
looks
interview, we did get a
draw.
result.
We did?
Yes, Angelina defeated Ivona in the senior women's section.
So it really is a two-woman race.
It's a two-woman race right now, and I think we're going to have Angelina in the studio with us very soon to tell us all about the game.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the heads up there. Looking at the game of Andy Woodward and Mishra, expected fireworks. This was a great game. Andy missed a really sharp moment where he could have played bishop takes d5 and likely scored a victory. As it currently stands, I think a draw is now inevitable. Mishra can capture on e2 and just trade off into a bishops of opposite color position, forcing the trade of rooks to go along with the trade of bishops. And let me just get the live position. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board for a moment as the players. Whoa,
they traded the bishops.
That happened very, very quickly. Let me just see what happened. Whoa. What the heck did happen? Sorry, I'm going to catch up with the players as they are now in a rook and pawn endgame and easy draw.
See the players find the repetition or find the draw in this one.
Exactly, I'm
they
sure
will
they will.
Very shortly.
But for Mishra, you have to say he did what he had to do. He came in with a half a point lead going up against his closest rival with the black pieces. A draw was very, very desirable for him in this game.
This is a great success.
Yeah.
But on the other hand,
Mishra,
Andy
absolutely.
came prepared with a nice surprise.
He did.
We can say too, maybe.
In a very offbeat Slav line of the Slav
And look
defense.
for a line at Abhimanyu Mishra, who knows so much about openings and who is well prepared, who doesn't really know what's happening. And here we have a result. Zoe Tang won against Rose Atwell.
And leapfrogging Rachel Lee in the process. She's doing a good job at defending her title.
She's the new leader of the Girls' Championships.
2/3 into the position. And finally, Naked Kings in this one. Great game. Two marvelous rivals. Let's go into the...
Let's go and analyze somewhere else.
Yeah.
Andy Woodward draw against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Wow. Great stuff. Thank you, guys. That was really, really impressive. A game we haven't seen too much of, Liam versus Alice Lee. Alice Lee playing in the junior section. It looks incredibly well balanced at the moment. After this move, rook a8, I suspect that a draw is inevitable here. In the game between Kirk and Evan, both players needing a victory to climb back into the tournament. My first impression is that white is for choice after the move bishop g1, bishop f2 to g1. And Cristian, what caught your eye? What
Well,
has
I
caught
do
your eye?
want to give you a review of what happened in the game between Angelina Belakovskaya and Ivona Jezierska, because it was all Angelina from the get-go. And at this point, Black is already having a very difficult position, but she decided to take more risks and try to complicate matters with the move d5. The problem is that immediately White spotted the tactical idea that she missed, that Black missed in this position. That is Queen to e3 with the idea to go bishop to c5. This forces the knight to go back to d7, which allows White to take the d-pawn. Once this pawn is lost, the d-pawn is going to make all the difference in the game. And in fact, if we move forward all the way to the end of the game, b4, as you can see, the pawn still lives on the board. In fact, it's already all the way to d7. The rook is ready to swing to e8. In fact, the queen is entering the fray as well. And this is all she wrote. b5, she's trying to create another passed pawn. Black is trying to do something on the king side. But unfortunately for Black, well, that's only going to help me, because once the g file opens, I can swing the rook as well and create a mating threat like such. Also, bishop to d5, this is pretty much hopeless at this point, and after queen to g4, rook to e1, there is no way to defend the knight on e6. The rook is completely stuck. The game is over, and Angelina Belakovskaya takes the lead in the event.
Congratulations to Angelina. She'll be up shortly for an interview. I've got a game of Alexander Shabalov and Jesse Kraai on my screen, and I'm kind of confused by what Jesse is doing. So the way I look at it, he's got the open C file, everything is going very nice, but he's got a small problem. His queen on b6.
It's stuck.
It's stuck. It doesn't need to be there. The queen would be much happier, for example, going to d8 and queen e7. So just get the rook out of the way, go rook to c1 so that you can play queen d8 next turn. He's played rook c2, bishop d3, rook a2, and he's given up the c file so that after the move rook c3, white can then be the proud possessor of the c file. And suddenly, who has the advantage? Maybe it's white after rook c3 and rook c1, because you always have this move queen d6 in your pocket, right?
There
you
are
might
some
play rook
tricks,
c7.
Yasser. So if you go, I think rook c3.
Yep.
I can take.
Okay.
And knight takes e5. You cannot recapture because there is a checkmating threat. Queen takes f2.
Oh,
and
you're
queen h2.
Oh my goodness, you're absolutely right. I've missed it. I absolutely thought the whole time that the knight on e5 was I was preventing that. So, excuse me, the desirable rook c3.
Rook c3.
Ah, well, that's annoying, and it does mean that knight takes e5 is a genuine threat. Wow. So as I struggle with this one, Cristian, I'm going to toss it to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Yasser. We are here with a new leader in the junior girls section, Zoe Tang. Zoe, welcome to the show. First time here in the studio with us, but what a victory this was, and an important one against Rose Atwell, who you guys have been vying for position in terms of rating as well. How important was this game?
I think standings-wise, definitely very important. I'm just glad that I was able to win it. I was not sure what was going on in the middle here.
Absolutely, but it felt like you were always fighting, and it wasn't an easy fight, right? Because you had this weakness on b3 that you always had to deal with. And in fact, at this point, did you feel like you have enough compensation once she took this pawn and you landed the knight on d5?
Here I thought I was fine. I was like, okay, you know, we're both like somewhat low on time. I can probably figure something out. I think probably king f7 is more challenging.
What was your calculation looking like? Exactly. King f7, of course, is what the engine is saying, but what was your calculation? Which ideas were you looking
Bishop
at?
Bishop e5, probably.
Yes.
And then, I mean, fe5, queen f3, I take the knight back. And it's equal material. I have the knight, which is good, queen and knight. But then she does have the protected passed b pawn. So I was like, you know, I can play this. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, your knight is definitely close enough to the king to make it quite uncomfortable, right? Because she cannot really swing with a queen, try to promote the pawn without having to worry about any sort of checkmates on the other side. So still quite complex. But then this came in the position, queen to d3.
Yeah, and then she had to play knight d4, because now this is like, everything's pinned, she can't escape.
Immediately after she played the move knight to c5, did you realize that finally, right now, via this bishop c1, you're taking the upper hand in this one?
Yeah. I knew that when I played queen d3. I was like, I really hope she plays knight c5.
Queen to d3, and yes, knight to d4 was the only move to stay in the game. Knight to c5 and king to h8 just finishes the job for you. King to g7 seems to have been the last attempt.
Yeah, that way there's no like queen f8 annoying stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And then maybe you can do this, and now there's no queen to f8. Checkmates, the only way to stay in the game. She did not sense the danger, perhaps. Did you feel that she missed bishop to c1?
I think she either missed bishop c1 or she missed bishop a3. One of the two. Because after that, I win the piece, and then it's just over.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. Zoe, you've been piling victory after victory with a couple of draws in between. There was one player that was winning a lot of games as well. That is Rachel Lee. She just lost. Now you're the leader. How do you see that race going into the last three?
I think obviously next round is going to be very important.
Playing against Rachel.
Yeah, anything can still change with one round. So I'm just going to take tomorrow's game very seriously, and we'll see what happens.
How are you going to approach that game in terms of strategy? Are you going to stay more compact? Are you going to try to be combative? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to.
I'm just like trying to play my best chess, see what the position allows and doesn't allow for, yeah.
And do you have a lot of experience with Rachel? Have you guys played each other a few times?
I think we've played either twice or 3 times before.
Okay,
yeah.
And what's the score, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm thinking. I've won once, and I don't think I've lost, and we might have drawn a few times.
Okay,
that.
Okay. So quite a tense rivalry brewing in that one. Zoe, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on this victory, and we'll see you tomorrow at the board.
Our congratulations as well, Zoe, as she tries to defend her title. The current standings in the girls junior.
Yeah, let's take a look. Only with 1 game remaining. So Zoe Tang, the new leader in the girls junior championship, after winning a very important game, and Rachel Lee losing against Iris Mo.
Exactly. In that remaining game between Rochelle and Chloe, Rochelle is actually a pawn up, and that pass pawn is really, really bad news. I think Rochelle is winning the game. She's just played the move knight f3. We can see that she's ready to play c5, c6, advancing the pawn, dropping her knight into e5 and continuing with king c5. That, for me, is positional overkill. It really feels like Rochelle is going to
also a big advantage on the clock. And this game is over.
As Jennifer lost, I believe. She was 2 pawns down.
Yes, Chukchanik Airapetian won against Jennifer Smith.
Exactly. Congratulations, Shushan. And Alex Shabalov, Jesse Kraai, check this out. Okay, now I'm really confused. Jesse just played the move rook a2 with the invisible threat of knight takes e5. Shabalov just played the move f2, f3. What am I missing? Knight takes e5?
No, I think the game is slightly different. Yasser, maybe if you
Yeah, exactly. Because something just happened. Well, slightly different? Are you kidding me?
The queens are no longer there, so
yeah.
f3 is completely safe.
Right. Well,
tiny difference.
I got a relay error is what happened there, obviously. So going back to what did Shabalov do after this rook a2 business? Played rook b2, queen a5. So Jesse said, my queen on b6 is misplaced. Let me get it better. And lots and lots of moves have been played, up to and including h6. Wow. So repetition. Okay, we can understand that Shabalov is dreaming of playing g4, bishop to h7, and then trading the knight and capturing the pawn. I think white is for choice here because somehow Jesse got a very passive knight.
The knight on g8 is just terrible.
For sure. Put the knight on c4 and we could be cooking with gas. Where would you like to take us?
So maybe let's stay with the seniors and take a look at the game Alexander Goldin against Alexander Fishbein.
Yep.
What developments do we have there?
Well, exactly at the moment that Fishbein played rook to d3, I thought black is completely winning rook on c1 to e1, and then black captured. That's an interesting decision. I was actually expecting the move king to g8, just to sidestep rook e8, check as a threat. King g8 means I could put my bishop on f8 to block the check, and these rooks, these black rooks, are just doing such a great job. Nope, that did not happen. Black captured. Still, I mean, great position for black.
White has the disadvantage that exactly the pawn on f4 is on dark square. So it's a beautiful target for the black rook and the bishop.
Yeah, like a ready-made target, in fact. Rook takes f4 is definitely on black's agenda and what to do.
When this pawn falls, the pawn on g5 is going to be a target.
Rook a8, rook takes f4, king g3, rook f5, rook f1. What do you like?
I like
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3 also looking.
Defending the pawn. It's still inviting rook takes a7 check, right?
Yeah, probably go rook f5.
Rook f5. So I munch this pawn, yay.
Oh, but I don't have king e6 here.
King e6. Maybe
Bishop
you do.
d7. You think
Maybe
I do?
you do. That pawn on c2 is c3, pardon me, very dangerous. Maybe king e6 is.
I mean, if I have king e6, then that's awesome. So you play bishop d7.
I do.
I go, let's say, king, what, e5, d5. And if you take, wow. Luckily, I have this other pawn on c4.
You've got
That
two
is
of them.
Beautiful blockader
Correct.
of the passer that's
Yeah.
going to be promoted.
King d4, c2. Still looks wonderful for our defending champion. Just checking in on Stuart Rachels versus Igor Novikov. For the longest time, Stuart has been nursing an exchange, an extra exchange for a pawn, but we didn't think that Igor compensation was nearly enough, and Stuart really still appears to be in the driver's seat on this one as well. All right.
But how do we go about converting this advantage?
Take the pawn.
Can you give up the pawn on c3?
Well, maybe I have to include rook e3 along the way, but yeah, I'm thinking that this h pawn will be a much more dangerous pawn than this d pawn. So I would, I'd probably start with bishop to g7, getting ready. And in case of h5, yes, I would further advance with king there.
I agree. And speaking of exchange
Extra
advantages, Kirk
Yeah.
Ghazarian is nursing also an exchange advantage against Evan Park.
However, having said that, oh, sorry, it's white to move. I was about to say, I'm expecting h4, and wait a minute, you know, whoa. But no, we do have the move king f3 and king takes g3, right? Or how is this? Knight d1 check and knight d3? Can Evan save the
now I'm
game?
in trouble, because if I defend the bishop, then you have another fork.
Exactly. Can he defend the game? So Evan, so maybe Kirk is considering bishop g3. Could this knight potentially get trapped? Like, okay, imagine white plays bishop g3, pardon me. I guess after h4, it's funny, the knight, I think it was Mishra. Mishra had a knight on b2 that was somehow in purgatory, no man's land. But
Okay, I have a different idea. I play e5 here.
e5,
Attack your knight.
good idea.
Okay, good idea. The ancient really dislikes it.
I guess the knight runs away.
And now I thought rook takes b3.
Oh, look at you. Nasty. I have a check, by the way. Your bishop
king
is hanging.
f3. Oh, but
Then I take a bishop. Check.
and rook b6, you can go king g5.
I can also defend my knight like this, too.
Okay, no, this is horrible.
Right. This is not what you want.
Then I have to be really careful.
Very, very careful.
Okay, so it's not as clear cut.
Maybe
as it
something
looked.
like rook b6
Or bishop e7. Can we start with bishop e7?
Okay.
Kind of having the same idea of rook b6.
No, the engine's not happy with your choice. Gotcha. I'm not exactly sure
This
why,
just
by the way.
shows that
It is tricky.
it's not that easy to play this
No.
position. It's an exchange up, but black has, I mean, knights are tricky, right? They give forks.
To begin with.
Especially if they cooperate with pawns.
Yep, to begin with. I guess h5, rook here, knight check, king f3. This must be winning now, e5.
Not that easy, right?
But we do have knight e6. And again, these pawns,
That
little
one, it feels like
dangerous.
the knight is back in the game, the pawns are
little
connected, perhaps
dangerous.
you're out of danger, right?
Yeah. I'm feeling like...
We need to do something
better.
Better than this.
Yeah, because, yeah.
So what if I go rook b6? What if I try to just...
I was thinking black should
King
immediately
F3,
try to break the pin.
But if I go king f3...
Knight e6.
Knight e6, and now...
With the intention of h4.
If I start with e5, what do you do?
Probably knight d7.
Knight d7, yeah. In fact, I'm worse.
Careful, careful,
losing right
careful,
now.
careful.
Okay.
Yeah, so at first blush, I was like, oh, white's really happy, you got king f3, until I saw this knight e1 to d3 business.
Okay, what about king f1?
King f1.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I don't have a choice.
Bishop d6?
Bishop d6. Ugh. Okay, that looks really good. Whoa, this looks really good. I don't like what I'm seeing here. Do I have to go, no, king g5? Oh, I can walk. Maybe I can still, do I, the thermometer, the chess thermometer is telling me white has a winning move in the position. Not that I see it, but that's the winning move, okay?
I'm confused about this position.
Wait a minute. But rook b5 followed by bishop takes f4, isn't that game over?
Ah, that's it. I thought I was nice, and there's hello.
In fact, rook f5 first. I think it's maybe not.
No,
rook
there's g2.
This is definitely.
Let's not even
play
try.
games.
Let's not even try.
Right, but this looks like a win.
Take that knight off.
And again, for Kirk, the tournament standings, you know, to get to the podium, he's just going to have to go on a big winning streak at the moment to get there. I want to go to the game of Rochelle just to see when we left it, we had seen the move, knight f3, and Chloe just played bishop g4. It's all about the c-pawn, right? I just don't see how what Chloe could possibly do. She doesn't look like a happy
So
camper.
she needs to go to knight b6.
Right. And maybe time to bring the king in.
Yeah, knight c8.
Knight c8. Now I can break this pin in two ways. I can go into a straight knight ending after knight here, or maybe I can even do something even better, or maybe not better. Look at this. I thought to try. But this is maybe a chance for Chloe to claw back a drawn position.
No, I think this is still
Oh,
winning.
Really? Oh, I was doing my best to. Why is this still winning? I guess it is.
Probably h5.
H.
I think h5, right?
H5. So that after king takes, bishop takes.
I don't think your king is getting back to the corner is the problem.
So if my king were back here, I might be drawing.
By the way, Rochelle just played the move c6.
Yeah, I'm going to switch to Rochelle versus Chloe. Well, actually, I'm going to the live position, I meant to say. She did play c6, yes?
Knight b6.
I would probably go into the knight ending, just because of what I showed. I wouldn't trust myself that I didn't calculate it accurately. But the knight ending, I'm sure I'm going to win, because knight endings and king and pawn endgames are very, very similar. If a king and pawn endgame is winning, the knight ending is usually winning too.
But also you may need not to rush, right? I can go king c5, knight c8.
Yep.
Can I go c7?
Was a little reluctant to ask.
Because now I want to go king c6.
Yeah, that's good enough. You're right. c7 should be perfect. Yeah. No arguments here.
And Rochelle has a huge time advantage. She has 32 minutes to figure out what she wants to do in this position.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it just me or the ladies, a lot of victories today? Iris, it was just because the leaders had victory and defeat. But Rose Atwell losing, and surprisingly so, against Zoe today. What did Rochelle
so by the way,
do?
Rochelle played king c5.
Yep. Drive that knight into passivity with king c5.
Probably the right approach.
Absolutely.
The only thing that could potentially upset your party is exactly that endgame that you were showing. With
right.
The bishop and the pawn versus the king that's trying to get to the dark square corner.
Mm-hmm. Again, if it's white on turn, she just goes c7 and bishop takes. But bishop takes, and suddenly you could have this cold realization.
But I'm not sure it's like this. I think
But
this
Chloe
is just
decided to go knight d5. She didn't go passively knight c8, but she decided to keep the knight in the center.
Knight d5, okay, fair.
But this also means that the knight can be much easier kind of distracted from guarding that c7 square.
How to do that, though? You think?
Just king e6.
Oh, king d6.
d6, pardon me, yeah, king
Yeah.
d6.
I took a pawn, yay.
And now I...
c7.
c7, I stopped you from making a queen, yay.
Knight takes c5.
And
bishop g4.
I'm crying. Bishop g4, I'm crying.
Over. I will take that.
Not finished with you yet.
I will take that. And knight d7. Thank you very much.
Nicely done. And your next turn is you're ready to make a girl. Yeah, Rochelle's
There are some
this.
drawing elements that you need to be careful about.
Only
Yes.
that.
The material is still quite limited, so you shouldn't hurry with your decisions. Nevertheless, it should be easy enough.
Yeah. I personally am finding myself drawn to knight to d4 going into this knight ending because I love my king being nicely positioned on d6. But king d6, as you've said, excellent stuff. Great stuff for white. And as what else? Stuart is at work. Alex Shabalov, Jesse Kraai.
We have no changes in those games. Maybe only looking at Liam Putnam and Alice Lee, but before we do that, Cristian, you have a special guest.
Absolutely, we are here with Angelina Belakovskaya after another great victory, and now once again you're leading the competition. How are you feeling right now, Angelina? Did you enjoy the World Cup yesterday as well?
Yes, I was definitely watching it, but I wish there was more results in the game.
Right, that's true. It was a slow-moving World Cup finals, but that didn't stop you from getting the lead early on in this one, and you are putting all the pressure, and then finally she cracked with this move d5.
Well, it's not really cracked. How do you save the queen? Because rook a4 is coming, and the queen is
probably just need to go b5 and give it this in this fashion, right?
Okay, like it's possible, but again, like, so where's...
Maybe just check and take on d6.
Okay, so you found a way to save the queen.
Yes. Not easy. Not easy.
Okay, I was hoping, like instead that she would let me play rook a4, queen b3, and bishop d1.
Bishop d1. Let's just show that actually, if you make a random move, rook a4, bishop d1 finishes the game.
So yes, like even before, like the variations were, like some interesting variations, where even with the queen takes b2, like for example, when we play a few moves later, like d5 here, rook e1, so queen takes b2, rook a2.
Do you want to give a check first, or
no? First check, yes.
First check. Yeah.
Queen d4, and then rook a2, and then bishop d1.
Yes.
So, yeah, not bishop c4 because queen goes to b4. That's why I actually played, instead of rook d1, rook e1. So to keep that square open for the bishop.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, she spotted that.
Well, now it's very interesting. So if I would have played queen d2 instead, trying to keep the pawn on b2, I think my position might end up, like actually getting worse, because knight to c5.
Yes.
And so now there is no rook a4, knight b3 is coming, and so, for example, if I play rook d1, still knight to b3, and my queen is now has to go to g5.
This doesn't look good at all.
That doesn't look good.
No,
it just doesn't look good. I was like, no, I'm not happy with that. I need to keep control.
Lose this one, maybe lose the other one next.
Yeah, no, the idea is I have to keep queen on the diagonal. I don't care about pawn b2. I will just play for the initiative. Yeah, queen h4 I didn't like at all, because that queen on h6 is getting trapped. Now here, instead of queen d4, maybe I should have played f4 first, because knight actually on f7 is not that bad. Now queen d4. Well, it's interesting because, like in some positions, I was even looking at g4 and trap the bishop, So I was trying to see which pieces I can win.
Which, by the way, might actually work. But then she has some ideas of rook takes c2, like your king becomes a bit weaker. What's the point of it,
Well, at least, you have to analyze when you play chess.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's true.
So, but... I think her black square bishop was dangerous. Her white square bishop is not as dangerous.
Right. So. Right. Oh, sorry. I think we were somewhere around here. So you decided to allow the knight to go to f7.
Well, yeah, it's turned out to be, and here it's very interesting. So if you can move bishop back to e2, so all right. I'm just wondering, if I had, move h4, just simply, lock out the queen.
I like it.
And, then she can't move the king because pawn on f6 is hanging. She has no place for the queen whatsoever. So then now, I can just do exactly the same as I did, bishop f3.
I like this move. So why didn't you go for it?
Because I saw it right after I played the I was like,
and then you allowed g5. But still, look, you have the d pawn.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
This is going to make the difference in the game.
Well, and I thought maybe she needs to block that knight to d6, and because now my bishop is extremely strong.
Yeah.
So and that pass pawn.
Controlling everything.
Yes, that controls everything. So here, check.
Ooh, nice. Yeah.
Now she has to take. So and I take the bishop. So it was very important to take that bishop, because now I don't have to worry about any checkmates whatsoever, and it's pretty much forced from here.
The king is perfectly safe.
Yeah.
And
so
you converted.
If it was queen f7 instead of instead, I still play bishop d5 and.
Well, Angelina, you came.
No, not immediately bishop d5, because on d7 is hanging, but I play rook e1 first, and now there is no way. Like if knight moves rook e7, And I also I still have my rook g1 check if I need, queen g3. And now I have bishop d5 next.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You came here in the studio. I asked you how you prepare for a tournament. You told me that you were very busy. You didn't really have a lot of time to prepare. But right now you're dominating the event. How are you feeling about the event so far? Your play. How are you feeling about your play?
How I feel, so far I think the games are quite okay. I wish, I would dominate without giving any chances. so somehow it doesn't work, so I always constantly have to look at what can my opponent play and, how I feel about it, and is there a way to control the initiative and not to let that initiative slip. So, and this is what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to, as you could see, when I'm playing, I'm trying to have good positions, when my pieces are active and somewhat creative, but also, just I don't like to create weaknesses right now and have the position the pieces in the back in not so good positions.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I'm looking at tomorrow. You're going to play Natalia Tsodikova, the defending champion, and the player that I think is holding on in this tournament.
Well, you know more than I do because I do not know who I'm playing tomorrow.
You're playing her, and that's a big clash. How are you going to approach that one? Are you going to do anything differently or just try to play your game?
I'm playing one game at a time. So that's what I'm doing. Plus, I still have to do the work and, prepare for the lectures because fall semester is coming, and I'm preparing the program for GT School because I think we have very, very ambitious, amazing programs that we are developing. It's for gifted and talented kids, where we will have competitive chess program that is going to be online, so our kids would be able to play from and actually go to school from anywhere, which means that we are getting now some of the strongest young chess players joining the school because when they travel, so they cannot really participate in the normal school activities, like in the public and even private schools. So some of them, chose homeschooling solutions. And so instead, we are offering them to have AI-powered school, and it's going to be the competitive chess program.
Fishbein has just won his game, trying to keep pace with Akopian and Onischuk. Are you talking about the high school level? Are you talking about the collegiate level? What level are you talking about?
It's K8 for now, and the high school is in the future, coming soon. So, which means that don't be surprised if you have some of the best K8 students in the country that are playing in the elementary and middle school championships, changing into GT school affiliation.
Beautiful.
Where they can do mathematics, English, science, and I don't know if you have heard about 2-hour learning concept, but technically they're going to do all their core subjects in 2 hours, and then this is where we have chess, robotics, speech and debate, and other programs. But I'm the one who is responsible for building the chess program, and we have very ambitious plans.
Well, you have a lot of things to do tonight and a lot of responsibilities, but mainly you need to prepare for Natalia. I'll let you go and get ready for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our congratulations, Angelina, as we take a look at the senior women's standings. And it's these two ladies that we've been speaking about the whole tournament.
Absolutely.
Katja.
Angelina Belakovskaya winning today, as well as Natalia Tsodikova. And these players are going to face each other tomorrow in round 7.
Yeah, all important matchup. And as we said, Alexander Fishbein just won his game as our defending champion. And I think the game between Shabalov and Jesse just finished. I think it was agreed drawn. Yeah. There must have been a repetition. There was no breakthroughs.
Wait, I think they're still playing.
Oh, excuse me.
But I think the game that is going to be over is actually Rochelle Wu against Chloe Go. I really like what Rochelle did in the position. If we can bring it back a few moves back.
Yeah.
And look at this kind of nice move. So knight d4.
Okay. I like going into the the ending. Yeah.
Okay, we just wait for the
Oh,
board to... Yes, and now this move, f5. So the idea is to block the light square bishop. Now we actually capture it. And now a really strong move, king e6. And we just try to support our pawn to go into promotion, while also looking at the move bishop c4. Attack the knight, capture on e6.
Okay. So from Chloe's perspective, she's begging for an opportunity to sacrifice her knight for the pawn and then try to make a draw against the remaining h-pawn. Is there any way she can set up for that?
So we have a move king f6. Chloe played king f6.
Okay. So she's anticipating that after bishop c4, the knight is going to drop back to e7?
Why don't I don't like this.
I'm not sure I like this either.
No, so I go bishop g4.
I mean, I get it. It's
I go bishop
probably
g4.
winning, but...
So what do you play after bishop
I don't know, but why do this to begin with?
No,
That's the question.
I thought
Why
I'm
did you need to go for
simplifying
these
it.
things?
So bishop g4?
Aren't you making this complicated for yourself? The engine says no. The engine says you're still winning. But okay, knight e7.
c7.
e5. I'm trying to run with my pawn. If I can ever sacrifice the knight and get to play the 8, remember we had something like this in a different iteration?
By the way, Rochelle, she went with bishop f3, immediately attacking that knight in the center.
Bishop f3. Well, I'm sure Chloe's going to do the same thing. She's going to set up with her knight on e7 and her pawn on e5 and hope against hope.
But I think you may be in Zugzwang because I go c7.
Yep.
You go e5, and I go bishop b7.
Ugh. Check. King. If you like, I'll go back.
So how do you put me in at Zugzwang?
Probably
I
bishop
thought you have
b7.
to move the king, but you don't.
Bishop, I don't know.
Maybe
My
h5,
king?
yeah? h5, king f6, bishop g6. Now you have to give me the pawn.
No, that's my
95.
dream.
Ooh.
Oh.
That would be
da,
bad.
da, 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 da. I mean, what a cold shower that would be. But that's what I'm saying. Why was it necessary to play the move f5? Well, we'll find out in just a while because, again, we have our defending champion.
Absolutely.
in
Alex,
studio.
welcome back.
Thank you.
To the show. Now, you approach this game with something in mind for sure. Akopian just winning game after game, and you needed to keep pace.
We have a situation. We have a sitch. We have a sitch. Akopian is just winning all the games.
Exactly.
That has to be stopped. I don't know who's going to stop him, but somebody's got to stop him.
But you had to do your job.
I still have a
which is winning.
chance. I'm not thinking that far ahead, but he's not getting away easy against me.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so here, I'm just kidding. So, yeah, I prepared a line which actually I hadn't heard of until about 5 o'clock yesterday.
Okay.
But it seems to be kind of a trendy line against this G3 system.
Who told you about it, or did you just find it
I just
yourself?
found it in the database. No, actually what I did is I said, okay, who's the strongest player who plays this position?
This is Jordan Van Forest.
So no,
I think, right?
I just did using ChessBase, I just did the sort by strongest elo, and Magnus Carlsen
Magnus also, yeah.
played this thing actually a month ago. He played it in Norway in a serious game.
Yeah.
When Magnus plays something in a long time control serious game, you got to take it seriously.
Absolutely, right? Absolutely.
So, so here, yeah, I mean G4 surprised me a little bit. I thought after G4 I just have a nice kind of Benoni type thing, or sometimes a Ruy Lopez type structure as well with black, right?
It's all about getting
ironically because Alex is very, very
push going
strong
on this side.
in the Ruy Lopez as black.
Right. So when did you feel like you're finally taking over? It felt like already after.
Yeah, here I thought with 95
Rookie
c4.
to get the knight on d3.
And by the way, he'd never seen this line at all.
Of course, yeah.
And I'll be honest, that's the advantage of being an active player.
Yeah.
Like, he's a very strong player. I have a very bad score against him prior to this game.
Yeah.
4-0 with some draws. So I was taking this game with caution. You know, but when you don't know the opening at all, never seen it, and I had a lot of preparation in this, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Once you play f5 already, it feels like a very nice Benoni.
Yeah.
Gone wrong
here I
for
thought it was
white.
just completely winning. Yeah, this looked to me completely winning.
Oh, I think
and
you're
here
right.
I thought this was a mistake. Well, I guess the
I think
computer
you were right.
doesn't really think so.
No, this plan was definitely
But
correct.
no, but I thought it was close. I thought it should have been a lot easier. Yeah, this was nice, this bishop e3 idea, but it's the only way. Otherwise, it's probably a draw if I don't do this bishop d4 and bishop e3.
Bishop d4 is an
And
important move.
I wasn't happy they became this close. I didn't think my technique was good, but the computer just says, yeah, whatever, you know.
I think you played it quite well in this one, and then get the king
Yeah,
in.
now it's easy though. And I know that with a pawn, c-pawn, king is on the wrong side is always a win if it gets to c4.
You were mentioning that game against Akopian. It's coming in a couple of rounds.
Yeah, well,
let's not look too far ahead.
No,
in
it
the
depends on the
future.
situation, right? Tomorrow he's playing Onischuk, who's also winning.
Yes.
So we have I'm in a tough spot. I got two guys who are very, very strong. They're much stronger than me, and they're playing well right now. So I don't know. I guess I'm in third place now or something.
Yes, you are, but tied.
I think
for
my
second.
chances are better than 2.7%, but probably not much better than 5% now.
We keep telling Ben exactly
Because-
that. Yes.
Because they're just so far. I mean, well, Onischuk is not, but Akopian is a point ahead, and he's playing really well.
Well,
So,
Alex-
but you know, Onischuk is going to get him, and then I have him. So he's going to have a couple tough games, but with white.
Again,
The
you're
last
doing
round he's
exactly
playing-
what you need to be
Last
doing.
time he was playing Jesse Kraai, who was also very strong.
Yes. I think everybody's very strong in this plan.
So we'll see. Still in it.
Alex, thank you for
Okay.
joining us. We'll let you go and get ready for
Okay.
tomorrow.
Thanks.
And
to you later.
we will go on a short commercial break, and we will be back shortly with the rest of the round.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
Alex, a big St. Louis welcome. Welcome
Thank you
back.
very much.
I mean, defending champion.
Glad to be here. It's always an honor just to play here, to be honest.
If you don't mind, introduce yourself a little bit to our viewers.
Sure.
Tell us your background and what's your new job.
So, my name is Alex Fishbein. I am 58 years old. I've almost never been a professional player. I've always kind of combined chess and my day job, which is finance. It's kind of bond trading, bond analytics, things like that. So I've been doing that for about 30 years. I first became a grandmaster in 1992, but then very soon after that I started working, so chess took a back seat. For about 20 years, I was playing like 10 or 15 games a year. And still I was doing okay. My rating was pretty high. I was never in the top 10 in the US, but I was usually in the top 20. Then more recently I started playing a little more. My kids are, especially my youngest son, Mitch, he's 2,300 now USCF. So
wow.
So that kind of now he's not a little kid anymore.
Yeah,
but he's
impressive.
been a master for a while. So we go to tournaments together a lot. We study together. He teaches me a lot as well. So I try to combine chess with my work. As I said, last year I took a year off, which paid off very quickly, more quickly than expected as I managed to win this tournament. But now I'm working again, and that's exciting too, especially in today's markets, very, very volatile. I'm just trying to do my best.
Defending champion, feeling it?
Feeling it.
Yeah.
Feeling it. It's definitely, last year my result exceeded all expectations, although like numbers wise, I mean, +2 is not a fantastic score.
But look at the competition.
Yeah, the competition is tough. So I started working, and so I've had less time to play. I've still played a bit. This year I've played like 40 games or so. Not the same schedule. Still more than other people, but not the same.
Just when you think you're out,
So
they pull you
yeah, they
back
do. They
in.
just actually, you're right. I wasn't even looking. Like they sort of just called me, right?
Right.
But it's good. It's a very good. I'm happy to be back in finance as well and playing chess. So I still study, just not as much. I did a lot of work last year, as you know, as we talked about during the final round. Sometimes results don't come immediately. When you work, sometimes the work doesn't get rewarded immediately. So what I'm hoping is that the fruits of that labor are really going to pay off this year.
Exactly.
Like I'm hoping that now I'm really going to play well. That's the idea. We'll see what happens.
I remember training with Viktor Korchnoi for a world championship match, and I got to use some of the ideas 5 years later.
5 years later,
I mean,
yeah. No, I've
fantastic.
had that a lot.
When you think about this tournament, your goals?
It's a much stronger tournament. There's 3 different players.
Alex Onischuk
included. Onischuk, who was 2,700, hit his peak. So now we have 2 2,700s. Last year, everybody was afraid of Vladimir. Now they're afraid of Onischuk.
Yeah, exactly.
You also have, I don't know why Larry's not playing. I guess he turned down. So basically, Larry's, in his place, we have Onischuk, who's stronger. Stuart Rachel's versus Tim Taylor, not a comparison.
Right, Stuart, former U.S. champion.
And then Max Dlugi versus Jesse Kraai. Close, I think. Jesse Kraai finished 2nd place. So I think I think it's much stronger field.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't really think of number of points. I mean, obviously it would be great to win again. You always come in thinking you can win, but just to play here and to be able to compete with these guys in such a prestigious tournament, such great conditions, such a high profile event is an honor. A lot of other tournaments I play are against little kids.
Right.
So it's a huge difference, 2 games a day. This year I've played less, but I've still played some tough weekend Swisses.
Mm-hmm.
This is a totally different kind of thing. It's on one hand, it's easier, you don't have to play 2 games a day. On the other hand, being a more important tournament, everybody is kind of more focused, and there's a lot more nervous energy that goes on.
Alex, a very big St. Louis welcome.
Thank you.
Great to have you back.
Welcome back to round 6 of the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships. We have 4 games remaining only.
Yeah, but I'm looking at a miracle game going on between Rochelle and Chloe, and I thought, seriously, Rochelle was doing it all really perfectly and putting everything nicely in exactly the right position to get what I thought was a technically winning position. I think she overplayed her hand a little bit after F5. It's still winning. It wouldn't have been my choice. And she got the position that she had aspired to get, which was exactly here. Now, in her mind, what Rochelle was thinking is that she's just going to win the knight or create a zugzwang, as you expected that to be the case. But But, there was a big problem. She hadn't counted on the fact that after E5, Chloe is more than happy to give up the knight, right? Like, just go ahead and take the knight. And Chloe's idea is that there's only one pawn she has to get rid of, and it would involve king f6 and g5. Plus, she's got a pawn that can distract the bishop. So after the moves that we currently have achieved, I wanted to say right back here, the engine, or at least my chess thermometer, has said, Chloe's drawing. Chloe's
because
drawing.
As you mentioned, it's important to just notice that white has the bad colored bishop, right? It's a light colored bishop, and the h8 square is dark. So if black manages to just give the knight for the pawn, then get rid of these other pawns, bring the king to the corner, it's a draw.
Right. That's exactly it. You put the bishop on g5, nothing to think about, easy win. But because the bishop, the engine did not like Chloe's decision to play king e7.
I think the engine wanted king f6 with the idea of g5, right? Forcing...
Or maybe king f5? With the idea, same idea.
I mean, same idea.
I think the idea is actually to give a check.
Or to keep check in reserve.
To keep that check in reserve.
Okay, because after king e7, now are we getting a Zugzwang? After, say, king b7, knight d6, king c8, something like that?
So you should definitely start with h5, right? Because you're not going to achieve any sort of Zugzwangs with black still having the move g6 on the board.
Okay.
So take that away.
Okay.
First and foremost. Now let's say knight to d6. I think is pretty much the only thing you can do.
Okay.
Go back to f3, g2, switch the diagonal. You go back to c8 or king e6. Both of them lead to exactly the same thing. And now we go bishop h3. And finally, once knight d6 comes,
now
you have bishop f5.
Gotcha.
That's it.
That's it.
By the way, Rochelle started with rook, with bishop to g2.
It's fine as well. It wins also.
Bishop to g2.
Bishop to g2 is one of the winning moves.
So that's going to be just transposition, right? If knight d6, then h5.
Right. Exactly. King e6, bishop h3, again, transposes and puts the bishop here. Wow. Okay.
By the way, Chloe, only 18 seconds on her clock.
Trickier than I thought. But after bishop g2, could I ask a question? What would you do after knight?
And that's exactly what Chloe played. Knight a7 is on the board.
Because she's got one last cheapo up her sleeve. King b7, knight b5. And what she hopes to do is after white makes a queen, to get into the endgame that we've been discussing, namely, can Chloe get rid of this h-pawn? And I think it's a draw.
Yes,
well,
this
be
is
careful
a draw
right
because
now.
Again, g5 is going to happen, and then
get your king
This knight a7 is a big move right now. You really have to be careful.
Because it is a great cheapo.
Yeah, king b6 is the only winning move.
And it's easy.
Don't go
to
king
fail.
b7.
Yeah.
No,
king b7.
no. King b7, not good news.
Knight b5. Ooh, what a great cheapo that is.
But king b6 makes sense, right? We attack the knight, push it back.
Yes.
You go to c8, we go to b7, and now if you go to d6, we gain the tempo.
And we
basically
got exactly
get to this
the
position that we want.
That you're trying to achieve. But it's so easy to play the move so easy in the current position to play the move king b7 and watch all your hard work go to waste. Wow, big moment here. Rochelle, king b6 wins. This is a winner. This move draws. Oh. And did you say that Chloe was down to 18 seconds?
Yes, right now she has 42 seconds, Chloe, but Rochelle, she has 15 minutes.
A lot of. And you said on our return from break that there was actually 4 games.
Yes, and speaking about spoiled advantages, Stuart, Rachel's, and Igor Novikov, it looks like it is going to be a draw.
Oh my goodness, Stuart was, what?
That was the extra exchange.
Boy,
but
a lot of things have happened
Work for
here.
white.
Oh my goodness. Is Igor managing somehow to make a blockade? Excuse me.
So he started with b3.
Okay.
By the way, King b6 was played by Rochelle. So
Oh.
she's on track still to win.
Still on track. Okay. So b3, bishop to c3 to stop the pawn, control and threatening h7. Only move is king g8, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Luckily, if you play king g6, then I have knight e7 check and
Fabulous.
still surviving.
Yeah, but that's what I'm fearful. I'm fearing that Igor is about to go king h7, knight e7, and get a light square blockade and make a draw. Wow, seriously, I thought the game was so close that Igor was going to have to resign. What a save. Remarkable. I have to look back what went wrong. And Cristian, what about the other remaining games?
Well, let's take a look at Kirk Ghazarian versus Evan Park. That's the one I was keeping a close eye on, just to see exactly where we stand. This is what we have right now in the position. I think we left it off a while back.
Yeah, it was quite a topsy-turvy.
In fact, it was at this point when Evan decided to give the exchange, get that pawn on g2, and try to create something with the knights and the expanding pawns. Rook to b6 was played, which is one of the good moves in the position. Knight to f4, king to f3, knight to e6, and bishop to e3. Very important move, crucial move, so that you don't allow any sort of checks. h4. Now, what I'm hoping is that you're going to overextend your pawn structure on the king side, and then I'm going to be able to pick them up. Either way, as soon as I consolidate as white, I will be able to start pushing my own pawn.
Right.
And that's going to be problematic for your position and your chances. Knight g7, b4, knight to f5, we exchange that. b5, as you can see, but you only have one big threat, and that is g2, which is going to be nicely held by rook a1. Rook a1, you don't have knight f1 because I just simply pick up that pawn. Knight d5 is the position we currently have on the board. You can just simply pick up the pawn. Rook takes h4. g2, you don't have to take. You can go rook to g4. So that's winning, and we're probably going to get into this one. The thing is, the king never gets close enough to the pawn.
Why not?
That is because I just cut it. I will just simply cut your king like this. Rook to c2. You can go to d6. It doesn't matter. Okay. Don't run into knight e3. Don't run into knight e3, and you're safe.
That's actually pretty funny because you're at the crowning moment was the one moment when you played king g4. That was pretty good.
f5, king f3. The thing is, you're running out of moves.
Wow.
Let's say you go here, I go rook c4, you go here, I'll give you a check. Maybe king.
I remember
king there's some work to be done, right? There's some work to be done, but I will be able to. It's very similar to the endgame of Jesse Kraai versus, was it against Novikov? I'm trying to remember. The rook and bishop.
No,
sorry,
that was Stuart Rachel's.
Rook and pawn versus bishop.
Yeah.
Jesse Kraai against
somewhat similar to
Stuart
that.
Rachel's.
Yeah. I'm remembering a game of Emmanuel Lasker where he literally created a study. He had a king and a knight against a rook and a pawn, and he managed to find a draw by having his king in a very peculiar, I'm wondering which book I read that in, but when you said that, rook takes g2, this was an easy win, that fragment came to my mind, that there was an exception, and I guess the king is cut. It can't go king d6 in our example because of b6. and the passer goes through. Let's see, do we have more moves in the game? Let me get up to date. Yes, rook takes h4. We're expecting rook takes g2, king takes e5. It's funny, the game of Rochelle, where Chloe has figured out ways of making it difficult for her opponent.
I'm not sure this is winning anymore. I'm not convinced that this is winning anymore.
For Rochelle?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
It probably is still winning, but it's a completely different set of problems that you have. Because now knight b5 is coming.
Wow, so Rochelle was able to get the pawn.
Yeah, so e4, king takes e4, knight to b5, and now you have to go for the knight promotion.
So, okay, so we want to go knight to b5, pawn equals queen, knight d6. That's a draw. We're fearful that that will draw, yeah? Okay, sorry. Cristian, let me throw the game to you.
So knight b5 is on the board.
Right.
So we are thinking if we promote to a queen,
yes,
knight d6 is going to happen.
Correct.
And the king should be able to get to the corner. King f4.
Over to you, Cristian.
And it's quite important. Let's take a look. So king f7.
Yes.
I'm trying to get to the corner, right?
Right.
How exactly do you... Well, first of all, you have bishop to e6. Then I go king g6.
Yes.
You have bishop g8.
But
no,
no,
you don't,
king h4,
because then I pick up your pawn.
Yeah.
So now you go here.
Okay.
And I still put my king on h5.
Right.
And then g5. And
that's a draw.
That's it. You can pass with the pawn, but once you pass and you no longer have the option of picking up the pawn on the g file and transferring your h pawn to the g file,
right?
Then it's too easy after that. I just set up my king in the corner. Big moments, guys, in this
Hold
one.
on,
she promoted
to a knight. She under-promoted to a knight.
Good decision. Very good decision.
I see 2 exclamation points on my screen.
Oh,
very good decision.
My goodness.
But still, this is not that easy.
Well, is it a win at all? You know, it's funny.
It is a win. It is a win. We actually have table base, and it is a win.
We might see for the second time in this tournament.
Checkmating bishop and knight. Because we will be looking at the knight maybe being trapped, right? Can I start with bishop f1?
Okay, bishop f1.
Or even bishop d7. But let's just,
I will retreat in a hurry.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go to bishop d7 better.
Okay, so bishop to d7. I'm still retreating in a hurry. The engine loves this position for white, claiming that it and what you were saying, it's a table base.
It's a table base win. Yes, it is still a table base win.
Mm.
But this is a completely new set of problems.
Yeah, it's a different animal than what we were.
I also want to trade now the knight for my bishop, right? Because then that's a winning endgame.
Yes.
Sorry, say that again. You want to do what?
I want to trade my bishop for the knight, because then it doesn't matter which corner the king is in.
Exactly.
I have a knight and I will chase you away.
That's clear, right. So you would be very happy as white if the black knight was on e6 to simply capture it. And then you would win with king and pawn and knight.
So maybe let's start with king f4, just not allowing g5.
From your lips to her ears, she's played king f4. Has Rochelle. So
now you may go knight d4.
I may indeed.
And I go bishop g4.
Yep, to Suji on my knight. Knight goes back. So I'm dreaming to play knight e7 and hopefully trade knights.
But now I go knight b6.
Oh.
And I invite your knight e7 so I can start chasing your king away.
Yep, that should do it. I think that if ever you get king g5, you're gonna get a checkmate. By the way, knight c3.
Knight c3 is on the board.
Was what Chloe tried instead. Yeah, the bishop was dominating the knight after bishop g4. So same thing, knight b6. eyeballing knight d7.
Could be. I'm more looking at bishop g2. I want the bishop to be guarding the d5 square.
4 square, f3 square.
All the squares.
You want the bishop.
King g4.
Yeah, and
now knight d6.
yeah. Once your knight gets back into the game, knight e4 check should be winning. By the way, I think Rochelle played my move. Nice. Yeah, this must be winning. Chloe down to 18 seconds. She gains 30 seconds with each move that she plays and completes. That is to say, places the piece on the board and presses the clock. She gets the 30-second bonus. King g4. And eventually, the knight is going to come either to d7 or to d5, driving the king away so that Rochelle can make further incremental progress with king to g5.
Let's just put it this way.
Yes.
I think this game is going to go on for
a long time. I think.
Let's go to Kirk versus Evan, because that one probably will be finishing up in just a couple of minutes.
So pretty much kind of a Zugzwang going on in this one as well. We have switched over to the game between Kirk and Evan Park from the juniors. Actually,
he just played rook c6.
It's on the board.
Rook c6.
It is at Zugzwang right now. If you move the king, then I go b6, followed by b7.
So, box, forcing move.
If you move the knight, then rook c5 probably.
Rook c5, targeting the pawn on f5 and looking at b6.
You have some.
Oh, you go knight e6,
knight
right?
E6, yeah.
Yes.
I know your tricks.
Shh. Christian will fall for it. He falls
now
for
after
everything.
rook c4, there's no way to get back to d5, so b6 is coming next.
b6 is coming next. Nicely done. And then you've got me wrong-footed. Absolutely.
53 seconds for Evan Park trying to find a way to survive. There's no way to survive in this one.
So rook c6 has just been played, yeah?
Rook c6 has just been played, yes. It is on the board.
And by the way, we just got a result between Igor Novikov and Jesse Kraai.
No, Stuart Rachels.
Stuart Rachels, pardon me. Stuart Rachels, who drew against Igor Novikov.
Igor, what a tenacious defender he is.
And Stuart is not happy.
Yeah,
he knows he was
Stuart
winning.
knows he let one get away in this game. Yeah.
But Stuart usually looks like he's suffering.
Oh.
Even if his position is good, his facial expressions looks like, oh, this is so difficult.
This is so difficult.
King e7 was played, by the way.
Just going to refresh my
we
board.
believe that after rook c6, king e7
is on the board, yeah?
Those moves are on the board, and in fact, b6 is on the board as well. Not yet, not yet.
But you're saying
it's coming.
How do you not play b6?
b6
right?
is coming.
Yeah, b6 is definitely coming. By the way, Kirk is using not every single second, but he did play the move b6 with 10 seconds on his clock.
Well, Kirk has had an unusually underperforming tournament so far. He's on -1. Obviously, he's not in the greatest shape. And he just wants to make sure and double check, triple check that everything is just working smoothly in this one.
And
that's it.
Evan tosses in the towel after b7, gives it a rest. You're absolutely right. And yet, on the other hand, too, Kirk's left some half a points. I'm not sure he was completely winning against Tani in that ending.
But big chances in that.
But that king c5, king b5 would have been absolutely spectacular way of winning. By the way, how is
But this is
Liam
his first win, by the way. He has 4 draws, 1 loss, and his first win now in round 6 against Evan Park.
Back to 50% for Kirk, who was in the contention for the championship all the way until the final round in last year's championship.
Absolutely. We haven't paid much attention to Alice Lee's game. She's been nursing an extra pawn against Liam. She has 3 versus 2, so she's enjoying circumstances, but very hard, if not impossible, for her to convert this extra pawn.
I think Rochelle is getting closer.
Yeah, I think
Right.
Rochelle is putting
winning
the
that.
final touches on her position. Maybe we switch there, Yasser. She just moved h5, and now Black is in kind of Zugzwang because we are looking at potential knight e5 and knight f7 checkmate.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So you have to, in fact, at this point, you really want to give your knight for the pawn on h5 if you can, and at least force your opponent to prove that they know how to checkmate with a knight and a bishop. Even that's not an easy task right now. For example, knight b4, bishop e4, isn't that big problems?
Yeah, no, that's domination of the knight to Suji, as we would say. The knight squares are all beautifully protected by
And Rochelle
bishop.
just made the move. Yes, bishop e4.
And she's looking at knight e5 to f7 checkmate.
You have to give the
as you
knight right
said.
now. This is it. This is your last chance. Go knight d5, bishop takes d5 and g6, and force
And
your opponent to show the
Show
technique.
her technique in checkmating with bishop and a knight.
The good news is that you're in the right corner for the defense.
Right.
Oh, that's true. Mhm.
Oh, knight a6. No, that
knight
finishes the
A6.
job.
Knight a6 means knight e5, and that is even much
even
more simpler.
better. Even better.
That's
is
making so
bishop
easy for
G6.
white.
Yep, bishop g6
Bishop
I think
G6
would have been better.
finished. It was made in 3 moves.
Yeah. Well, in any case, g5 takes en passant, I mean. Or actually, do I want to play
Yeah.
knight f7?
Yeah, I do. No, I want to take with the pawn. I just don't want to have the h pawn. I
H-
much
yeah.
prefer the g pawn, extra piece.
I'm with you 100%.
This is easy.
Absolutely, I'm with you 100%. Gotcha. The h-pawn, there's too many traps, pitfalls.
Well, if you have the g-pawn, then you can start looking for the trades of the knights as well.
Precisely.
That's game
So,
also.
I mean, that under promotion by Rochelle to a knight, that was insightful.
But
That
maybe
was
we can
nice.
just take a look at this. Instead of knight e5, what Cristian was suggesting, playing this move bishop g6, like locking in the king on h6 and then planning to checkmate without Black having
the resources
resources to do anything.
Exactly. That would have been a much better
Wow,
decision.
Rochelle took with the bishop.
Did she really? So there was 3 potential captures, and she did the one that we least expected. I was actually thinking that she would play knight check at the very least, but nope, bishop takes.
Well, she wants to promote her pawn. Knight f7, followed by king f5, defend the bishop on g6, and then go h6, h7, h8. And say, I don't see a way for you to stop that.
Oh, that's a red carpet for this pawn.
Yeah.
Everything prepared.
That's a compelling argument, I must say. I mean...
Okay, now we understand bishop takes g6.
Right.
Okay.
And I don't think there is a way that you can stop. King f5
Yeah.
first, okay.
King f5.
Perfectly fine.
Oh, without the check, sorry.
She played king f5 first. It's
Yeah.
going
Keeping
to be
the
a
threat.
transposition, most likely. King f5, king g7, and we expect knight f7.
Mm-hmm. King g7, knight f7, and it's...
And if you move something like knight b5, oh, knight d5, not allowing me to go king f6 and
Right.
checkmate with the knight.
No.
But now
But
knight
now,
f6,
knight
knight f7, pardon.
And, whoops, she's done it. King g7, she's going to play h6 and h7 next. And
And no one is stopping this pawn.
I mean, it's so hard in chess. I mean, Chloe fought her way back from a terrible position, almost had a draw within her grasp, and she's not going to be rewarded with any kind of recognition for, you know, most tenacious defense and things like that.
But, you know, this shows you kind of space for improvement, because strong players, they keep defending, and once they get a chance, they actually take it and they secure the draw and move on in their tournament.
Absolutely. I think that was the thing I despised most about Gary and Talia. You give them the smallest window, they find an opportunity to save the game. They never give you a chance to save a lost position. They were remarkable. H6 check on the board, and I think that's all she wrote. Cristian?
Well, let's stay with this one.
Stay with this one?
The other one, and we only have one more game pending. The other one is going to go on for a little while. So let's stay with this one, see the handshake, and move to the next one, which is Liam Putnam versus Alice Lee, but that one is still plenty of work to go.
Yeah. Not much progress by Alice in the last 20-odd moves there. King G5, and basically saying you're welcome to trade the bishop for the knight.
And there you have it.
And there's
Rochelle gets another victory after quite a bad start.
A very bad start.
Rochelle, right now she's kind of back in the tournament. I think she's only -1 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but left it too late. Only 3 rounds left, and with Zoe and Rachel Lee winning so many games, she still far away from the podium.
Absolutely.
So let's take a look at the standings after round 6. Zoe Tang winning a super important game against Rose Atwell, making her the leader in this event. Rachel Lee suffering a loss against Iris Mo. Now she's clear second, half a point behind Zoe Tang. And then 2 players tied for 3rd place, Jasmine Zhu and Megan Paragua.
And then the standings in the senior?
So in the seniors, we have Vladimir Akopian, who is trying to run away with the tournament. But right now, Alexander Fishbein, the defending champion, and Alexander Onischuk trying to catch up to him.
Yeah, as Fishbein was saying in his interview with Cristian, I'm not going to make it easy on him. I'm going to chase him down. I will hunt him. And senior women's, Katya?
In the seniors women, we have 2 leaders, Angelina Belakovskaya and Natalia Sodikova, who won today. And actually, they are going to face each other tomorrow. So that will be a crucial game for the tournament. And also Olga Sagalchik winning an important game, being in clear 3rd, 1 point behind the leaders.
In the juniors, we have 1 game remaining, but we do have leaders at the top.
Yes, we have Abhimanyu Mishra, who drew against Andy Woodward, meaning that he is still remaining as the leader of the event. And Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi half a point behind him, tying for 2nd place.
Mishra cannot slip. Alice Lee and Liam are the remaining game. That's the last game of the round 6. And, well, it's getting closer and closer to a draw, because Liam has managed to trade off another pawn. And again, I'm assuming that if we ever get rook and knight versus rook, the players will make a draw on that one. Well, this is interesting. He played rook. Wow. Why would he do that? I think with both hands, I would be playing the move bishop e1 and bishop h, and bringing my king towards the h pawn, getting ready to sacrifice a piece on the a5 square.
Rook h4, knight f7 has been played, and it's fine. Now rook goes back to a4.
Because you're distracting the knight, so it cannot be defending a5 as easily, or you just come back.
No, I was going to, if you go rook h4, I'll go king to d5. I think it's a draw, sorry. I mean, I don't mean to say.
And I cannot play now bishop e1, right? Because you are going to trick me.
I was waiting for Cristian to say one. Oh, those tricky knights. And there she goes. Alice is saying, okay, if you're going to give me an opportunity to try to get a fork, I'll go for it. Knight e5 on the board. And
Alice is being tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this game is not over.
No, you still have to prove it as white. I think you do. I think the easiest way is just to go king g3 and bishop e1, and then put your king on h4 and sacrifice on a5. But for a moment there, 4 minutes, well, 4 minutes to 4 minutes for both players.
So if you're white, what do you do?
Definitely.
Okay, bishop e3 is on the board.
Okay. For me, no question. I am playing king to g3, and I would play bishop to e1 shortly thereafter, with the intention of playing king h4 and taking that pawn on a5. After I get, what I mean, king h5.
But bishop e3 is asking you, how do you plan to defend your pawn? Because if you play something like king d5, then I can take the pawn, you take it with the rook, I take the other pawn, and I'm very happy.
Absolutely, absolutely. I will trick you one last time.
Okay, king g3. I'm not going to allow you to fork,
you were
fork
supposed
the rook
to,
and the king.
Yeah, that's right. King g3, and that's absolutely good enough. Good enough. Alice knows she's running out of winning resources. She's about to play king to f5. She's done it. King to f5. Okay, once more, do not play bishop to d2 and allow knight f3.
Do not play rook h4 either.
Probably I would play rook f4 check.
You wouldn't take on h6?
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I would, of course. We actually looked at that. Sorry, I had a brain infarction. Yeah, I was thinking I would play rook check and rook back, but no. With both hands, I'm gleefully capturing that pawn and capturing on a5, as I know the drawing setups.
You always pin the knight to the king, stay with the rook behind.
Thump. Liam went for this drawn ending. And rook takes a5. And did you ever have this in your practice?
No, never. What about you?
I think I've had it a couple of times. And couldn't do anything with it. We drawn in both cases that I've had it, both on the inferior as well as the superior side.
Okay, Alice is now kind of setting up a trick, setting up a checkmate, because she's using that h3 pawn, saying maybe this pawn is actually blocking your king and I can checkmate alone with the knight and the rook.
Absolutely, this is her intention. She would love, whoop, knight f3 check followed by rook g1 checkmate. At the moment, Alice's king is in a pin that the knight cannot move, sorry to say it. So probably I want to get rid of this pawn and h4, h5.
Right, because the more I keep it at h3, the more dangerous the situation is for me.
Exactly. So probably
no,
h4.
I like my pawn.
You like your pawn?
I would keep my pawn, yes.
Okay. You would just chill?
Okay, Liam does not like the pawn.
Yes.
h4 is on the board.
Liam is a cultured person, of deep understanding.
I've won this once. I won rook and
Did you?
knight once against
Good
a pretty
for
strong
you.
player, Grandmaster 2600.
Wow.
Nice.
It was in a rapid match. So we got into the final few seconds with playing on increment, and I managed to trick him.
Okay.
With 4 minutes, it should be trivial. there is not a lot of ways that you can try.
And again, the players are getting 30 seconds as well. In the Rapids, were you guys getting like 10 seconds increment or 5
I think
seconds?
more like 3 seconds.
Even? Oh, well.
Yes, and it was online.
Oh, that's easy to...
Actually against a local St. Louis player.
Really?
Vasif Durar Bailey.
Right, Vasif.
Former grandmaster from Webster and...
yeah, my teammate.
Yes.
Check.
Yes.
And currently I think CEO of Chess Ever.
She has one of the apps, yes. There's a lot of new apps coming along.
By the way, that last move by Alice was nasty because it actually threatens the same checkmate, but this time after knight f3 check, king h3, there's rook g3, thanks to the king.
So just give checks.
So rook a4 on the board.
Keep
king
giving checks.
g3.
Did.
And then force black to defend with the knight. So keep giving checks, force black to go knight d3, which she did.
Yep. And again, putting the knight in a pin means that Liam will have a free hand to play king h3 and maybe on a good day play h5 and slowly push the pawn up the board. Yay! Knight to d3 on the board. And
I think go like h5 here.
h5. Okay. I was actually...
g3.
I was not being too ambitious, but I actually did like king h3, h5, and if I could get to play king h4, I think I'm making an easier draw that way.
Yeah, actually, I agree. King h3, because the black king is pinned to the knight,
Precisely.
so it cannot improve, and then I can try to support my pawn.
Precisely. That was exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
as
I like
well.
it, Yasser.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be played on the board.
Yeah. So I would anticipate something like this. King h3, king e4, rook here, king here, rook here, something like this. Check, check.
No, h5.
And try
Liam
to...
chose to play h5 to try to give more space for his king immediately.
h5. Basically, rook h6, he's saying, I'm going to go king g3, okay. In any case, king h4, Alice is invited to munch that pawn, but as we know, rook and knight versus rook should be a draw, barring a massive accident. And there you see on the left side of the screen, the table bases. And they will list exactly the moves that win and lose.
So the only moves that are losing are those that just offer the rook. Either you take the knight or you play rook a5.
Right.
King h3 on the board.
Right.
Do we think Alice is going to play the full 50 moves?
She's a fighter, I have to say. I think she would test for 20 or 30 if she doesn't make any significant progress. But, you know, you feel like you work so hard to make that extra piece.
You might as
might
well make your
enjoy
opponent
a
suffer
little
for a
bit
little
something.
Yes.
You know.
Also, your opponent has only 3 minutes, and when you have low time, it's easy to make a mistake after 4 hours, 5 hours of playing a game.
Absolutely.
So why not to just
Surprise for me, a big surprise for me, is that Alice didn't capture the pawn. She played the move king e4.
Okay. There's no king h4 now.
Giving Liam the opportunity to keep the pawn.
Hey,
Okay.
why not? Let's keep that pawn. That pawn is close to promotion. Might as well.
Is this okay? Now I'm just not fast enough, right?
That's a bit too much.
Yeah, this is asking too much.
One
Agreed.
tempo away, actually.
Yeah, but you know, your king is so close to the pawn after king h4 that
So
you
king
start
h4, just
to
push the
think,
pawn after rook g8.
Yeah, after rook g8, if you make one more soft move, is this one a draw? Don't tell me. Yeah, this one's a draw. So there you go. So king h4, Liam.
And it is on the board.
Alice will, I'm guessing she wants to play rook at g1. Although in that case, I would also start to consider giving checks.
You give check, I go king f5.
And then rook e5. Rook a5, sorry.
Knight e5.
And then we've got that same pin situation. Yeah. Yes, as I did actually guess Alice's move, rook g1. And again, this would be a blunder. And let me just say, I know it's a blunder, but it's a blunder because the rook on g1, you can
Suddenly it doesn't care about the queen being promoted.
Exactly.
It cares about the checkmate on the h file.
Precisely. I think we have some kind of rule of thumb amongst broadcasters that if there's an opportunity for a checkmate to occur, you got to show it. Rook g1, and let's see what has actually no
h6.
Sorry.
Liam decided to play h6.
Yep.
Started
h6.
running with the pawn.
Good decision. Very good decision.
If I play rook g6 here,
Rook g6 here.
that probably allows you to take the knight, right? I think so, because takes, king h5.
Now I'm fast enough that my king's too far by a tempo, right?
Yes, h7, king there, king h6.
And if my king were already here, I'd have a check. I think that's winning. Not 100% sure.
No, it's not winning because I go back to h5.
Exactly. Not winning. h6 on the board. 2 minutes from Liam, 3.5 minutes for Alice. So I'm always thinking about the cheapos. How could I trick my opponent? Could Alice, somehow the king is still, could Alice play knight e5? Knight, okay, here once again, I have to show.
Alice just played knight e5.
I have to, sorry. I'm up. How did that happen? I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, knight e5, so I have to show the checkmates.
Nice.
That hurt.
Rook g5, yep.
That hurt. So knight e5 from Alice on the board. Sadly, isn't it time to play rook to g3?
Rook to g3.
Then
I still have some knight f3 check.
Well, in order to release the king so that I can run along the g file. Yay. Ooh.
Yeah, you accomplished this.
Yeah, good for me.
Yeah, rook g3 is on the board.
Yeah, I think that's the best.
Just looks a little suspicious with the knight on e5. You put
right. Slightly dangerous.
Knight g6, but yeah, nothing works. It's a safe move.
Just to show again that this is still possible to blunder. Still possible to blunder.
That would be something.
That would be bad luck. Rook G3.
So Alice down to 3 minutes.
I think right now she wishes she took that pawn from h6 off the board when she had the opportunity. Right now, not that easy anymore to get that.
Well, I think she can actually, can't she just win it by force? Knight, G6, check? No, that's
King G4?
King G4. You don't have to play King H3. Sorry. I was actually on a different track in my mind. Sorry.
I don't see it. I don't think you can get out of this situation. Okay, Rook F4.
Rook F1? Really? What on earth is that? Rook F1? Inviting H7?
But if you go H7, I go King F4.
What? H7?
Okay, okay, I like that.
King
F4. Promote to a queen, please.
I like
and
that.
Knight G6.
King F4.
Yeah, that's probably what she wants.
Promote to a queen. Check.
No, Knight G6.
No, check first.
Knight G6. I could.
Oh, you can go there. Okay.
Yeah,
Never
check
mind.
first. And
Check
then
first. Okay.
Knight G6, and actually it's trouble. That's how trouble.
Knight G6 now, and that's a skewer. Sweet. Okay, so we're finding all of these ways that Liam can lose the game.
But he chose King H3.
Okay, that is probably, of his various choices, that was probably a safe one. I would have suspected Rook G8 would have been pretty safe as well, in terms of, no, that's a skewer. Excuse me, King H3. Apologies, let's
So
stay with the
Rook
players.
H1, Rook G1.
Precisely.
Right.
Well, Alice, take
the pawn, and then let's start
reset.
counting 50 moves and
Exactly.
see how that's gonna go.
Exactly. Let's reset. Take the pawn. Which move number are they on? Getting up there towards
Wow.
a century.
96.
I'm a big fan of snooker. I think it's just an absolutely marvelous game. And whenever they make a century of snooker, everybody applauds. They go, well done, well done. In chess, there's a collective groan. Like, oh, 100 moves.
Well, it's 100 moves, and then we start counting for those 50 moves.
Right. Here we go.
Yeah.
Rook check. King G2.
Yes.
And finally, she's about to take
Now
the pawn.
we're going to see the 50 moves.
Yeah. Start counting.
So Alice has 50 moves now to win the game. Otherwise, it's a draw.
So again, we are currently on move
97.
97. And it's move 147, right? Well, I remember we were doing this for Nasi and Anna Zatansky in a rook and bishop versus rook. And Nasi had like 10 more moves to go before she could claim the draw. She made the one move in the position that allowed Anna to win her rook in 9 moves.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, in a U.S. Women's Championship. It was a very, very costly blunder. Nasi doesn't like me talking about it.
So that's why you bring it up.
Right now,
Good job, Yasser.
with you in the audience, at the desk, not with Nasi. No. Rook G8. I must say that's a very fine move, don't get me wrong. But whenever I'm in these situations where I am doing that 50 move counting, I like making forcing moves that win me a tempo or two. I would have found myself playing Rook H3.
Yeah, to offer a trade, you have to move away and then...
Make a check or 2 or 3 or 4, right? Absolutely, this is absolutely fine. So many moves are drawing. But essentially the idea for the defending side is try to keep the knight pinned. And that's what he just did with the move rook to g8. Alice, I think, played the move, oops, excuse me, rook to g2. So there was a couple of moves there. Rook h1, threatening the skewer, king g2, rook to e1. And again, what I'm saying is the drawing technique that I'm most comfortable with is playing the move rook e8. Whenever you get an opportunity to pin the knight, do so. And he chose that move.
I think that's the easiest way.
Exactly.
Right? That it just tie that knight to the defense of the king, and that should give you enough resources. Just give check whenever the king tries to escape.
Exactly. So here,
King f2.
King f2 is the most natural move in the position. I don't think there's anything wrong with rook e7. The problem with rook e7 immediately, let me just put it on the board, is you want your rook far away from the knight as well, because in this case, after king f4, you would like to play the move rook f7 check, but you've denied yourself that. So king f2, best move, and he's played it. I think the players are trying to pad their accuracy rate. Rook a3, king back.
The interesting part is that even if there would be a bishop on e5, this would be exactly the same technique.
Yes.
You would go king to e2, not king g2. In fact, you would stay in front of the king. That's called a Ghazarian defense.
Ghazarian or Zen? S-Z-E-N.
I know it at Ghazarian. Yeah.
Yeah. The Zen defense or the Ghazarian defense? Don't know who should get the credit. King g3 on the board. And again, unless Liam, I mean, it really looks like he's got the technique down, the defensive technique down. Unless he makes a big mistake, this game should be drawn. Well, Alice is going to try for a little bit. King f1, king e2. Not really afraid of the rook check when the rook and knight are in a pin because of king f1, but I would probably just start with king f1 right away. Sorry, Alice did play the move rook g6. So, what would you like to talk about?
Another stories, Yasser. What fun stories do you have for us today?
I'm not sure. It was a comprehensive victory by Spain yesterday. Really, congratulations. That was a good match for Spain. Yeah.
The halftime show was very nice.
I'm not sure about that. Oh boy.
Rook e7. Okay.
Rook e7. By the way, speaking of what to talk about, there is something to talk about.
Something very special today. Happy International Chess Day to everyone.
Wow, yeah, and around the world, everybody takes their children to the park and the clubs, and you must play chess.
And celebrate this beautiful game.
Absolutely. It's required. Yeah, that's what the cool guys do. Rook e7 check, something happened. Pretty sure that they were playing.
Rook e7, so only 40 more moves to go. Already Liam survived 20% of the needed time.
Exactly. So king f4, is that the trickiest move that Alice can come up with? I'm not too sure what she can do otherwise. Maybe rook back. Okay, well, as we know, the game should be a draw. What we're going to do is wrap up our broadcast, but before we do that, we're going to go through the standings. Kate, do the honors?
Let's take a look at the standings. We start with the girls. Big day today for Zoe Tang. She won against Rose Atwell, the tournament favorite and highest ranked player, and now she took the lead. And she's half a point ahead of Rachel Lee, who suffered her first loss in this event. And their two more players are tied for third, but 1 point below Rachel Lee and 1.5 below Zoe Tang, and that's Jasmine Zhu and Megan Paragua.
Who possibly could have picked Zoe in the picks, in the junior championships.
And in the juniors, a lot of draws today. Abhimanyu Mishra had an important draw against Andy Woodward, meaning he's still the leader with 4.5 points. Tani Adewumi, on the other hand, also drew, which means he is tied for the second place with Andy.
That opening idea by Bach really deserved better, but a great game for a draw. In the women's
In the women's, we have co-leaders. Angelina Belakovskaya and Natalia Sodikova won in a great fashion today, attacking and really not giving a chance to their opponents. And they are tied with 4.5 points out of 5. Really a tremendous score. And by the way, tomorrow they are going to face each other. So that's going to be a big day for the Women's Seniors Championship. And Olga Sagalchik also winning an important game and being clear third.
And in the seniors,
Vladimir Akopian is back on track after his loss in round 5. He is now leading with a win today with 5 points. But Alexander Fishbein and Alexander Onischuk are trying to catch up with 4 points.
1 point gap. And you get the final word, Cristian, to wrap up day 6.
Well, another great day of chess.
It
a
was
lot of fighting chess and fighting spirit as well. I have to say, Bach versus Tani, that was a great game, great preparation, and I feel that was the theme for today. We've seen a lot of great preparation, especially in the juniors. They were stealing the show at the beginning of the broadcast. Also, Mishra, incredible. I mean, to be surprised with this G3 pawn sacrifice against the Slav, that was a battle of wits. And even after that, he was in some danger.
Right.
So definitely that was not an easy game for Mishra. He must be feeling quite good about that draw. Andy, a bit disappointed. I have to tell you guys, I was going out of my hotel yesterday. Yeah. Guess who I saw Andy with? A wonder.
Oh, interesting.
I think there's some connection there.
Okay, maybe.
I think they were discussing, and I went, I got my ice cream, I came back. They were still discussing in front of the hotel.
Okay.
So definitely there was some connection there. Perhaps a wonder is trying to make another champion in this one, helping Andy defend his title. Definitely, this is a step in the right direction for Abhimanyu today.
Fantastic.
That was just simply great. So, a lot of fighting chess today, and I'm sure we're going to see another round of explosive chess tomorrow.
Okay. Well, you're not going to want to miss the action. Tell your friends where you've been hanging out. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Wow. So, big match for the ladies.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.